Okay, cool. So yeah, like you said, we're pretty much going to show you how to wholesale for 100% free from A to Z. So, just to kind of give you a quick overview, we're going to pretty much show you, kind of go over the foundations, mindset, all that good stuff. We're going to go over how to, pick your market, getting good at comping, finding a title company. We're going to go over, how to do acquisitions for free, how to do dispositions for free, how to set your system up. So how to have a free system. And then we'll go over, like things like finding your POF, how to get EMD funding, how to work with the title company. And then we'll be answering any questions that you all might have. And we'll be doing live examples while we're doing this as well.
Boom. There we go. And I just got Facebook hooked up. For some reason, StreamYard didn't properly post on Facebook. So now we're up. Let's hit the hook one more time. What's up, guys? Anybody that's just coming on, sorry, Facebook got all messed up there. In this video, we're going to show you how to wholesale for completely free. Literally costs you nothing to get into wholesaling. We're going to give you all
and
the
you don't have to sell your feet or your OnlyFans. So
you telling me I don't have to sell pictures of my feet on OnlyFans anymore to pay for my marketing expenses?
Nope.
There's wholesaling resources that are completely free and there's no excuse to not get started.
You got it.
Boom. And you guys are going to lay them all out for us today.
We're going to give you all of the gems.
Awesome. So come on, guys, come on in here, collect your gems. Give us a good morning in the side chat. We want to see that you're here. We have different modules today. We have the foundations module. We have real estate fundamentals. We have acquisitions, dispositions, systems, whole bunch of different, very essential aspects to your business. But you know what's the most essential one?
What was that?
I'm pretty sure we both know what the most essential thing to this business is, and really any business.
Is it the M word?
The M word. Mindset.
Yep.
Mindset. You know how many people fail because they skip this mindset part?
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole reason why I bounced around into like 12 different things before I got into wholesaling.
Mm-hmm. Mindset. So how do you get your mindset right? Like, you and what I really like asking you this question, right? Because, for anybody that's heard Jacob's story, Jacob made a tremendous improvement in his mindset. Before he became a business owner, he had limiting beliefs. A lot of them, maybe if you're comfortable, maybe you want to go into like, how you took yourself from kind of a dark place and change your mindset and use that foundational mindset, that really, really good mindset to build a big wholesaling business.
Yeah, for sure. So kind of like you were saying, before I jumped into real estate, I definitely wasn't the most optimistic person. A lot of people would always tell me like, yo, you're being negative. And I would always follow up with, no, I'm being realistic. And so, I was one of those people. No offense if you're one of those people, but we do need to get you out of that mindset. So, I was pretty much always trying to find the negative in every situation, trying to find the worst in every situation, calling it realistic. But you can also find the best in situations and calling it realistic as well. And so when I got into wholesaling and real estate, it was really, trying to figure out, well, one, I kept listening to podcasts, and one of the things that kept popping up was books. People were reading different books. And one of the books that came up was Think and Grow Rich. And so I was like, all right, it seems like a lot of billionaires, a lot of top CEOs, they're reading books. They're constantly So there was two things. It was reading books and meditating. And so I was like, all right, I'm not really trying to meditate, but let's just try meditating and let's, start reading books again. So I hadn't read a book probably from like start to finish since like elementary school or middle school. Like I would always try to find ways to, get like the book notes online, Spark Notes or something like that, or just skim stuff or ask someone what the book was about. So Think and Grow Rich was like the first book that I had really read from, cover to cover. And that's really what started, you know, I guess getting my gears going about mindset. And so one of the takeaways that I had, got from it was you have to have a definite, like you need to have a something that you're pushing towards, like a definite purpose. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to make this wholesaling thing, legitimate. I'm going to go in, I'm going to figure out how to do this. Nothing's going to stop me from figuring this out. And then from there was just kind of picking up more books that other people were reading. And it was just having that growth mindset now and kind of shifting away from, that fixed mindset of thinking, I can't get better. And then realizing that like, all right, this book opened up, something in me. Let's start reading some other books, see what they have. And slowly it was, just one book at a time, and then meditating, just kind of all of those things at once that just, and it wasn't, or I shouldn't say at once, but, it took months and months and months, but over time, it started allowing me to see things more positively and more optimistically. And I don't think I would have been, here if I didn't have that mindset shift.
Bro, but one thing that I see about that story that I think I need to highlight for people that are watching this is you also had the compound effect in your favor, right? So like it didn't just happen overnight. You didn't just read a book and suddenly, all your mindset issues were corrected. It was slowly and surely, chiseling you into a very fine character, right? You read a book and that puts you on the pathway of constant improvement. And you and I both, and any entrepreneur knows, right? Any person that's really in it in entrepreneurship knows that it's always a constant improvement, right? No matter how great you get, you could be making $100 million, $1 billion a year. There's still things you can improve about yourself. And I think that's entrepreneurship in a nutshell, is like you're on a constant journey of self-improvement. This isn't just about making money. This is about becoming your best self. And becoming your best self requires positive thinking, constantly confronting the fact that you might be wrong and you might need to do something differently. You might need to, get vulnerable and say, oh, that wasn't the most thought out thing. Maybe I should do it differently. Or, maybe you think a negative thought and you need to catch yourself thinking those negative thoughts and say, is that based on fact or is that just made up in my head? Well, if it's not based on fact, maybe you should not think that, right? Correcting your thoughts. We're on this constant journey of correcting ourselves and becoming our best self. So I don't want you guys thinking that, getting into wholesaling, money is going to solve your problems, because it's, at the end of the day, it's not money that solves your problems. Money helps, but you need to be on a constant self-improvement journey. That's what entrepreneurship is. What's your take on that?
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. I think one of the main things that I learned, and I've seen a lot of people talk about it, is, if you want to be successful in business, you need to have a growth mindset. Like you can't have a fixed mindset, because what ends up happening if you have a fixed mindset is if you think, okay, so the saying fail forward, for example, if you have a fixed mindset, you're not going to keep trying when you fail forward. If you have a growth mindset, every time you fail, excuse me, every time you fail, you're going to learn from that. You're going to figure out something that came from that, and you're going to take something away from that and apply it so you can keep going forward. And so if you catch yourself feeling like, every time you fail, you're kind of like throwing in the towel, like, oh, this doesn't work for me. That might be an indicator that you have a fixed mindset. And, I just kind of touched on it in the beginning, right? I've tried Amazon FBA, Forex, options, stocks, drop shipping. I was looking into so many different things and like just dabbling around, and it was like, oh, okay, this is getting a little bit tough. Let's throw the towel in, right? That's a fixed mindset. It's because it's like, all right, let's not keep pushing and learning. So you really need to shift yourself away from that, because if you don't, then you're going to see people on social media talking about a 30-day check or whatever the case is. And you're going to start comparing very quickly. And you're going to immediately just be like, oh, I'm not, they're just good at this. They got their first deal in 30 days. This isn't made for me, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. So we really need to work on having a growth mindset. So that way, when we actually start, calling or, getting rejected, or contracts are falling through, or, contracts are going through, when we're meeting obstacles, we're learning from them. We're not just, oh, woe is me, right? We're actually learning from them. So that's the main takeaway that I would have with mindset. There's so many books that you can read that kind of touch on it. The Compound Effect, Slight Edge, Think and Grow Rich. There's a whole host of books that you can read on mindset, and we can touch on some too in a little bit. But, the main thing is just getting yourself, if you're not already in a growth mindset, getting yourself away from that fixed mindset and really start trying to learn and fail your way forward.
On the book topic, one of the books that had a very foundational was a very foundational point in me getting my shit together was Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. It's a branch off from Think and Grow Rich. So there's Think and Grow Rich, which is pretty analytical, right? Pretty analytical, pretty straight to the point. And then Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude is like very visual, right? They talk a lot of stories. They tell a lot of stories. They really help you realize how, there's two sides to your mindset, right? There's PMA, positive mental attitude, and there's NMA, negative mental attitude. And if you're trying to succeed with NMA, you're going to have a really tough time. But when you flip that talisman to PMA and you're trying to succeed with PMA, you're going to get way further. So I would highly recommend, if you guys haven't read it yet, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude is a fantastic read. It'll really help you illustrate. Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone. They came together. It was after Think and Grow Rich. So you could view it as like, a second follow-up to Think and Grow Rich. But really the difference between this and Think and Grow Rich is like, I love Think and Grow Rich. Let me show you guys. I actually have the book here with me.
Oh,
Think and Grow Rich right here. Dude, like, guys, look, this is part of, becoming an entrepreneur. You know how many times I've read this, Jacob?
How many?
Take a guess. Look at how much is highlighted and take a guess.
7.
At least, bro. I've lost count. At least 7.
Like, yeah, I have a nice bookshelf over there. My computer screen's in the way, but
so books are like the condensed knowledge of some of the most successful people, and you're uploading that knowledge, you're uploading that mindset into yourself. So read some of these books if you want to get yourself a head start. Take Think and Grow Rich, read it, internalize it, embrace it into your character. Take Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, read it, embrace it in your character. The Compound Effect, that was a big one. That one was foundational as well, because it helped me understand that you might not get it right away. You might start wholesaling today and 6 months might go by and you might not get any deal. But that's okay, because that is slowly stacking and compounding until eventually you get it. Let me tell you guys a story that I heard in the Compound Effect. You know how back in the day they used to have those wells where they would have to pump the well over and over and over again. They would pump it. They would pump it. They would pump it. They would pump it, right? Jacob, do you know what I'm talking about? The wells where you pump it?
Right? To get the water?
Yeah, the hand wells where like you pump and like you need to like create suction so that it pulls the water up from the ground, and the water is really in the ground, and you got to pump. You got to pump and pump and pump, and nothing comes out. Nothing comes out. And you're pumping and you're pumping and you're pumping and nothing's coming out, right? And you're pumping and then a couple drops come out. And you're like, come on. I did all this work and only a couple of drops? And you keep pumping and you keep pumping. And that water, it starts to drizzle, right? Like a little bit more than drops, right? Now you have an option. You can give up. You can say, I've spent so much time working and I've only gotten this little amount. And you can give up. And all that water is going to drop back down to the ground. And then you're going to have to start again. And you're going to have to start from nothing. Or, once it's drizzling and you've been pumping, you've been putting in the work, right? Like let's say 6 months goes by. You've been pumping, you've been putting in the work. It's drizzling. If you keep going, if you just keep going, and you keep pumping that well, right? You're bringing the water up from the ground. You keep pumping that well. It's not just going to be a drizzle. Soon it's going to start to pour out fast. And if you keep pumping it, then it's going to start to shoot out really, really fast. And then after a while, it's going to be hard to stop it. So that's the compound effect. All of these small actions are compounding into a bigger result.
I was trying to find an example of it, but I couldn't find one online.
Well, I really want to like set the expectations up front, right? Because a lot of people come into wholesaling and they think that like 30-day check, there's a lot of gurus that say like, you'll get a check in 30 days, right? Make 10K in 30 days. That's clickbait, right? It's not always like that. You might make a check in 30 days, but you might also go 6 months. And I just want you guys to know that this is a journey, and that be ready for that journey and stick it through, because there's so much abundance if you just stick it through.
Yeah. So how I always explain it to people is a couple things. When it comes to wholesaling, right? This is not just like a hobby. We're not, just figuring out how to skip some rocks here. And if it doesn't work, we're throwing in the towel. What we're trying to do is build a business, build a brand. And how often do you hear of a business becoming successful in the first 30 days? Now, it's possible. Nobody can deny that. But it's not always the majority of people aren't necessarily having successful businesses in 30 days, right? And so when you go and look at it from that perspective, you understand that, things snowball into what's going on. Things, it's a domino effect, right? And so, it took me 1.5 years to get my first deal. And then the first year I got 3 deals. And then the second year, I think I did like 20 deals. So the first year I made $0. Second year, I think I made I think the second year I made like 30,000. And then the third year, and actually, if you think, so I started in August. So that first year, I guess I made 0. Then I didn't get my deal until January the following year. So August. And then the next year I didn't get anything. And then I got a deal that January. So technically 1.5 years, right? Nothing. And then I got like 30 or 40,000, and then 260, and then 260. And then this year it was a little bit lower. I think I ended at like 180 or 200. So unfortunately I didn't do as great as I wanted to this year. But again, it's a roller coaster sometimes. But point being is, I didn't expect it to happen. I wanted it to happen in 30 days. I hoped it happened in 30 days. But when it didn't, I didn't say, oh, this doesn't work. I could see it working around me. I could see it. I just needed to learn and figure out how to make it work for me.
Well, I think the big thing is don't tie your pride to a timeline. Like, don't tie your pride to the timeline. Don't say, if I don't succeed in this much time, then I'm just going to stop and I'm not worthy, right? I see too many people tying their pride, tying their worthiness to a timeline or to an unrealistic expectation. It's possible. All things are possible. You could go get a deal tomorrow and make 100K on it, but don't tie your self-worth to that happening.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, I mean, again, most businesses are not successful in 30 days. So aim for 30 days. It can happen. I've seen it happen. I've helped a number of people get their first deal in 3 months for free. And that's what we're going to go over in this whole entire, training today. But yeah, I mean, we just can't expect, again, social media is exactly what it is. Social media. It's the internet.
It's the highlights.
It's the highlights. People inflate results to sell you courses. People inflate results to, get you to follow them. So not everything is true that people are telling you on the internet. Again, you can get 30-day deal or 30-day deal in 30 days. It's very possible. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And we just keep pushing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But you guys want to know what your insurance policy against failure is? there's actually an insurance policy against failure that you can get. Do you guys want to know what it is? Give me a 1 in the chat if you guys want to know what the insurance policy against failure is. It's super simple. Give me a 1 in the chat and I will tell you guys what the insurance policy against failure is. And it's in this book. It's in this book. There's some secrets in this book, right? There's some secrets in this book in Think and Grow Rich. There's the secrets different. I think yours is like more original than mine.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I have the original unedited 1937 text. Dude, it was kind of brutal at first. Now when I read it, I'm good. But dude, kind of.
Okay, guys, throw some 1s in the chat, and I'm going to tell you guys what your insurance policy against failure is.
They're throwing them.
There is a pretty good amount of 1s, but we have a lot of people on here, so I want to make sure everybody's listening. So, because this is something really important. This is something that has literally guaranteed success in my life. It doesn't guarantee that it's going to happen in a certain amount of time, but it guarantees success. It's the insurance policy against failure. You can never fail.
You're making me anxious now. Just freaking tell them.
You can never fail if you apply this to your life.
I'm on their side. We're hitting 1.
You know what it is?
What?
It's persistence. It's persistence. If you never give up, you can literally never fail. If you never give up, if you're always learning from your mistakes, if you're always growing, if you're always taking another shot at it, you will never fail. I guarantee my success because I'll never quit. A quitter never wins, and a winner will never quit. So when times get tough, know that your insurance policy against failure is persistence. Persistence is your insurance policy against failure. If you heard me, if you internalize that, I want you guys to write persistence in the side chat. Write out persistence in the side chat. Because persistence is your insurance policy against failure. If you never give up, you will never fail. So put that in the side chat, guys. Show me that you're listening. Show me that you're here. Persistence. Put it in the side chat. Persistence is your insurance policy against failure. Once I see people typing persistence, do you think that sums it up for mindset? And then we'll get on to the foundation.
Yeah, I'll show you some books too while everyone's typing in persistence. Okay. First, what's going on, Ashton? He just said, what's up? So the Compound Effect by Darren Hardy is kind of what we were touching on. This is a must read. If you haven't read this, go read it. If you've read this, go reread it. It's a great book. This is kind of like an extension to the Compound Effect. It's literally based on the Compound Effect. So if you haven't read The Slight Edge, go read this. This is another phenomenal book. It just talks really about like getting that 1% better each day. So The Slight Edge is a great one. This one's a little bit more like, this one will test your thoughts. So if you're not really into, testing your beliefs, I would say just skip this one. But this has been a phenomenal one as well. The Code of the Extraordinary Mind by Vishen Lakhiani. Great book. And actually on that, let's jump into meditation real quick after this. I got 2 more books. Atomic Habits by James Clear. This is a great one. And then finally, your Think and Grow Rich. But I do want to touch on meditation. I know I briefly touched on it. And I really had the belief before that, like, meditation was kind of like hoopla, it was for, gurus, whatever. And I didn't really believe in it. And when I tried to do it in the past, I was like, oh, I can't let go of my thoughts. So there's a few things that I want to say there. So if we go back and look at human history, right? Meditation has been part of human history for literally thousands and thousands of years. there's probably a reason that it's been there for thousands and thousands of years. And before social media and all of that, we probably weren't naive as much as we are now. Like, well, not naive, I should say, but we didn't want to test as much things. So now we're like, oh, we're too good for meditation, too busy, blah, blah, blah. But 100 years ago, before we had the internet and before we were living like this, most people were still probably meditating or doing what they did, right? And then the second thing is meditation is not about releasing your thoughts. It's not about just not thinking anything. What it's about, I would say at first, is being able to sit there and recognize your thoughts. There's nobody in history who can just not think of anything ever. Like that's not, but what you can do is you can focus on your breath. You can focus on the thoughts that are coming in. You can count, you can do all different, you can, say different mantras, but at first, maybe it's just a minute. Maybe it's 2 minutes. Maybe it's 5 minutes.
What the thing I want to just get clarity for the audience. Why is meditation so important, and being able to hear and understand your thoughts and really like calming down and listening to your thoughts and interpreting? Why is that important to their success?
Yeah. So, and I was about to jump into it. So one of the things that I really, really like is I personally like the 6-phase meditation. And that's from Vishen Lakhiani. If you want to go look it up, you can, YouTube Vishen Lakhiani, 6-phase meditation. There's a whole bunch of them.
We'll put it in the cheat sheet for you guys.
Yeah, we'll put it in there for sure. So pretty much that meditation goes through 6 phases. And I think these 6 phases are ultimately what most meditations are trying to get to. So the first phase is connecting with others, right? Understanding that you are a part of a whole. It's not just you in the universe. There's people, there's animals, there's plants, you're a part of a giant living organism, Earth, right? You're connecting with something. You're connecting with the people around you, the living things around you. The second phase is gratitude. Really being grateful for what you have in your life. So for me, right, I have a shoulder problem and I can't really lift anymore. I can't do a lot of things, but I'm so grateful that I have arm mobility. Like I could not have arm mobility, right? And so the fact that I can move my arm, I'm extremely grateful for. And so when you practice this gratitude, when you hit walls, you find things that you can be grateful for, and it helps you, keep moving past it. So gratitude, it also helps you practice forgiveness. So really learning how to forgive others and release, that feeling, or just again, forgiving them. And ultimately what this does as well is it puts you in different states of mind. Like you go into like theta or beta, delta, whatever the states are. But it helps you work through different things. So then you have like gratitude, you have, forgiveness, and then you have envisioning your 3 years down the road, envisioning your day, and then just connecting to a higher power, connecting to yourself or whatever it is you want to connect to. But being able to do that every single day in the beginning of the day is an incredible thing, because now you're starting your day with, again, you're practicing gratitude. What are you grateful for the day? You're envisioning your future. You're envisioning how your day is going to go, right? You're not only doing that, you're forgiving anyone who maybe hurt you. You're forgiving yourself for maybe hurting someone else, right? Again, you're creating that peace of mind. Exactly. So I think meditation, even again, if you just have 5 minutes, ultimately what you're trying to do is one of those 6 things right there, or you're trying to learn and understand your thoughts. So you can sit there and allow your thoughts to come in. And again, I'm not a meditation coach or a teacher or anything like that, but from what I've gotten from it, it's allowed me to really understand what's happened in my past, what those past things have caused me to do going forward. It's allowed me to really recognize what thoughts I have coming in, and allowing me to release those thoughts and then refocus on something else. So there's a lot of things that meditation can teach you, but at the end of the day, you can't learn those if you don't do it. And again, human beings have been doing these for thousands and thousands of years. So I would say at least give it 30 days, 5-10 minutes a day, and watch what happens.
I agree, bro. I'm glad you brought that one up, because that's such an important thing. You know, in my company, we take it very seriously. Like, we meditate in the morning, we have a brief meditation at 1 p.m., and we have an end of day meditation, because you guys exercise your bodies. I'm sure most of you guys exercise your bodies because you want to be in good physical health. Well, how about your mental health? When's the last time you exercised your brain? When's the last time, you really did a diagnostic of how your brain is operating? Meditation, there's so many benefits to it. The one benefit that I really like from meditation, and that actually provides me an ROI, a return on investment, is being able to analyze my thoughts, right? Because there's a lot of people, and I know, about a year and a half ago, I was experiencing this a lot, and I still experience it sometimes. I was experiencing the illness of drifting through life, not questioning my thought, just drifting, just going from one thought to another. Anything that I hear externally, whether it's a YouTube video, something on the radio, an ad that I watch, all of that is influencing my thoughts. I'm not questioning anything. I'm just like a parrot, right? Something goes in, it influences my thought, almost like I'm a zombie, right? Like I'm sleepwalking through life, and I just have no control. And why did I have no control? Because my brain was so weak, right? And what I mean by weak is it didn't think for itself, right? It didn't critically consider what was being interpreted, right? And meditation really helped me calm down and rewire those neural connections in my brain. It helped me calm down and understand, is this thought that I'm thinking based on fact or fiction? And if it's based on nothing, right? If it's just made up, why would I keep it in my brain? I'll release that. If it is based on fact and it's causing me worry, is it something that's in my control? Can I change it? If I can change it, I change it. If I can't change it, I let it go, right? So it really helps me sort and organize my thoughts. That's the biggest ROI that I get from meditation. Another big ROI that I get from meditation is creativity. When you're able to put yourself in that state where you release any worries, you pretty much release anything from the outside world. You're now put into what I like to call sandbox mode, or it's like playing a video game with cheat codes. You can create anything you want. You can do anything you want in your meditation, right? So I will go into meditations where I can build and create anything I want. I can build the life that I want, and it helps me get the picture and the end goal in mind. And it also helps me come up with really good ideas that can then be applied to my business and help make us more money and push us towards our goals. So there's so many reasons why you should be meditating. And I know a lot of people will hear the word meditation. They'll be like, oh, it's too hard, and they'll run away. Like Jacob said, just give it a try. 30 days, just give it a try. I put the link for the 6-phase meditation in the cheat sheet. So if you guys need that link, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We're going to give you all the different cheat sheets for each module. The 6-phase meditation is in the module 1 cheat sheet for the foundations. Really, really, just trust me on this one. It might seem silly at first, but trust me and Jacob, it will change your life. Give it a try for 30 days, commit for 30 days, and I guarantee you will see results.
Yep. And on that note, let's jump into the fundamentals.
Fundamentals. Let's see. Let me pull up that sheet. And guys, I would encourage you guys to pull up the sheets along with us, because we created cheat sheets for you guys. If you need them, text cheat sheet to 813-437, pull them up and work along with us, because there's links in them and all kinds of other great resources for you. So Jacob, I think you're way better at this part than I am, because when I picked my market originally, you know what I did?
What?
I pulled out Google Maps and I just dropped my thumb on any place in America. I'm like, okay, I'm going to wholesale here. And I learned a really hard lesson because my thumb dropped on Cleveland, Ohio. And then
That's not a bad spot, but
hear me out as to why I learned a hard lesson. Guys, I dropped my thumb on Cleveland, Ohio. And I don't want to talk shade on Cleveland, Ohio, but one thing that I learned is when the medium home price is around 67,000, and it was around 67,000 at the time, your assignment fees are going to be very small assignment fees. So I spent 8 months from starting wholesaling to getting my first deal. And you know how much I got paid when I got my first deal, Jacob?
$12.
$1,500. It
Oh,
was
that's better
literally
than
like next to nothing, right? And then I got the second deal there and it was 2,000. And at that point, I'm like, bro, why am I doing business in a market where like 9 houses on this street are all filled with squatters, and like it's just like really not a good market. So you want to make sure that you're in a market, preferably on an upwards trend, because a downwards trend is a spiral to the bottom. And what else, Jacob? What's important when you're picking your market? How do you pick your market?
Yeah, so I would say a couple things. One, Cleveland is a decent market. There are a lot of, deals over there, but when you have markets like that, they're going to be more niche probably. So you're going to have specific buyers who are looking for very specific things. And so you want to go find those buyers, those deals, rather than just a generic finding the deals and then seeing if the buyers bite. But in regards to picking a market, and we can share a screen here in a little bit because and kind of show you some ways. But I think the main thing that we want to do is see if our backyard has deals. So, we can go on like, let me see. But seeing if our market, has any deals is a good way to figure out if it's a good area. So for example, there's a couple ways you can do that. We can go to Facebook, we can go to, Zillow, we can go talk to other people. But first, what I would say is check your market, because if you're in a good market, it might make more sense just to do deals there than try to go into a new market where you're not familiar with. So let's just say if you're, market, I don't even know. Let's just pick a random place on a map. Google Maps. Let's say where is this place? What is this? Say you're in like Quincy, Illinois. Well, so right out of the gate, we only see 115, and let me zoom in a little bit. So you only see 115 for sale properties in Quincy. And then if we go to sold and we look at maybe the last, 6 months, there's 450. So there could be a decent amount. So, really the main thing is looking at the results. So I would say 450 is probably a good area that you can, potentially do deals. But again, you'll want to talk to people and see if anyone's doing deals here. And you can do that by going into, Facebook and going to, wholesaler groups, right? So where's our groups at? If we go into groups, maybe we do Quincy or Illinois real estate group, actually, is what I'm going to do. So then you could search like, real estate or Illinois real estate. So then we have one right here, Illinois wholesale real estate. You could click into here, you could join it, and you could, go on here and just ask someone, hey, are people buying in Quincy, Illinois? You could go into another group and ask the same question, right? We have another real estate investors right here. We could go in here and ask the same thing. Hey, does anyone buy in Quincy, Illinois? And it's just getting a feel for your market and seeing if there's a good amount of transactions in that area. If there's not, then what we want to do is look for a market that has a lot of transactions going on, or there's a lot of people that are doing deals. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to getting free deals, it's a lot easier when there's a lot of deals and a lot of people doing deals, because we can just connect dots and kind of work off it like that. So if your market is not a good market, any big metropolitan area, I would say, is a good area. Really anything in Florida right now is great.
Yep.
All of the Clearwater area, all of the Tampa, Pinellas area, Orlando, Jacksonville, all of Miami area, Fort Myers. Again, all of the big cities are going to be great. Atlanta, Georgia, a lot of places like Knoxville, Nashville, even the DMV area, Houston, Phoenix. Again, just look for the metropolitan areas, and then you can do the exact same thing, right? So we have 5,000 people right here, but what if we do, Phoenix real estate?
That's going to be a big one.
Right? Like just this one has 23,000, 27,000, 24,000. So we can see that this one already has a lot going on. So this is a good indicator that this might be a hot market. And then the same thing, we can just jump into it, ask around and kind of see what's going on. Another thing is you can probably Google We Buy Houses and look at companies who are moving a lot of deals. And then that's probably a good area to go after.
This is a really good question that's relevant to what we're discussing right now. And Dig, by the way, I see your question and I'd like to talk about it, but let's talk about it just in a little bit. This question that Ashton said is really relevant to right now. Can we take a look at Gainesville with the potential college student renters?
Like Gainesville, Florida?
Yeah. And the way I understand that question is he's asking about future opportunities and basing your market on potential future opportunities.
So I think anywhere there's a big college is going to be good for, potential rent. So, we have, 1,400 are sold in the last 6 months. So, it's not the craziest amount, but, again, I think anything in Florida is like people are going to be buying. But if we go for sale, we only have 500 as well. So it might be worth, again, we'll go into this down the road, but it might be worth, talking to buyers and asking them prior to that, like, hey, do you invest in Gainesville? Maybe we look at buyers specifically in Gainesville, and then we reach out to them and figure out, are you buying, what are you buying for in regards to, rental properties for college students? So at the end of the day, what we really want to do is just become super familiar with our market. So if your backyard is Gainesville and you want to get familiar with Gainesville, call some investors, call some agents, there's so many ways to figure out what's going on in your market and to get familiarized with it. And then, if you talk to a lot of investors and no one's really buying in Gainesville, or you can only find a couple, but you can find 4,000 in, Arizona, then we're going to go to Arizona, right? So
here's my opinion. And whenever somebody asks me about the market question, I always tell them this story. Would you rather start you guys in America, you guys have Walmart, right? Would you guys rather start a Walmart in a major market in New York, like let's say you want to start a Walmart, would you rather start it in New York City where there's a lot of competition? Or would you rather start it in Quincy, Illinois, where there's like next to nobody living there? It's better, in my opinion, it's better to be in a market with a lot of competition than to be in a really small market with no inventory, no opportunities, or very limited opportunities. Because all you have to do is just become better, right? Like if you go into a very condensed market, you just have to become quality, right? You have to become a quality wholesaler. But there are plenty of opportunities in there. You just have to be a good quality wholesaler. If you're in a market with no opportunities, no matter how good of a wholesaler you are, if there's no opportunities, there's no opportunities.
Yeah. Isn't there a way? Didn't you say there was a way to look at Zillow for the?
Yeah, if you click on the sheet, if you go to the real estate fundamental sheet, you'll see there's a link that I dropped, the Zillow.com/research data. And guys, if you're looking for these links, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. And we're going to give you all of these links, all of these resources.
So how do we do this earlier?
I think you click on those drop downs and I think you can like change data and download.
Okay. So okay, up here. That's we wanted visuals or market reports, buyers and sellers. Can't remember where I was last time. And then maybe it was data. Data type, rentals, sales. So let's just do sales count. We'll just do sales count. And then, oh gosh, we have to do the whole Metro US.
Let's see what comes up. I'm sure with like the proper Google searching, we could figure out how to niche it down. Why don't we go like this? Why don't we just do a Google search for like
why is it broken up like this?
Yeah.
It's each individual month Metro sales, but I mean this is another like you could technically take this and copy and paste it into like Excel and really see like here, look, this is going to be here while I do this, you do what you were going to show.
Okay. So I just thought of an idea as well.
I lost my screen.
What if we were to use ChatGPT with that spreadsheet and just say, hey, ChatGPT, take a look at this spreadsheet and give me more information? Maybe that's a little bit too complex. Yeah, we have this link for you here and you can pull all of the data, but let's find you guys a simpler way to do it. What if we were to just go Tampa housing market data? Right? Tampa, Florida housing market. Here we go.
It's probably a lot more simple.
Yeah. So just do a Google search for your specific market. So for example, Tampa median sales price is 417. So most homes are selling around 417,000. Number of homes sold year over year. So 433 homes sold last year. With a median of about 35 days on market. You can see the trends here. Is it going up? Is it going down? January 2023, we had a bit of a boom. Then it dipped. Then it's coming back up here again. We can even look at 5 years as well. So there's all kinds of different data here, just an abundance of data. But really, I think to put it so incredibly simply, because I don't want you guys to go ahead.
I did figure out, how to see all the sales for each area too.
Please elaborate. Take over.
I got you. So pretty much what I did was we downloaded this right here. So we went to sales count, nowcast, and then we selected sales count, raw all homes. and you could select it however you wanted to. And then we downloaded it. And then I basically took this CSV that it downloaded and I copied it and discard and close. And then I copy and pasted it into like a spreadsheet like this. And so what it's going to look like once it does it.
Hey, Jacob,
I'm going to zoom in.
I don't think you have privileges to bring things up on the screen and off of the screen. Can you send me the email that you're logged into StreamYard with, and I'm going to put you as co-host?
Yeah.
Yeah, just drop it in the private chat.
So pretty much what it did is it gave me this, but it gave me like all of the dates all the way back to like 2000. So I just basically copied or highlighted all of the ones that weren't for last year and I deleted them. So now I'm only looking at, last year's. And then I put a filter on it. So I went like this, threw a filter on it. So there'll be a filter right there, threw a filter on it, and then sorted them from Z to A, which is from highest to lowest. And now you can see, what markets are the highest to lowest. Now, I don't know if this is including like just single family homes or if it's including, all types of properties, but you can start seeing a good idea of, how many are sold, like selling in, December of last year. So it looks like New York, Chicago, Miami, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Houston, Dallas, DC, Phoenix. Like all of these are great areas to go after.
Wow, that's powerful data.
Yeah. So again, like metropolitans are going to be where you want to go to. Like all of these right here are great. Like Chicago might not be the best. Chicago and New York. Chicago has some wholesaling laws that you can only do one wholesale deal or two, I think, a year unless you're licensed. New York, I think it's a little bit more complicated with closing attorneys. It's not impossible. You can definitely do it. I know a lot of people who do it in New York. So if that's your market, by all means, go for it. But I wouldn't like jump into New York virtually per se, unless you have some experience. But Miami's a great market. Philadelphia also has some wholesale laws around it, but that's a great market. Atlanta's a great market. LA's a good market. Houston's a great market. Dallas, DC, Phoenix, Detroit, Tampa. Literally every single one on this list is probably a good market that you could go after. And the numbers justify it.
Yep. Can we like link that spreadsheet into the resources? Can you share it?
Yep.
Awesome.
So yeah, again, we'll give you guys all of this information. There's really no other way that we can get it to you all besides, texting it, so we don't have to just have a giant document out there. So text the number so we can get you all this for free. But that's what we're going to be doing.
Make sure you text the keyword cheat sheet. That way it automatically sends you. Text the keyword cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. It'll send you a link to the master document for this.
All right, let me go put that in there. So yeah, that's how you could figure it out. And then again, maybe, your market is, or, maybe this is one of your markets and you see 234 and you're like, oh, maybe Wichita is not the best place to go after deals at, and then so you can decide and come up here and, pick from one of these. Again, the main thing is just really doing your market research. If there's no sales in your backyard, and what I mean by backyard is the area that you live in. If there's not a lot of activity, don't try to make activity happen. Like just go where there's deals. If your backyard has a lot of activity, but let's say it's California and you're like, oh, it's too hard. Prices are too high. I don't want to go after 700,000 or whatever. I get that as well. And you can jump into one of these other markets. I would still say try it in your backyard. The only reason I say that is because your backyard. You can go meet people face to face. You can go to events. You can go to meetups. And I think it's just so much easier because you also aren't trying to learn somewhere new, right? The neighborhoods, the counties, the locations. you can talk like you understand what's happening. Whereas if you jump into a brand new market, you have to learn that market. You have to learn the good neighborhoods, the lingo, all of that good stuff. It's not hard to do, but point being is if you have deals in your area, I would say give your area a shot before you jump virtually.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of people that wonder, like, how do you wholesale virtually? Just to touch on this topic really quickly while we're on the picking your market. Guys, don't feel like your market has to be your backyard. If your backyard is not desirable, you can wholesale virtually. Myself, I live in Canada and I make money off of the American economy, right? I do business in any major markets in Florida. You can send deals to any to me in any major markets in Florida. I'll help you with them. I'll sell them for you. Now, how do I do that? Because I run a completely virtual operation. There's a lot of different things that are part of it. One big one is having boots on the ground. Get connected with other wholesalers in your market to be your boots on the ground. JV on deals with them. If they need to walk a property for you, just do a joint venture with them. I leverage my buyers. My buyers will go walk properties for me. I can send a buyer to go walk a property and they'll give me feedback. Leverage real estate agents to walk properties for you. There's so many different ways. I want to elaborate on this a little bit further down on the live stream, but I want you guys just to know right now that wholesaling virtually is totally doable. As a matter of fact, it's probably the best way to set up your business because it's scalable, right? If your business relies on you being in that area, it's going to be more difficult to scale. It is a benefit to being in that area, but it's going to be more difficult to scale. In my opinion, having a virtual ran business is a very scalable thing.
I agree. So that's how you'd pick your market. And so, the next main fundamental that we need to get under our belt, well, there's two things. We need to, work on finding a title company, but we also need to start practicing comping, getting familiar with comping. Because at the end of the day, yes, we're going to reach out to people to help us comp, and we're going to, work with others during this whole entire process. But if we don't understand how to comp a property, we're not going to be able to do as many deals as we should be doing.
You're taking shots in the dark if you don't know what's a deal and what's not a deal.
Yeah. So first, what should we cover? Should we cover comping first, or should we dive into finding a title company?
I think we should do the title company first, and then we should go on to comping afterwards, because comping is something that we need to be really intentional on showing them, because it's more challenging. This is honestly, in my opinion, I think comping is probably going to be like the hardest part of it all. Not that you shouldn't do it, but it's just the most challenging part of it. But once you get it down packed, I think everything else is a breeze. So I would say let's start with title company, and then let's dedicate a nice good chunk to showing people how to comp some deals live for them, and also give them some resources as to how they can tie into other wholesalers, so that if they're having troubles with their comps, they can have somebody check their numbers.
For sure. And then if you all ever want to go look at like free comping tools, or not free comping tools, but like free comp training, Jamil has so many comping videos on his YouTube channel. I think one of his most popular YouTube videos is how to comp on Zillow. I'm looking right now. He's got like how to comp real estate part 1. It's a 2-hour long video. Comp like a pro. Watch me comp real estate. It's a 16-minute long video. New updated comping rules for 23, 24. So, there's so many videos that Jamil, so if you're not familiar with Jamil, which I assume most of you are, if not all of you, Jamil Damji, J Damji on YouTube, he's put together a lot of videos. So go on YouTube, type his name, and then just type in comping, and you'll be able to find a lot of his free training videos where he goes over exactly how he's taught his employees and whatnot how to comp properties. And, he's done well over 5,000 deals. So it's definitely a, valuable person to listen to on how to comp.
And I'll plug that on the sheet. So you guys can just text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. You'll get all of these different links and resources on that cheat sheet.
All right, cool. So I think it's going to be for you. I think you should teach everyone how to connect with a title company because, in all honesty, I got connected. I learned how to wholesale through real estate through my buddy who works for a title company. So
Wow.
when it comes to finding a title company, I just worked with him. And then the person that I switched to was, funny enough, my friend from college, her sister opened a title company. So shout out to my buddy. It's Mike Madigan, and they have a title company, Allied Title. Now, I don't
Mhm.
think they do too much wholesale deals in the DMV area, but if you do need a title company in Florida, I believe they're in Tampa right now. I think they do Jacksonville as well. Allied Title and Escrow is super phenomenal. But that's who I connected with in the beginning. And then Equity Title is who my friend, basically her older sister, started a title company. And so it's been real easy for me to find title companies, and I just kind of network with people to find other ones. But, I'm interested to hear, because especially with you being virtual and then tapping into, Cleveland and now Tampa, how did you go about finding a title company?
Yeah. So to be frank with you guys, before we start, let me give you a little intro. So to be frank with you guys, I kind of just stumbled my way into these title companies. So I'm gonna show you guys how I would do it going forward. And like if I ever do have to pick a new title company, which I try to stay loyal to my title company as much as possible because you stay loyal to them, they'll stay loyal to you, they'll give you discounts and whatnot, they'll give you free resources. But if I had to pick a new title company, this is what I would do. So let me share my screen here. The first thing I would do is a simple Google search. So obviously you've picked your market by then. So like let's say Tampa, right? So we're gonna go Tampa investor friendly title companies, right? Bigger Pockets is a great one. I see Bigger Pockets here. Find investor friendly lenders. That's an ad. Tampa investor friendly title company, right? If you guys don't know about Bigger Pockets, you should know about Bigger Pockets. Bigger Pockets is like, I think they're probably the biggest like real estate community. Um, and you want to hear it from other professionals. Like you want to get referrals. You want people that are saying, "Hey, I use this title company. This title company is great." So here we have this guy here. He's made 283 posts. He's got 63 votes on this one. He said, I'm looking for additional options of title companies to work with that are investor friendly, that have experience working with wholesalers, double closing, etc. And he is a Tampa area investor. He's looking for a Tampa area investor friendly title company. So let's take a look at what the replies are. So this guy said, Hi, John. I've been working with Eric Grunman at Pure Title on Kennedy. Yep. So there's a reply. Wes Eves and Greg Vonderwell. Thanks for the question. Oh, he was wondering the same thing. Hello, my wholesale business is expanding to Tampa, Florida. I'm also looking, so she's looking for one as well. Peggy, my friend, owns a title company in Tampa, but he is also a big time investor, so he's very familiar with the intricacies of investing / wholesaling. I will send you a PM. So on this post here, yeah, there's a couple of recommendations, but I don't think there's enough to really justify a decision yet. So there's people shouting out their title companies. I think what I would like to do is I would like to go to Facebook, right? And I'd like to go to groups, and we're going to search for Tampa. Tampa REI, right? Tampa Real Estate Investment Groups. Let's go in here. Let's make a post. What is the best title company for investors in Tampa? Super simple. I'm going to copy and paste it because I'm going to post it in a couple of groups, right? So we just did that one, Tampa Real Estate.
And then so basically once he, give it a couple hours, and I guarantee you there will be like 50 comments either from title companies or from investors or wholesalers who are tagging their title companies. So this is a
Absolutely.
great way to figure out who's a good title company as well. Now, I've put together 3 questions right here that I think everyone should ask reaching out to a new title company, especially if we're going to probably go over reaching out to MLS deals down the road, but
What are
we
the three
want to
questions
ask
you
them
want us to share?
especially. Yeah, so we want no, no, not right there, but we want to ask them, especially if we're working with an MLS a listing and they're persistent on us using their title company, we also need to be able to reach out to that title company and ask these questions. So pretty much the 3 that I've put together, and let me know if there's any more that you can think of, and I put them on the sheet, are the first one is, are you familiar, if you're wholesaling, of course, are you familiar with assignments and how to structure them? That's the main thing, because if they're not comfortable with assignments, then they're not going to really be able to help you when you're assigning the property. They're not going to be familiar with how to structure it on the settlement statement. The next thing I would ask them is, if we need to double close on a property, are you familiar with double closing? So are you comfortable with it? Is that something you all have done in the past? Are you able to do that? And then the third thing is, if you do double close, or if we do decide to double close on a property, are you comfortable with us using transactional funding? So that's really the main thing. Those are the 3 main questions that you want to ask, in my opinion. And the most important one is really going to be the assignment fee one. Are you familiar with assignments and how to structure them? But at the end of the day, we will need to double close sometimes. So, it's always good to ask that as a follow-up as well.
I like those questions. I think those questions are fantastic. And I think those questions provoke a description as to why it's so important to like these questions. You're pre-vetting the title company. So let's say the agent is like, you have to use this title company. It's a hard non-negotiable. Why is it important that you control title? Like, why is it important that you put your title company as much as possible rather than just going with a random title company that's assigned to you?
Yeah. So if the title company's not familiar with an assignment fee, they might structure the settlement statement to where there is no assignment fee on there, and that the deal is just going directly to the end buyer for the price you assigned it to them at. And then there's only basically, and then the seller is told that, hey, it's actually this price. And now the seller thinks they're getting more. And then the buyer's paying this, and now you're cut out of it. So if
Mhm.
you're not working with a title company that's familiar with how to structure it, you might be at risk of either them killing the deal by telling the seller what's going on, which isn't a huge deal because you can oftentimes, talk and explain things, but they might over explain it or say, hey, this isn't, this is how it's working. And they might kill the deal because they're unfamiliar with the process, or they might accidentally cut you out of the transaction because they don't know how to structure it correctly.
Yep. Dude, I ended up having an issue like that happen where I was assigned a title company, and this was a pretty big deal. So I signed a purchase and sale agreement for $400,000. The agent insisted that we use her title company. She made me feel like it was a non-negotiable. So we
Mhm.
used her title company. And what had happened is the seller signed multiple purchase and sale agreements, which is not okay. That's illegal. But the title company, as soon as they found out that the seller signed multiple purchase and sale agreements, rather than proceeding with the transaction, the title company just got cold feet. They pretty much said, "I'm scared. I don't know what to do." And they're like, "We're not going to do anything here." And the seller wouldn't agree to change title. So now the title company completely killed that deal. We could have potentially gotten that thing worked out, but the title company completely killed that deal. And we sold it for 460,000. There was 2 people in it, so we would have split 30-30. But we lost that deal because title is like, we're not guaranteeing this. We're not underwriting this. We're not even going to proceed further with this. You're going to have to switch it to a new title company. And the seller wasn't willing to sign an addendum to switch it to a new title company. So that deal died just like that. Obviously, there was some shady stuff going on with the seller, but had I have been working with an investor-friendly title company, they could have potentially resolved that, right? They could have potentially helped me go through all the legal loopholes and, pushed it through. So it's so important to control title.
Yeah.
If the agent is forcing you to use a specific title company, I would be very careful with that, and I would pre-vet the title company. Jacob came up with some great questions to ask them. Pre-vet the title company, make sure they know what they're doing. Title companies are supposed to be neutral third parties, but the realistic thing here is title companies are going to be more in favor of whoever brings them the most business. That's the hard truth about it, right? So if a realtor refers everybody to one specific title
No,
company,
I would say they're pretty neutral. And the reason that I would say they're pretty neutral, because if there's like a dispute in EMD, a lot of times the title company won't just be like, oh, I'm going to release it to this person. They're going to be like, I'm remaining a third party in this one. You guys can settle this in litigation. So the title companies will vouch for you. They'll basically help you build credibility. You can have agents call them and they will say, yes, this is a great person to work with. But at the end of the day, if they feel like it's getting into a legal battle, they'll 99% of the time fall neutral, because they don't want to get into any litigation themselves. And they would rather the buyer and sellers go into litigation. And then they just kind of, release it to whoever the judge says wins, or whatever the case is. So
I think I might be lucky because like my title company, maybe it's just a bias, but I feel like my title company swings in my favor more often than not because they want to keep my business. But that could
they'll
just be
definitely look out you, but if they'll look out for you for sure. But you don't want to. So I'll give you an example. I've done a lot of business with my title company. And there was a time where, for EMD at least, where I was supposed to get my EMD back. It was in black and white, and they wouldn't release it because they were like, you guys are disputing who gets the EMD. Yes, we can see that it is in black and white here, but there's a gray area kind of. So not every title company will lean in your favor. Again, they will boost you and give you credibility. And if they're comfortable with it, then they will lean in your favor if the contracts allow it to. But I wouldn't necessarily like hope that your title company doesn't. Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
Bro, you know what's really funny? Dude, that EMD thing actually just happened to me like a week and a half ago. We claimed the buyer's EMD. It was black and white that we claimed the buyer's EMD. And he called title. He's like, I'm gonna sue. He pretty much was calling anybody that mentioned the address to him. He's like, I'm gonna sue you, I'm gonna sue you, I'm gonna sue you, right? So we called title and we're like, hey, where's our EMD? It's like, it's pretty black and white. We sent them the contract, highlighted the section showing that it was black and white. And I spoke with the owner of the title company, and he's like, dude, like, we don't want to be mentioned on a lawsuit. Like, this person is like claiming that he's going to sue us. Like, yeah, it's black and white. And like, I totally agree with you. Like I agree. Like, it's clear as day. But this guy is suing us. He's going to cause us a big headache. Can we just pay you out just to like leave this alone because we don't want to be mentioned on a lawsuit? And I literally had, and this was like some random title company, right? Like, I just had to do business with this random title company because I micro flipped this deal, and they literally offered to pay me out just so that I wouldn't be mentioned just so that they wouldn't be mentioned on a lawsuit. And they were hoping that they could get my business. Cause I said to them, I'm like, look, like, I can bring you a lot of business, and I've been considering switching to you, but I need a title company that even if a buyer gets salty when we claim their EMD, they're going to follow the contract. And they agreed. They said that they'd pay me out, but they weren't going to pay me out as much as the EMD is. So I'm still holding tight for now.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, look, a title company they're supposed to be neutral parties, and they can, be that neutral party and make things go into litigation. Like, that's really what they're supposed to do. So at the end of the day, you want to connect with the title company who's investor friendly. And the other thing too, and I think you rarely hear people touch on this. The other thing is, when you start to work with the title company enough, what they'll do is you can start to ask them, okay, so look, I'll give you an example. Let's say you bring a title company one deal, and then that one deal turns into 5, 6, 7 deals a month, right? Now you're bringing them 7 deals a month. You can go to them at this point and you can say, hey, I'm bringing you 7 deals a month. Is there any way you can give my buyers a discount on, title insurance or whatever they're charging them? And then they can be like, oh yeah, because at the end of the day, they're doing 7 closings with you. So they might be like, yeah, we can give them, 80% of what we normally charge people. And so now you're helping your investors out because your title company is helping them get a better rate. And then by doing that, your buyers also want to close deals with you and your title company because they're getting better rates and they're being looked out after as well. So, and a lot of title companies will match other title companies' rates, but they're not always the same. So if you work with a title company who isn't investor friendly, their rates may be higher than someone who does a lot of deals with investors. And so again, it's always just good to connect with the title companies prior to going out there and getting deals. And if you ever have a situation, whether it's from a wholesaler, an agent, or whatever, where a title company is already in place and you're looking to wholesale it, call that title company and make sure they're comfortable with that whole process. And if they're not, 2 things you can do. You can either ask, hey, do you mind if we switch title companies and use my title company? Or you can use 2 different title companies. It's a little bit, it's not really confusing. It can get a little bit complicated sometimes, but you could use 2 title companies where, you use the one title company and then you use your title company that's wholesale friendly. And then from there, those title companies work together. One's working with the seller, one's working with the buyer. And then naturally, those 2 parties will connect. And if that, again, there's still a possibility that that seller's title company might kill the deal on accident. But the beauty of it is your title company is involved. So it's not like they're going to cut you out of the transaction on accident, because your title company is also going to be looking over the settlement statements and make sure that you're looked after as well. Yep. And on that note, when you're doing a deal, always check the settlement statement. Before closing, always, always, always ask for a copy of the settlement statement. Make sure everything looks good. Make sure everything is correct. Make sure your fee is on there, all of that. Make sure you get a copy to the buyer. Title should do that already, but just make sure that everyone gets a copy of it who's involved in the transaction if title hasn't done that, and just make sure it looks good, because at the end of the day, it is also your responsibility to make sure that a HUD looks good. And if your fee isn't on there and it closes, you could sue to get your fee, but that's such a headache when, to avoid that, all you had to do was say, hey, can you send me a copy of the HUD or the Alta? They'll send it over to you, you review it, and then if it looks solid, you say, great. If it doesn't, you say, hey, there's an error here. We need to fix this.
I'm going to find a HUD. That one was a draft one. So let me find a HUD just so that people can know what they look like.
Cool.
Let's see here.
Awesome. And then should we dive into comping here in a little bit?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, here we go. So here's a HUD, a settlement statement. There's different names that people call it. So I like to call it a HUD, but it's called a settlement statement as well. So you'll have the information of the property, people that purchased it. You're going to have like the final sales price. Pretty much it's just like an accounting document, right? So it's like, what are all the line items that are being paid and who's paying them, right? Who's getting money, who's giving money.
Exactly.
But the most important, and I think we can make this super simple. The simplest and most important thing that you want to look at is you want to find your fee, right? So for example, assignment fee to Rising Star Investments LLC, $8,995. That's my fee, right? I want to make sure that my fee is on that HUD and I'm good. yeah, it's good practice to look over everything else, but the most important thing to me is make sure that my fee is on that HUD. And before it closes, make sure that your fee is on that HUD.
Yeah, and what I would even say to that too is if you want to be like a rock star wholesaler,
Mhm.
um, make sure like so I already see right here I see a JV. So once I got this HUD, I would automatically send this over to my JV partner and I would say everything looks good on my end. Does it look good on your end as well? Again, we can see 89.95 for both of them. We see the assignment fee and then we see the JV fee. So point being is if there's ever someone that you looped into the transaction, if you don't see their fee, so like what I'm getting at is basically if Nathan were to scroll down and he sees assignment fee to Rising Star Investments and he didn't see JV assignment fee, but he sees his assignment fee, don't be like, oh, my assignment fee's on there, I'm good. And assume that the person that you looped in or who's helping you close the deal is going to do the same thing. Which what
Mhm.
I would do right out of the gate is email title immediately and say, hey, you forgot to include so and so's assignment fee. And then I would let that person know, hey, your assignment fee wasn't on the HUD. Here's the HUD. Make sure to reach out to title as well, but I've let them know to fix it also. So, point being is look out for the people who are involved on the deal. Again, you might not understand everything of what's going on with the HUD because you're not a buyer, maybe, and you haven't purchased a property yourself. It's good to get familiar with it, but it's always good to check your assignment fee and just make sure everyone else's fee is on there if there's anyone else in there.
I like this. I like this. And one thing that I'm grateful for is like I am newer, right? Jacob is way more experienced than me. So I'm of the opinion like, check, make sure my assignment fees on there were good, right? But Jacob brings up a up a really good point, right? If you want to be a badass wholesaler, you want to be a really good wholesaler, just go the extra mile, right? Check, make sure your JV partner's on there. Make sure that, things are good for the buyer. Like just look over the entire thing. Me being on the newer side, yeah, I've been doing it for about a year. But me being on the newer side, I don't think of these things yet. So Jacob, thank you for elaborating on that there. I totally agree with you to go
Yeah, for
above and
sure.
beyond and make sure everybody's fees are on there.
Yeah, because I'm assuming that's John, and I know they're like traveling the world. So, like,
Yep.
imagine if they didn't get the chance to look at the HUD and it wasn't on there and it closed and you got your fee, and then they were like, yo, bro, like, did you not see that it was missing? And you're like, oh,
Mhm.
well, I saw mine on there. They'd be like,
Yep.
damn, man, you couldn't have, just made sure that mine was on there as well.
Bro, I would
So it's
feel
always
so
good just to,
guilty.
yeah. And you would be like, inevitably, you'd be like, bro, I got to split mine with you. You'd be
Yeah,
like, I
that's the right
I
thing to
have
do.
to because that's my fault. I should have checked. So,
Yeah.
I mean, they should have checked as well. It's again, I'm not this is no pointing at them. In hypothetical instance, everyone should check the HUD, but not everyone is in a place to where, for example, a HUD might go out a couple hours before closing.
Yeah. Oh,
And so if,
all the time, dude.
that's what I'm saying. So if he's not able to get that and you are, just make sure everyone's taken care of.
Mhm. I agree. I agree. Anything else to the title company?
No, I think we kind of hammered in the title company point.
Pretty damn solid. Guys, I want to make sure that you're still here with me. I want to make sure that none of you guys have fallen asleep. Um, give me a one in the chat if you're still with me. We're about to go into one of the most important things in the wholesaling business. Really, in any real estate investing business, this is probably the most important thing. If you don't know how to do this or you're doing this incorrectly, you're wasting time, in my opinion. I see a lot of people that don't know how to comp correctly. And we're going to go into comping and we're going to really niche down. And this is going to be something that you guys want to be as great at it as possible, because the better you are at comping, the more efficient you can be in your business. If you don't know how to comp, you're literally taking shots in the dark. If somebody sends you a deal and you don't know how to identify if it is a deal or if it's not a deal, you're if let's say it's not a deal and you think that it's a deal because you don't know how to comp properly, now you're pushing a turd and people are going to start to ignore you. If you push crappy deals, people are going to start to ignore you. You're wasting your time, because if it's a crappy deal, it's not going to get sold, and you're just completely taking shots in the dark. If you're making offers on properties and you don't know how to comp properly, you're taking shots in the dark. You don't know if you're offering too low, too high. You don't know where you're at. So comping is like that in between, right? It's like the bottleneck in the business, and it needs to be perfect, because if you don't comp perfectly, good luck. Good luck making money. You're literally just taking shots. You're literally just gambling. So give me a 1 in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat to show me that you're here, that you're paying attention, because this is, Jacob, do you think that this is the most vital aspect of the business, or do you think there's a different part?
I think negotiation is just as important, but I think you need to know. I think you need to know how to comp for sure. And also, if you guys are getting some value, let us know. If you want us to go over anything specific, since we're about to go into comps, if you have a difficult property, let us know. And then I'm thinking next time too, if we do a long call like this, we should probably have some PowerPoints, and maybe we make some PowerPoints to include in the document that we'll send you all. But here's how I explain comping. When it comes to comping, I see a lot of people overanalyze it, and they will send me comps that just don't make sense. They're far reached. So they really want to make a comp work that doesn't work because they want the deal to work. So we have to be realistic with our comps. And this is how I explain it. Super simple. Compare your apples to apples and your oranges to oranges. Don't take a 1,200 square foot property and comp it with a 2,000 square foot property because it's in the same neighborhood. That's not how comping works. We want to look for as similar as a property as we can. So if the property is 1,200 square foot, again, I believe Jamil, and we'll look for, are Jamil's appraisal rules free?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put Jamil's appraisal rules in there as well. Here, we'll pull those up real quick also. When you find those, can you pull them up so we can share it on our screen too?
I will, yeah. Just 1 second.
So the main thing though is we want to compare again as similar as we can. So if it's a 1,200 square foot home, you want to try to stay as close as 1,200 square foot as you can. Try not to go, 250 above or below. But, try to be as close as you can to 1,200. If it's a 1950, try to be within 10 years plus and minus. So stay within 1960 and 1940. Again, what we're trying to do here is stay within the same, the same type of build. So for example, in 1950s, they probably used a lot of the same material. 1960s, they probably used a lot of the same material, and so on. So we're trying to find homes that are as similar to the home that we're looking at. So again, if we have a 1950 1,200 square foot, we're not going to comp it with a 1,700 2022 year build. It just doesn't make sense. But if we have a 1,200 1950 and we have a 1,300 1955 and it looks the exact same, then I would say, that's a good comp. So let me see. And I don't think I can share my screen now. No, I can't. Since he just left, I can't share my screen right now. But again, that's pretty much what we want to do with comps, is just try to compare the, apples to apples and oranges to oranges. Now, it's going to be different in each market. How I explain it to certain people, or how I explain it to people, is certain markets are going to be, you're going to comp them differently, for example. So in the DMV area, so DC, Maryland, Virginia, there's a lot of businesses and there's a lot of traffic. So a lot of times people are paying for proximity to where they're trying to go. Whereas somewhere like Florida has more neighborhoods. So Florida, for example, people might be looking for more amenities. So pools, garages, that kind of stuff, right? So in the DMV area, I'm not necessarily looking at the amenities as hard as I am in Florida. So let's say, for example, we have this property right here. There's a couple ways that we can comp this property. We can either comp it on Zillow or we can use a free tool like PropWire. So let's just stay on Zillow, for example, and we can look at a couple things right here. So we can see that this is a 3-2, 1,500 square foot. And then if we scroll down, we have 1957, 8,200 square foot lot. And then it does have central air. Let's see if we have.
I found the comping rules.
Okay, perfect. And then we have construction block right here. So in Florida, we're looking for block or wood frame. So we have block right here. So what we want to do is try to comp it with properties that are close to this, pretty much similar to this. So what I like to do is I like to duplicate this page so that this one's always open. And then I'll come over here and I'll exit out of this. We'll jump into sold. And then what we can do is, let's say we're only looking for houses. And then we can come to more, and then we can filter it out by square foot. So this is, 1592. So let's say in this case, we didn't want to go over 1750. We could hit apply. And then, if you wanted to narrow it down by the lot size, you could do the lot size as well. So if you wanted to do, let's say 10,000 square foot, and then we also wanted to stay within, 10 years plus or minus. So we could do we'll do 1970. It's only 13. So we can do 1970 and then we can hit apply. Now from here, we just zoom in and we can kind of see all of, the areas right here. And in a second, I'll have Nathan pull up, the appraisal rules so he can show you. But really the idea is we want to try to stay, hold on. And the other thing we want to do is we do sold and last. Now, depending on the market, you're either going to pick 90 days, 6 months, or 12 months. Right now, a lot of people are still doing 90 days or 6 months. So let's say we wanted to do 90 days, we would hit apply. A good rule of thumb is try to stay within all of the major boundaries or the major roads, because what can happen is a neighborhood could be different from another neighborhood, etc. So for example, over here, we would want to try to stay within this neighborhood if our house was over here. If it was down here, we would try to stay within this neighborhood. Again, if you need to jump over some intersections because there's truly no comps, you can, but we always want to try to be as close as possible.
And we want on this jump over roads. I was recommended a really good resource by Mahmood. It's called bestneighborhoods.org. Bestneighborhood.org. Do you mind open up a tab? Bestneighborhood.org. If you ever have to jump over a road, this website gives you the data as to like if the neighborhoods are different, right? So whether it's a good neighborhood, a crappy neighborhood, it'll tell you like crime rate, income levels, everything. So it's color coded based on the neighborhood. So if you're forced to jump over a road, I highly recommend checking out this website first to see if like jumping over that road makes a major difference in the quality of living.
Did it zoom in the same? Oh, I guess it's not going to work that way. Can you put the address in?
No, unfortunately not. You gotta search it by zip code and then like identify.
And then try to find out where it is.
Yeah.
Oh man. There's so many lakes.
I like to look at like the major intersections nearby.
I'm overwhelmed by the number of lakes. What is this?
Find the big corner, and then you're in the right spot.
All right, so there's.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, it's like right here, right?
Yeah, just find identifying streets.
This has to be it. Yeah, Lake Underhill, Lake Isles, Lake Underhill, Lake Isles.
There you go.
So yeah, so it looks like these are all kind of like the same areas. Again, I would try to stay within this section right here because this is going to be similar. Like you can see, for example, if you could just imagine yourself pulling into this neighborhood, like you're driving and you pull into this neighborhood and these are all connected. Like these aren't connected right here, but you can see this is green and this is a different color green. These are different neighborhoods. So they don't connect. So you got to go back out on the road and come back in here. So you can kind of get a feel for, what's going on. Point being though, is we don't want to take a comp that's like, let's say our subject property is right here. We don't want to take a comp all the way over here and be like, oh, well, this one sold for 300,000. It's like, well, you also jumped 6 main roads to get over there. And we're in a neighborhood that's nowhere close to the property that we're looking at. So we want to try to stay within this neighborhood. So again, we're looking for, 1,600, give or take 3.2. So then we can just kind of click around. So we have, 3.2, 1,600. So if we click into it, we don't see any pictures right here. So we have 438. Now we can go into other places and see if there's any pictures of this property to see if it was updated. So we have 29 pictures right here. We can kind of go through them and see. So this isn't a full-blown update. It is a, nice property, but it's not like this is outdated, right? So, maybe 430 is a little bit more on the conservative side. So then we can just kind of, click around. So we have a 478 over here, right? This is a 3.2, 1,200. So if we click into it, again, we can go look at the pictures on Redfin. I'm assuming this is probably, more updated just based on the outside pictures. But let's see if we have anything pop up. So if we go to, Realtor, we have some pictures right here. And we can see that this one is more updated than the other one. It's definitely a nice property. The kitchen's done, all that good stuff. And this one went for, 478. And then if we click over here, we have a 4.2, 1,300. Again, it has one more bed than ours does. So if we click into it, again, we could see if this one, and it does have a garage. I don't know if ours has a garage. It looks like it might. I don't know, but this doesn't look like the same property though. Like where was that? Okay, so it looks like it does have a garage. Looks like a 2-car garage. I don't know if it's attached or a detached. Is this the house? So do you go back around here? Maybe. So if that's the house and it has a garage, that's a good selling point as well. This one does have a garage also. So if we come over here again, we can kind of see if there's any pictures going on because Zillow's not showing us the pictures. So we have some pictures right here. Apparently Zillow's not allowed to have Orlando pictures for some reason, but we can see that this one's updated as well. And it sold for 510. So based on that, we can get a good idea of what's selling. So what we might want to do is take, 480 and 510, maybe come out with 490 as an ARV just to be conservative. So we take 490 and then that's pretty much how we're going to comp the ARV. And then that, I'll let Nathan pull up the examples right there, but that's ultimately how I would, go about comping a property. And, again, it's like if we had to jump over this for some reason and we had to come over here, you can click into it Again, we have 3-2, 1400. Was this one fully updated? And kind of go through the same process. Now, when we search this one, we might see here, okay, let's see if this one is updated. So again, this one is in nice condition. It's not a full-blown update. So it looks like we're kind of following in the same pattern, right? So we have a 443 that's not fully updated, but nice. We have a 438 that's fully updated, or that's not fully updated, but nice. If we looked at this one, it's probably going to be the same thing. It might be updated because it's 1200, who knows? But again, we would look into it. But as of right now, it looks like 478 and 510 are where they're selling fully updated. So that will give us a good idea of where our property is going to sell for. And then on top of that, you always can ask people in your market, agents, wholesalers, buyers, how do you go about comping properties? And you can learn from them that way as well.
Solid, bro. I think that was a really good description. Guys, comping is probably going to be something that you're not going to learn overnight. Not probably. You're not going to learn comping overnight. You're going to be continually getting better at it. So try to be as intentional as possible when you're comping, but also know that you're going to make mistakes. You're going to learn from your mistakes, and you're going to be better the next time you comp. So just keep taking shots at it. One thing that has helped me a ton is Jamil Damji's appraisal rules. So I want to show you guys the appraisal rules that he has shared with us. These appraisal rules, they're like your guidelines, right? So of course, each market is going to be slightly different, right? Like California is a lot different than Cleveland, Ohio, or Los Angeles, California, right? A lot different than Cleveland, Ohio. Florida is different from New York. So in order to give you like a general rule of thumb, this would be like the document that you'd reference, like Jamil Damji's Astro Flipping appraisal rules. That would be like the general document to reference. But do also speak with people in your market for some very market specific stuff. So some of the things that, he mentions is using comps no older than 90 days, older comps, adjusting the ARV down 10 to 20%. To accommodate for market corrections, being in the same subdivision. Jacob just went over that in very great detail. You want to be in the same subdivision because a lot can change neighborhood by neighborhood. Like you guys saw on Best Neighborhoods, you cross some roads and it's totally different. I could show you a neighborhood in Tampa right now that would be totally different if you cross a road. So let me pull up bestneighborhood.org, 33614. Right? And let me show you how crossing a road could make a dramatic difference. Okay. Right? Like you see here, you see this this area right here. On the other side of that river is it's a nice area. It's a decent area. You cross this river and you're in a very rundown neighborhood, right? There's like certain hotspots here. So crossing major roads is something that you want to be careful with, like right here, for example, green, nice area, and then, slightly dangerous area. So that's a major one, like so major. Make sure you're in the same subdivision as much as possible, apples to apples, plus or minus 250 square feet. That's a pretty good rule of thumb. And these are generic rules of thumb. Like I said, talk to people in your market, talk to wholesalers in your market, talk to buyers in your market, and see what they're doing, because New York is a lot different than Cleveland, Ohio, right? Things are different. Same property type. Don't comp a 2-story with a 1-story. Don't cross major roads. Make sure your comp is within 10 years built. Sometimes you're forced to be a little bit outside of 10 years built. So be very careful when you're forced to do things like that. And the way I look at it, Jacob, what's your opinion on this? If you're forced to make a bunch of adjustments on your comp, my opinion is no comps, no deal. Like if we have to really stretch the truth to be able to justify a deal, I'm very quick to just say no comps, no deal. Like people send me stuff for free underwriting all the time. And the stuff that they send me is the hard stuff that they can't comp. And a lot of the time I comp it and I reply with no comps, no deal, because I'm not going to try to stretch the truth to sell a deal. What's your thoughts?
Um, so I think, sorry, I just put a Halls in my mouth, like a cough drop, because my throat was just getting roasted from talking. But I think realistically,
could I
wait,
be
what was
missing out on opportunities by, okay, so pretty much what my
yeah,
question
yeah,
is,
yeah. So I
let's
think
say,
like if there's
yeah.
a lot of sales in the neighborhood, so if there's a lot of sales going on, I think it's still an opportunity. You just have to be realistic. So if it's like 2,000 square foot are your comps and yours is 1,000 square foot,
Mhm.
don't go off of price per square foot, because that 2,000 square foot home is probably going to have a higher price per square foot, or maybe a lower price per square foot. It's going to have a different price per square foot than one that's 1,000. So if you truly have like a lot of sales in the neighborhood, but there's not a lot that are similar to yours, you can just, one, I would start to go out farther, start to go over roads a little bit and try to find something that's a little bit more like yours. But you can also just take it off. So for example, if I have a property that's like 1,000 square foot, and then and everything else is like 1,500 or 2,000 square foot, and they're selling at 500,000, realistically, that house that I'm comping them with is not going to go for like 475. It's probably going to sell at like 375, 400. So you just have to be, and that just comes with, looking at your comps and kind of what's going on. But point being is, be realistic. If there's truly no similar comps, but there's a lot of sales, don't just take like 20 grand off. Like, be realistic. Like, think about it. And if you were to buy a house, right? If everything in your neighborhood is going for 450,000, that's 2,000 square foot, and you're buying the smallest house on the block, that's 1,000 square foot. Are you going to pay 450,000? Probably not. Right? You're probably going to pay like 350, because it's half the size of every other house.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. Yeah, I like to look at it from the buyer's perspective, right? If let's say you're purchasing a $500,000 property, the asking price is $500,000, and there's not a whole lot of data to justify it. If there's not a lot of data, you're probably going to want to get it at a bigger discount, because there's more of a risk for the end buyer. That's the way I look at it. Do you see that as well?
Yeah, again, you got to put yourself in the shoes of other people, like homeowner as well. The buyer, whoever's buying it, like, if
After it's
there's
fixed?
yeah, and that's why I'm saying be realistic, right? Like, if there's a lot of sales in the neighborhood, there's going to be a buyer for that house.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to be able to sell it for the same price. So
Yeah.
again, to your point, no comps, no deal. But if there's a lot of sales going on around it, you're going to have to adjust the price and just be realistic and put yourself in the shoes of the homeowner who's going to pay for that end product for the ARV.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, you also want to put yourself in the buyer's shoes and basically ask yourself, like, when I go and relist this, is this going to be a problem selling? If it is, most buyers aren't going to go after it. There's going to be maybe a select few, but again, we don't just want to look at it from the eyes of a wholesaler. We really want to, because the whole point of being a wholesaler is to source your buyers good deals and to help homeowners get their house closed that they couldn't otherwise get closed. So put yourself in everyone's shoes, and you should be good.
I agree. So guys, I want to really encourage you guys to be getting this cheat sheet, because we're linking all of this stuff, right? So text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We're going to give you a master document here, and it's going to have all of the different modules, right? So right now we're on real estate fundamentals, and here are all the things that we're talking about, all the links and whatnot. We put the appraisal rules in here so you can reference the appraisal rules. I also put my RSI deal calculator. So this calculator is for Florida deals. you can just input the information, just make a copy of it, go file, make a copy, and then you'll have your own copy. You can input the information. There's a wholesale Mayo calculator. There's hard money calculators. There's cap rate calculators. And then down here at the bottom, you can just copy and paste your math. So it's easy to share it with other people. So we're linking all of these resources for you. Make sure you text in and get the sheet. Now, Jacob, there's a really cool website that you've been telling me a lot about. And to be honest with you, bro, I haven't really explored it enough, but I hear everybody talking about it. What is this website that everybody's been using called PropWire? Like what is it? What does it do? How can people use it for comping and other things as well?
Yeah, so pretty much PropWire is like PropStream and batch leads, but for free. It's Jerry Norton's tool. You can pull lists from it. You can look at property data. You can look at sold history. You can find buyers on it, find MLS deals. So it's like a pretty much a giant database for homeowners and whatnot, but it's free. You do need to log in for some of the features, but it is free. And I noticed Joseph just pointed out too, he was like, hey, what about PropWire? So it's funny because I had it opened already and was going to jump into it. So you do have PropWire. We'll go into it. And then, so Nathan, you included your calculator, a more in-depth one. We'll make like a more simple one too. That's just like
you have a website. You have a website for one as well, right? Like one that's easily accessible.
Yeah, I wasn't going to plug it in, but I mean, I can.
Plug it, bro. Plug it, my dude. Plug it. Any free resources.
Yeah, look. So if you guys want to go to if you go to reiclose.com, you can go to reiclose.com/wholesale-calculator, or if you go to like the actual like homepage, it's right at the top, offer calculator. So if you go to there, I put together this resource so you can put in your comps right here. So let's say you wanted to do 500,000 and 550. And then this one was, 485. It's going to show you your highest comp, your lowest comp, and then the average of your 3 comps. And then from there, we could have, it shows you the after repair value that you select. You can also just type in here if you wanted to. So like if you wanted to type in, 550, it's going to clear those out and you can just type in 550. And then you can either do a flat formula. So if you scroll down, I put the formulas that you can use. So ARV times percentage minus repairs minus assignment fee. Or you could do your flat fee, which is just ARV times percent minus assignment fee. And this will kind of help you put together your numbers as well. So you could do like 80%. If you wanted to do the flat thing, you could throw in your, assignment fee right there. Shows you where to sell it, where to offer. Or if you wanted to incorporate, square footage, you could say, hey, this is 1,500 and it's going to cost $25 per square foot. So it's going to put that in right here. And again, it will show you your numbers. Again, you can also type in here as well. So, if you wanted to do this, you could do it that way. And it will adjust your numbers accordingly. So this is a pretty cool way, simplified way of, running your numbers like that. But going back to PropStream, so PropStream is a cool way to comp as well. So let's say we're looking at the same property that we were looking at for Zillow, and we came to the conclusion 495, right? Or 490.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention.
No, you're good. You're good. I think we came up with 490. All right. So let's go over to comps. So you do need your comps to be able to, you do need to have a login to be able to go to comps. So pretty much from here, if you scroll down, you can start to see all the comps that are, in your area. So if you hit more, you can see all of the filters that you can add. Sold in last year, 0.5 miles. So if you wanted to, filter it down, we can do, hey, we don't want to go, within plus 10 minus percentage. We're looking for single family homes. Maybe we're looking for, we want to stay within a 3-2, or maybe we don't want to go. We could do plus or minus 1 bedroom. and then maybe, plus or minus 1 bath. And then you can scroll down here and you can look at your comps. Now, I don't know how accurate these are. Again, I prefer to use Zillow because I can really look at what's going on. But what you can do from right here is, again, I wouldn't be so zoomed in. It wouldn't be so zoomed in, so we could kind of see, our map right here and see what's going on. So maybe you click this one, we have a 475 right there. And then maybe you wanted to look at this one because you decided this was a good one. So then you can select the comps that you have. So one, it will put your comp base value right here. So you can just get a general idea of, what your comp base value is, but you can also download like a CMA. So let's say, for example, we wanted to download a competitive market analysis, I believe.
Gotcha.
So let's say you select these 3, we can hit download PDF and we can go to activity. Now what it's going to do from here is it's going to, create a PDF comp report. So once this is done, it will, show download just like this one does. And then we can just download it and we can look at the, comp report. So once this is done, it will pop up. Just give it a sec. All right. Well, let's just look at this one then, since we're not going to wait.
There you go. I think you got it.
Nope. No. All right. But this is basically what your CMA would look like. Again, we're just doing a different property here. So it would show you your comp base value that we just selected of those, properties you selected. It gives you an overview of the tax records of the property, gives you an overview of the listing history, mortgage history, past transaction history. And then it shows you a map of the properties that you selected as comps. And if you scroll down, again, it gives you the comps that you selected, shows you kind of a, overview of that, comp value, average comp square foot, average comp price per square foot, average comp distance. And then if you scroll down, it starts to give you that same breakdown for each of those comp properties that you used, so that you can share this with buyers, or you can share this with whoever you want to share it with. But this is a good way to, put together a free CMA report. Again, I don't know how accurate this is, because if we come back, let's search this again. Like we see, this is a 478. This sold 11/15/2023, and it's a 3/2/12/53. And then if we come over here, I don't see that over here. So maybe this just hasn't updated yet, but I don't see that 478, and I don't see that 510 either. This happened about a month ago. This happened about 2.5 months ago, or 2 months ago. So maybe it's delayed, but I would be careful using this solely. I would use it if you want to build out your CMAs, but I would not use this strictly to run your comps, because again, if we come over here, we're seeing properties that have sold in the last 2 months that this isn't showing. So use both of them. Again, this is a cool way to just run your comps, put together a CMA, but I think it's best practice to use Zillow as well.
Boom. Bro, good stuff. Is there what else is there to comping that people need to know? I think how to tap in to other people to check their numbers is a really important one. So one thing that I do for anybody that's in Florida is I give free underwriting for anybody that's in Florida. So if you're looking for somebody that can check your numbers, we will check your numbers. I'll put my contact info in the cheat sheet. So if you don't have the cheat sheet, text 813-437-1709, text the keyword cheat sheet, and I'll send you I'll put the contact info in the cheat sheet for how to reach out to me if you need your numbers checked. I only do it for the Florida market, but I can help you with the Florida market. How can they reach out to other people if they're, say, in California? Like, how would they find a wholesaler that they can squat up with and get that help with their numbers?
Facebook groups. I would say a really good one is the Astro Flipping non-member Facebook group.
Yep. That's a
Astro
free Facebook group.
Here, let's share that. Let me pull it up. Sorry, I just ate fire almonds, not thinking about how hot they were. They're Carolina Reaper almonds.
Dude, I just ordered a burrito and I put in the description, I'm like, please make it very spicy. Like nose dripping, eyes watering kind of spicy.
Dude, I love spicy food. Look, have you ever, we'll just do a not sponsored.
Look at that. Damn, dude. That looks good.
They're so good.
You know what I just realized though is like we're gonna have to eat live. Like I think here's what I was thinking. I was thinking like we just take turns, like just one person talks while the other person's eating, and then we'll flip it back and forth.
Oh no, I'm gonna let y'all see me eat. That's what 8 hours of live does.
Oh, that's great.
All right, so I got a lot of windows going on over here.
I'm gonna reference in the document, in the cheat sheet, I'm gonna reference like the Astro Flipping Facebook group.
Perfect. So go to
here, try and put it up on the screen, see if you have privileges now. You should have gotten an email giving you privileges to co-host.
Let's see if it kicks me off. I don't know. It opened like a whole new. No, it didn't work.
Okay, here, I'll just pop you on. Boom, there you go.
Astro Flipping. That's Astro Flipping Elite. Where's the non-members group?
Here, I'll put the link to it in the private chat. There you go.
Here we go. All right, so look for this group, Astro Flipping non-member group. And I guess this is a good segue into, acquisitions. Or let's start with dispositions, because I think it's good to connect with people on the dispo side before you actually start going into the acquisition side.
I want to ask you why. Why is it important to connect with dispositions and buyers before you go into acquisitions?
Yeah, so I think it's just a good practice to understand what type of deals you're looking for, so you're not just wasting time looking for everything.
It's kind of like the chicken before the egg question. Like, do you find the deal and then find the buyer, or do you find the buyer and then find the deal?
I think if you're doing direct to seller and paying for marketing, you find the deal, then find the buyer, because you get them deeper. I think if you're doing agent outreach and a wholesaler outreach, like we're about to show you, you want to understand what you're looking for, especially if you're trying to get your first deal. Actually, scratch that. I think working with dispo and buyers before you even try to get a deal will help you jumpstart getting a deal so much faster, because you're learning from their mistakes. You're learning from their knowledge. They're helping you on certain things as well. And you're figuring out exactly where they're buying at and what they're looking for. So now you can turn around and you can go filter and look for those certain properties. So I think in any case, you should always talk to the buyers first, even if it's only 5 to 10 of them, and just get a good feel for what's a deal. Because at the end of the day, if you're spending marketing money or you're doing this for free, you're spending your time. right? If you're doing it for free, you're spending your time. So it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of time trying to get a deal that we don't even know is a deal yet. For example, if buyers in my market are buying at 70% of ARV minus repairs, which is nonsense. We don't use that formula right now, but 70% minus repairs, and that's where they're buying at. It doesn't make sense for you to go and lock up a deal at 80% of ARV and try to sell it to a buyer. Now you just spent all that time negotiating, talking to this person, trying to get this contract to lock it up significantly higher, when if you were working with someone or you were communicating or networking and talking to people, you would have known right out of the gate that that was too high, or someone would have guided you in the direction of, hey, you can't offer this. We need to offer this. So I personally think you should always find a few dispo people or a few buyers to work with before you even go look for deals. Now, with that being said, I think if you have the time, do both. Go look for deals and build out your buyers list. It doesn't take a long time to build out your buyers list. But if you have to choose one or the other first, connect with the dispo people, connect with the buyers, and then you can have more targeted efforts with your time on bringing in deals.
100%. So how do we connect with the dispo people?
Yeah. So right here, I would go into the Astro Flipping non-member group. I would post into, this group. Hey, everyone. I'm not going to post it because I feel like, hey, everyone, I'm new to wholesaling and I'm looking for dispo partners to connect with in my market. You pretty much want to just say like, I'll put together something that we can say and put into the group as well. But pretty much what I would say is like, hey, everyone, I'm new to wholesaling. I'm looking for dispo partners to connect within my market. I'm eager and ready to learn. I just need someone to help me sell deals and give me a little bit of guidance when needed. If you're interested, you're in this market, reach out to me, send me a DM, whatever the case is, boom.
Bro, that's perfect. What I want to hear as a dispo wholesaler, what I want to hear in that post, like if it's a new person posting, I want to, number one is like, make sure that they're committed, right? I don't want to spend a bunch of time unless if they're committed. So what you outlined there is, you said, hey, everyone, their name, what they're looking for. They're looking for dispo wholesalers to squad up with. They're eager. They're saying that they're committed. So now I know that when I reach out to them, I'm making a good use of my time because I'm reaching out to somebody that's committed. So, bro, you're typing it up perfectly, just the way that, dispo wholesalers want to hear it.
Boom. So that's how I would say it. Hey, everyone, I'm new to wholesaling and I'm looking for dispo partners to connect with in St. Louis. I'm eager and ready to learn. I won't just be sending you deals to figure out for me. I need help dispoing deals and providing some guidance when needed. Is anyone interested? I'd love to connect and, get some deals done together.
I think one thing that I have from like a digital marketing perspective is always put a call to action, right? So like, what's the call to action? What action do you want these people to take?
All right. Yeah. You could just be like, DM me if you want to get some deals done together.
Perfect. Because now you've introduced yourself, explained that you're committed, put out your request, which is to connect with dispo wholesalers. You've outlined the value that you're bringing to them. And you've also given them a call to action, which is to DM you. Yeah.
Yep. So I think I'm about to put that in the dispositions. So I think that's a really great way to reach out to wholesalers to work with. And then from there, what we can do is we can go into our actual target markets. So there's going to be a few things that we can do. We can go into our target market, like an REI group, and we can look for buyers this way. But a good rule of thumb is try to connect with 10 to 15 dispo wholesalers, or excuse me, 5 to 10 dispo wholesalers. So look for people who are doing, I like to say 5 deals a month. Point being is make sure they're active in the business, right? Don't just connect with someone who's doing, little to no deals, because at the end of the day, what we need to do is we want to be able to give our deals to people who will be able to help them move us. So even if like Nathan's newer, for example, but he's active in the business, right? He has a partner, they're comping, they're moving deals, they're talking to buyers on a regular basis. So they're in the field doing deals, right? So like point being is you want to connect with people who are doing deals that are in the field and not just someone who says that they can help you move the deal. So we want to look for those dispo people, try to connect with 5 to 10 of them. And then we want to try to connect with at least, I like to say, me personally, I think it's a good rule of thumb to do like 25 to 50 buyers. You don't have to do that, but a good way to connect with some buyers would just be like, let's say again, we're kind of using Orlando, Florida, REI. All right, see, so we have some Orlando groups. So maybe we jump into the Orlando group.
Swayam.
Huh?
I saw a post by Swayam there in one of the groups. Swayam is he's doing business in Florida. That's somebody that you guys could connect with. Exactly. He's an acquisitions wholesaler. I don't want to go too off topic, but Swayam, he's an acquisitions wholesaler. He's part of Astro Flipping, and he could potentially bring you some deals that you could then pass on to those disposition wholesalers and make a quick buck.
Exactly. And look, this person's looking for meetups. There's 14 comments. So what you could do is basically go into some of these Facebook groups and you can post, again, hey everyone, hey everyone, I'm a wholesaler and I'm looking for cash buyers and dispo wholesalers to work with. You could say whatever, like I come across 3 to 5 deals a month. I'm excited to, get these deals sold, whatever you wanted to do. But then you could say like, if you're an end buyer, leave your email below. If you're a dispo wholesaler, DM me or something like that, right? You could, point being is what we're doing is we're going into these groups that have a lot of people and we're basically looking for cash buyers. It could even be as simple as a post of, I'm looking for cash buyers to work with. Drop your emails below if you're looking for deals. And then you can even search, certain posts. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to search this because I don't know if I'm in this group, but if you search like cash buyers and you search this group, someone, I'm looking for deals in Central Florida. I have cash buyers actively looking for my next project. This was, a couple of days ago. So maybe you could reach out to this person and see if they have any, buyers that are looking for deals, but you can start to. So let me see if I can find an example of one. DMV wholesale or DMV deal makers. So like if you search the group, maybe we do cash buyer. We search this group. Looking for cash buyers in PG County. Now this was in 2020, but 58 comments. Click into it. Look at like all of the emails. I mean, I wouldn't recommend just grabbing these emails and blasting deals out because I guarantee you 90% of these people are wholesalers. But dude, reach out to these people. Like, hey, I see that you submit. I see you put your info under someone's post saying that you were looking for deals in the DMV. Are you still looking? It's that simple. Once you start to build out your dispo side, so you start to find your buyers, you start to find your dispo wholesalers, then from there, it's as simple as gathering their criteria, figuring out what they're looking for, and then we start to pivot to that act side, and we start to learn, or we start to look for what they've provided us, and then we start to funnel them deals. Another thing you can do, and this is a little bit more in depth, so you could do like Tampa investment properties for sale. And then you could start to look for people who have investment houses, like websites that sell investment properties, and you can reach out to them as well and try to build your dispo list.
Bro,
Now,
we buy houses, and then the area, the people that are paying for the sponsored ads are obviously making enough money to be able to pay for pay-per-click ads. So I think those people are great.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I never even thought of that. Now, one thing I want to point out too, this is a hack that no one really knows of. If you do powered by Carrot, so for example, if I go to my website right here, DMV Wholesale Deals, if I scroll down to the bottom, I believe.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah. If you go down to the bottom, it says like powered by Carrot right here. So all of the Carrot websites are going to have powered by Carrot on them. So if you type in Tampa investment properties for sale powered by Carrot, now we have, all of these properties, all of these websites right here of people who buy houses that are using Carrot websites to sell their deals. So if we go into US portfolio real estate, we can, again, this is a little bit more high level. A lot of times when you try to click into a Carrot website and you hit access, it's going to take you to this email, like put your email in to get my deals. Now we're going to bypass that. So we're going to go up here. Oh, you can't see where I went in. So we're going to go into the address bar. We're going to hit /, and then we're going to type in property, not properties, just property. And then we're going to hit enter. And now it's going to take you to their properties page. So you don't have to sign up for their forms to go to their properties. You don't have to give them their email or your login. You can just bypass all of that, and you can go see what properties they have. So just right out of the gate, we can see they have sold a decent amount of property. So if we click into this one, when did they, does it say an upload date on here? I don't know if it does. So I don't know when they uploaded this one. So we don't know how active, these have been. But point being is we can see right here, they have, pages of sold properties, right? So maybe this is a good person to reach out to in the Tampa area to say, hey, I came across your website, USA portfolio, and I see you guys have sold a lot of properties in Tampa. Are you guys moving deals? I'd love to share my deals with you. And then you can just go through the same thing and just kind of see what's going on. So again, you click into it, we can't go straight to their property list unless we sign up, but we can come up here, put / property. Now we can go straight to their page. We see here that they don't have any properties on here. Now, this is not to say that Investway Group doesn't sell deals. This is just saying that they don't have any on their website that they list. But maybe this is a good indicator that we don't want to go after this person. So maybe we jump into House Heroes, right? And then we come up here, we can do the same thing. Now, again, maybe they don't, maybe they don't post their deals here. I know they do a lot of deals. I know this company, but, again, this isn't just an indicator that they don't move deals, but it's a good way to come across people who are doing deals. And you can just click into them, look at their properties. And again, all you need to do is call them. They all have a number right here. You can call 9 times out of 10. If you click into contact us or about us, they're going to have a picture of themselves somewhere. Our company, let's see. So they don't, but a lot of times you can find it, just by, scrolling through. But it's a good way to be able to see, like, they have 2 properties for sale right now. Again, I don't know if, they're new, if they're active, but again, it's a good way to be able to connect with people who are doing deals. It's a good way to see the kind of deals that they're moving. So if you have 7 pages of sold deals, it might make sense to, reach out to that person and just say, hey, I came across your website. Looks like you guys are doing, a decent amount of deals in the Tampa area. I come across deals all the time. I don't have a really built out buyers list, so I'm not able to move them all the time. Do you mind if I share my deals with you? Again, I'd be the contract holder, or, if I'm not, I would let you know it's a JV, but are you open to working together? Guarantee you most people are going to say yes. And then now you have a dispo arm that you can work with. And then from there, just be transparent. Hey, I'm new. I don't really know what buyers are looking for. Again, I do have somewhat of a buyer's list, but what exactly are your buyers looking at? Like, how do you go about running offers? Like, what's the ideal deal that I send your way? And do you mind if I reach out to you if I'm ever stuck on a property that I can't figure out an offer for? Again, I'm always happy to work 50-50. I'm always happy to, do whatever we need to get the deal done. But I just don't want to reach out to you if you're overwhelmed and, you can't handle that kind of, um, whatever.
Yeah. Dude, that's solid. Can we just go over what the Google term is that they search again? Because I think we went over that a little bit quickly. What's the Google term that they search?
Powered by Carrot.
Just powered by Carrot and then their market?
So you can do like, not maps, google.com. So you can do like investment property for sale Tampa, right? You could do it that way. And then you do quotation, powered by Carrot quotation. And then now it will search any website that it believes has investment properties for sale in Tampa, but it will definitely include the words powered by Carrot in there.
And what is Carrot?
It's
Carrot
a website,
like real estate investor websites.
Yeah. So like I have a Carrot website. It basically lets you upload your deals and, host them. Like have like a page where people can click on your deals at.
Okay, bet.
Yep. I mean, you could even do like Tampa powered by Carrot probably, but now you're going to see a lot more of the act side. So you'll see more of the We Buy Houses, Joe Home Buyer. So that's why I was putting like investment properties. So you could do, even just do like investment properties, Tampa. And again, it's going to kind of bring you here. So you'll click into it. Now, any Carrot website is pretty much going to look the same. When you click into investment properties, most of the time it's going to bring you to this page. So you can't sign up without looking at, you can't look at their deals without signing up. How we do that, how we get past that is we just click into here, just like it's https:// we take one of those slashes, we just put one this time, and then we type property, not properties, just property. And then we hit enter. And now it's going to bypass that form and then just let us look directly at their, what deals they've sold or what deals they have.
Bro, that's a gem right there. So that's how you find the best wholesalers in your market. These people that have websites, these people that are paying sponsored ads as well, like they're obviously doing good enough to be able to afford an expense like this. So I think they're worthwhile for reaching out to. What about the investor lift? Oh, you know what? Actually, Joseph wants us to show Texas. Let's do Texas first.
That's what I was doing right now. So you could do like Houston investment properties. We got the property plug. Again, if we click here, they're smart like me. They just say, hey, we're not doing this whole, you got to give me your information. Just take us to the deal. So again, so this one, it doesn't look like we have a whole bunch of properties up here. So they might be a little bit newer. You could always reach out and call them and see. But again, pretty much what we're doing is we're just kind of looking through here and seeing, okay, we got Revesti again. We got Bella Investments. So if we click into here, Okay, we got this one right here. So maybe if we, again, come up here to this backslash, we put in property, nothing going on right there. So, we would just kind of go through these and figure it out. I think, let's do wholesale properties, Houston. Okay. So you can see, they got some sold ones. So you just want to go through those and just try to figure out, who's selling deals. Now, Nathan just brought up Investor Lift. So you could also go to a website called investorlift.com. Now, Investor Lift is essentially a website that users pay like $6,000 a year for, or like $40,000 or $80,000, some ridiculous numbers, but they pay for Investor Lift to be able to put their websites and list them like right here. So what you could do if you ever need dispo help is you could always come over here into states and you could jump down into whichever state you're looking for. So let's say we were looking for Texas again. We could click into Texas. And then maybe we don't care about all the people who have available deals. Maybe we just want to go after the people who have sold deals. So there's 2,900. What we can do is click into this property. But one of the things we could do, well, one, we see right here. So shout out to Adam. If you ever needed dispo help, we know Adam has Investor Lift. We know he's sold some deals on there. So you could always reach out to Adam for help. But another thing you can do is click on view all company deals. It will bring you to the page right here. We can see there's no available deals. But if we click on sold, we have 47 sold properties. So this might be a good person to reach out to if they've truly sold all of these deals and they're not just marking them as sold and Investor Lift. This might be a fantastic dispo person to reach out to in San Antonio. Like they're, moving deals. Again, you could click into that. Okay, we got Houston. It's going to bring us to Houston. Now we see another person, shout out Trevor. You could probably reach out to Trevor if you needed dispo help. But again, you could click into, view deals. So he's got 2 that are active right now. Looks like he's doing it kind of nationwide. If we went to sold, it's going to show us all is sold, but let's specifically look at Texas. And we go to sold again. We can see that it's showing 8 sold in Texas. So, we got Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, San Antonio.
Bro, there's a person in that photo.
He's like, what the hell are y'all looking at? But so this person might be a good person to reach out to. I mean, they've done a lot of deals, but only 8 in Texas. So they could be a good dispo arm nationwide. Or you could reach out to them for Texas. But Investor Lift is also a great way to find the people who are, doing dispo. And I guarantee you, if you send them your deals, they'll just, put them on Investor Lift for you.
Boom. What else is there to the disposition? So we figured out how to reach out to the dispo wholesalers. Do we want to do a little bit of like how to find cash buyers? Or we kind of did that in the Facebook groups, right?
Yeah. The other thing, and I'll let you, I'll see if you want to play around with it, because I know you haven't really done too much of.
My burritos are literally about to show up. So if you don't mind, I'll mount on my burrito really quickly while you keep going.
So another way that you could do, another thing that anytime, Joseph, I'm glad that y'all are getting some value out of it. My throat's getting a little bit roasted. So after you're done eating, I'm going to pass it off and let you do a little talking. I'll let you hit the act side.
Will do.
And then we'll do some MLS calls. We'll actually call some people too. Or that's what we can do. We can do dispo calls. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. We'll show y'all how to do some act for free. Bro. And then what we'll do is we'll actually call some MLS listings. We'll reach out to some wholesalers. And then I have a deal I need to sell in Jacksonville. So we'll actually start dispo, like do the dispo side for you. So at first we'll just kind of go through it. And then later on in the call, we're going to actually do it. So
solid.
All right, bet. So what we can do is we can come to PropWire and we can put in an area that we're looking for potential buyers in. So let's say we're looking for buyers in Pinellas. I don't know if you can do counties. We'll just do St. Pete. So we can do St. Petersburg, and it's going to bring you to St. Petersburg right here. Now, what we can do is there's a couple things. We can either select cash buyers right here. And so we can, narrow it down by cash buyers. So if we click that, now it's going to show us, 50. But if we didn't want to have cash buyers selected, what we can do is we can select our property type. So let's say we're looking for buyers for single family and multifamily. And then we can come over here and we can go to property filters. We can narrow it down from here if we want to. But let's say we're looking for buyers owner filter. So what we can do is we can select business. And then we can come down here. So years of ownership, we can maybe do 1 year max. So any buyer who has owned a property for 1 year or less, that is a business. And if you want to, so we can hit save and close. So now it's only going to show us 3 properties, which I know does not seem right. So again, take it with a grain of salt. But it's saying basically that we have, that doesn't seem right to me. But anyways, you can come over here, you can click into these properties, and you can go over here to owner or, history as well. And you can see the different, entities that it's moved through or the different owners or transaction history. So right here we have GSI2 LLC. So that's a potential buyer. Now I want to try to find like a bigger area because I don't know why it didn't show much right there. Okay, so I guess for some reason when I had it set to St. Petersburg, it didn't show all these, but now they all decided to pop up. So again, you can click into them. You can see if we come over here to owner, you can see that this says Lisa Plume Monago. So I don't think it's a trust. So I believe that's why I pulled it up as, corporate owned. So let's say we click into this one right here. We can go to owner. We see that we have South Pete LLC. Again, if we go to history, we can see South Pete LLC. Now, this is another really good way to see where buyers are selling deals at. So let's say when you were comping your properties on Zillow, you came across a fully renovated house. Here, let's actually just pull up that example again if we can. Where's our Orlando deal? Was it this one? Which one was fully renovated? So this was the Orlando area we were looking at before. So let's say we clicked into, this property right here. This was one of the ones that were updated. This is another great way to figure out where buyers are buying at. So if we ever search this property, we could pull it up right here. We could come over to history, and this one doesn't look like it's been recorded yet. It doesn't look like it was from a cash buyer. But pretty much what you're doing is you're taking this, and if I can find an example, it would be fantastic. We'll put this in here, and then we would go to history. So this one, it looks like, was bought in 1/12/2023 from Southern Sisters Restoration LLC for $275. We know that it recently sold for $510. So you can get a pretty good idea off of that. So if you take if you take 275 divided by 510, that puts you at 53 or 0.53. So 53% of the ARV is where they bought this property at. It doesn't include an assignment fee. So if this was a wholesaler locking it up at 275 and they sold it at 300, it's not going to show that. But this is a pretty good way to figure out where buyers are buying at. But let's say you wanted to build your buyers list off of these tax records, right? Once you have some properties, again, we can just put in the filters, corporate owned, 1 year or less if we wanted to. And then we can jump into these properties, go into history, and we can take the buyer's name right here. So we have Beach House 78th LLC. So we're going to copy this and we're going to go to opencorporates.com. And then we're going to put in the entity name right here. So once we put that in, you can see it pops up 2 different times. So it looks like they have a Delaware branch and a Florida branch. So let's click into this Florida one. Now, I never remember my login information with this, so I will log in here in a second and see if I can show you these direct officers. But another thing you can do is you can go to the actual state website. So you can see down here it says search.sunbiz. This is where this information is being pulled from. So if you click on this, it actually takes you to the Sunbiz website, and then we could, put Beach House 78th LLC. We can hit search. You can see we have all of these ones right here. So let's click into one. And then pretty much from here, what we want to do is we want to look for the authorized person's detail. And we also have the principal address. The mailing address and the registered agent are probably going to be, okay, sometimes they can be the same person. Other times they can be different. So if you can ever figure out through the principal address and the actual authorized people, you're going to have better luck than if you skip trace the actual agent name. So what we'll want to do is we can see we have Jason White. I'm assuming that's just supposed to be Jason White because it says Jason White right
I have
now.
that buyer. I have that buyer, dude. And I literally skip traced him live like a couple of weeks ago.
Oh man, this dude's just getting free game.
Yeah.
What are the chances of that, bro? I'm in Orlando on this random house.
Mm-hmm.
Or no,
I think he buys a lot of properties though.
Yeah, so I just randomly skipped this house on
in Orlando, right?
No, dude. I'm in yeah. I thought I was in Orlando still. I was gonna be like, bro, what is going on? So yeah, so you could go to his or you could go to Sunbiz, any corporate place, and then you can find, the registered agent, and then, the authorized person, and then their name. Then from there, what you do is you just take the address or their name and you go into True People search, and, you put the address right here. And then now you can click into it and, get his information, and you can call him and be like, hey man, I see that you're buying properties. I would love to sell you a property. And, are you still buying? It would sound a lot more better than that, but that's how you would reach out to it.
Dude, Jason is so cool, dude. I bet, I don't know if you're up for it, but if you wanted to call him live, I'm pretty sure he would answer. He's a really cool dude.
Austin County.
Or do we want to save it for later?
Yeah, we'll save it for later when we do the live examples. I just want to show, like, if we do, Dallas, Texas, and we keep the same filters on, right? So, let's just do single family. And then we have, again, the same thing. We have owner filters, business, and then cash buyer, any. You could even do cash buyer as yes, and then years of ownership 1. We could hit save and close. Now it's going to show us, 1,200. If we click into one, and again, it kind of shows you where they're located at when you hover over it. If you click into one, we can jump back over here to history. Again, we can see history right here, but this confuses me because it's showing 2014, and we did years of ownership 1 year max. So I don't know why that's popping up. Another thing you can do though is you can throw in properties owned. So let's say you wanted to look for people who are buying, and holding. You can maybe you're looking for people who have bought a property in a year or less and they own 10 or more, and then you hit save. Now it's going to take that 1,200 to 400, but all of these people, according to PropWire, have 10 or more properties. So if you click into it, We can come over here to history. Again, we can see the history. I'm not sure why this is showing 2015. Maybe we need to, refresh the filter. I'm not too sure why it's doing that, to be honest with you. Okay, so this one is maybe a little bit newer, but again, it's not showing the actual entity right there. But you can go in here, you can find the entity, and then you'll take their information, do the exact same thing. So let's say you wanted to look at this. And another thing you could do when you click into owner info, if you scroll down, it would show you all the properties that it believes they own. Again, it seems like it's a little buggy right now. We said 10 or more, and it's showing 9 right here. But we would do the same thing. So we would come into, open corporates. We would put the entity name right here. We would hit search. And then we have all of these different entities right here. So we're looking for Cotton Down South LLC. It sounds crazy. And then, we would just pick right here. So we can see, we got the LLC right here. Again, it's coming from the state website. So if we wanted to click into the Secretary of State, we just have to do some digging around on how we actually find entities. So you'd have to do a little bit of digging around. I'm not going to, dive too much into it. It looks like we need to have a login, but you would either go through the state website or you would create an account for open corporates so that you can see, the different parties involved. This might be the person who owns it. You can figure that out basically through the directors and officers. And then if this was the person who owns it, we would either take their name right here. Now the registered address a lot of times is associated with the actual owner, and the agent address is associated with the agent. So sometimes if you can't figure out who the owner is, you might be able to search through the registered address. And then again, what you do is you come over into True People Search, and then we would just put either their name or we would put the address right here. If we search it, we can see we have Danette Plasala, and then over here we have Danette right here. So that's probably a good indicator that this is the actual owner of the property. Another way that you can often tell is if this address and this address is the exact same. Oftentimes they won't be the same if the registered agent isn't the owner. So now we can click into it, give her a call. Hey, I see you're buying properties in Texas. Do you want to buy some more properties? If so, can I send them to you? And that's really how you would build out your buyers list. So just a really, really quick high level overview. We would jump into, Facebook. We would search those Facebook groups. We can go into the Astro Flipping Facebook group that I pointed out. Again, the Astro Flipping non-member group. You can go in here, connect with people. Look, there's even people with deals here. We'll cover that in a little bit. But connect with people in this group, and then connect with people again in other groups, like type in your market, REI, search it. It will come up with all of these different, it will come up with all of these different, groups that you can join them, connect with dispo wholesalers, connect with buyers, and then start to scrub tax records, look for buyers through PropWire, go to the history, find the buyer of the LLC, go to open corporates, go to True People Search, skip trace that buyer, and then you're just going to call them, ask if they're looking for more deals, figure out what they're looking for, and then repeat. Ideally, you're going to do that for at least 10 dispo wholesalers and at least 25 buyers, give or take. So that way, when you go and you get deals, you're not scrambling looking for what to do. You already have some sort of solid base to be able to pass it to the dispo wholesalers. They're able to help you move it. And then you can reach out to your buyers and they're able to give you feedback or pick up the deal if they're interested.
Solid, bro. My goodness. Holy cow. That was a lot of sauce right there, bro. You literally went over how to find dispo wholesalers, like 3 different ways to find dispo wholesalers, how to find the highest quality dispo wholesalers, how to find the highest quality buyers, because you're not just looking for buyers, but you're also like finding ones that are making lots of purchases, because you can add on that extra filter. So, you know, like how many properties has this buyer purchased in the past year or the past specified period of time?
Not to cut
So
you off real quick, Deanna, make sure you text cheat sheet to the number on the screen as well. I know you got to get to work, but we are going to upload this entire 8-hour live. We'll probably even do some timestamps like dispo acquisition, so that way you can click to exactly the time that it goes over, and then you'll get all the cheat sheets as well. So make sure you text that number so we can so you can get access to that information, and so you can watch it later whenever you want to.
Absolutely. Cheat sheet 813-437-1709. Text the keyword cheat sheet. Cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. That's going to be your guys' hack, because we're brain dumping on you. Like Jacob just did a massive brain dump of value, right? And it's a lot to internalize all at once. Like even myself, I learned a couple of things there. Like I learned about prop wire there and how powerful it is. And when I go over the ACK module, I might actually try out PropWire and explore some of the ways that we can get free deals from PropWire as well. But there's so much value there. There's so much of a brain dump that it's like it's hard to go through all at once. So text cheat sheet. We're going to send you guys the replay. We're going to send you guys all the links and resources that we go through. So make sure you text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We'll send you all the resources. Take notes, but also know that we have notes for you as well.
Yep. And just know this type of information, people will charge you so much money for.
Yeah.
But there's also, with that being said, there's also all of this information for free on YouTube. But there's also someone out there who's going to charge you a boatload of money to teach you just what we did.
Right. There's literally people that would charge you like $500 to attend something like this. Like,
yeah, easy.
We're doing this for free. We just want to give, provide massive value. And, you know, when you guys are doing deals, let's do some deals together.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Jacob, thank you so much for taking over there while I mowed down on my burrito. Appreciate that a lot.
I got some Chipotle on the way as well.
Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. All right. So we're going to go into the acquisitions module now. So let's open up acquisitions. So if you guys have your cheat sheets in front of you, I want you guys to go to your cheat sheet and I want you guys to open up the acquisitions module. Acquisitions is what I specialize in my business. My business partner does the dispositions. And I primarily do agent outreach and pocket listing follow-up. So there's so many. Well, I guess I should say that I don't actually primarily do agent outreach, because I get a lot of deals from my content. A lot of people send me deals from my content. I'll even give you an example of how I generate leads from my content is by putting a banner like this up on the screen, right? I go live every single day. I put a banner up like that on the screen and people reach out to me, right? So social media, MLS, those are 2 major ways that I generate leads. Now, some free ways for you guys to generate leads. Number 1 is just straight up MLS. So let's open up my screen share and let's just go to Zillow. And there is so many leads on Zillow, guys. Like there's, I want to say an infinite amount. So I like Tampa, Florida, right? So we'll click on Tampa, Florida. And then we want to make sure that we're looking at properties that are fix and flip kind of properties, right? We don't want to look at really nice properties. So we're going to go for sale, apply, and we're going to go home type. I only want to look at houses. I could look at other ones if I want, but my buyers are primarily buying single family homes. And we're going to go to the more section. And guys, listen up, because this is the hack. Like, it's this simple. You know what? Before I tell you guys this hack on how to have all of the investment properties show up on the MLS, I want you guys to put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat to show me that you're still with me, that you're listening, that you're present. And then I'm going to show you guys how you can find all the investment properties with one keyword super simply on Zillow for free. So put a 1 in the chat. Let me see that you guys are still here with me. Let's see here. All right, give me a 1 in the chat. Let's get some 1s. There we go. What's up, David? Ooh, David, how you doing, bro? Glad to have you here. Thank you for being here, bro. Let's get some more 1s in the chat. I want to make sure that you guys are all listening, that you guys are all here with me, because I know Jacob just dropped a lot of value on you. It's a lot to process. Dispositions is really great, but acquisitions is the other side of it. So if you don't have acquisitions, you're not going to have anything to sell to your buyers or bring to your dispo wholesalers. So give me some 1s in the side chat. I want to make sure that you guys are here, that you guys are listening. Hit me with a 1. What's up, Shanice? What's up, Carolyn? What's up, David? Dina? Joseph? Who else do we have here with us? Murhot? Elu? Okay, we got a lot of people here with us. Let's get some more 1s in the chat. Drop some more 1s in the chat. Let me see that you're paying attention. All right, guys. This is how you find all the deals on the MLS. So on Zillow, you want to switch it to for sale, right? Then you want to switch it to home type, houses. Then you're going to go more. And this is your hack right here. You're going to go all the way down to keywords, and you're going to put in this keyword right here. And the keyword is invest. Just invest. Not investment, not investing, not any other thing than invest. Because invest is the start of investment, investor, investing, and it's going to trigger for all of those keywords. So as you guys can see, already we're looking at visually distressed properties. You can tell that this is visually distressed because you can see the stains on the roof. So this might not be that bad, but right, it's more dated. This could potentially go to a first-time home buyer, but look at that. Look at the kitchen, right? There's opportunity for improvement. And when you're working on the acquisition side, your job is to scout out opportunity. That's what your job is. Your job is to find opportunities for people to make money, right? Somebody changes up this wallpaper, opportunity, right? You change out that chandelier, opportunity. You fix that kitchen, opportunity. You're able to bring value to this property by fixing it up. We want to find properties that we can bring value to. And we want to find properties that preferably we're not going to be competing with first-time home buyers. And that's actually something that I learned from Jacob. You know, Jacob had taught me that, yes, that Jacob. Jacob's pretty awesome. We've been doing live streams together for quite a while. And I've been learning a lot from him as well. So Jacob taught me that if a property would pass what is called a 4-point inspection, that's roof, AC, electrical, and plumbing. If all of those are in good working order, it can get conventional financing, which is traditional financing. And it's more likely to sell to a homeowner for higher than an investor will pay. So you want to find properties that wouldn't pass a 4-point. Those are the ones that you're more likely to get your offers accepted on. So let's read the description. Hopefully that for some reason this won't pass a 4-point, and we know that it'll be a good use of our time. I'm not going to read it out loud, but I'm going to skim it. So landscaping 2023, roof 2017, garage door 2018, pool home. It doesn't say anything about the AC. So in my opinion, I think this is a little bit too nice. I'm going to skip it. I want to find something that I'm not going to compete with first-time home buyers. Something like this, right? Pictures are a little bit small there, but this doesn't have a kitchen. So the likeliness of competing with a first-time home buyer is pretty slim. It's got a hole in the property. Interesting. Okay, let's read the description on this. This is 1 day on Zillow, 1,088 views, and 57 saves. Here is an amazing investment opportunity for two CBS home, 1686. This needs stucco repairs, cosmetic throughout, room for an investor to make a great return. It's nestled in a great location and spacious lot. Cash sale only, probably because it won't pass a 4-point. And they say vacant on lockbox. So go see this one and lock it up today. Interesting. The fact that they said lock it up today, that sounds like a wholesaler term, but I'm really, really curious about this. And I would like to actually reach out to this person live. So I'm going to grab their phone number. I'm going to give them a call. Let me pull up my phone. Make a call. Okay. And their phone number is down here at the bottom. It's Julian Jackson. So 301 272 4192. We're calling Julian Jackson, and we're going to get the condition, occupancy, motivation, timeline, price. Can you guys hear my my ringing? Give me a 1 in the side chat. Give me a 2 in the side chat if you can hear my ringing.
A mailbox belonging to 3.
Okay, Julian Jackson said call right back. So I'll say, sounds good. I'm calling about 8022 Pine Hill Drive. And I just wanted to send them that text just for the sake of being able to know when they call me back that it's for that property. But in the meantime, I'm going to find another one and I'm going to call another one. So when you're calling these leads, you want to collect some information like the condition. That would be the age of the roof, AC, water heater. Are there any major issues, mold, termite damage, foundation issues, anything like that? Then you want to know the occupancy. The occupancy could be tenant occupied, owner occupied. It could be vacant. Then you want to know the motivation, right? So why are they selling it? And sometimes when you're calling agents, they're not going to give you the motivation. If they don't give you the motivation, don't push them for it. That's specific to the agents because the agents sometimes go on the defensive when you ask them what the motivation is. Price. So you want to know what's the best price that they're willing to sell it for. And that one's kind of an interesting question to ask. And you have to be a little bit strategic because agents are very like defensive, right? It's their fiduciary duty to get the best deal for the seller. So if you just come and you say, what's the best price they would go for? That might not work out the best. You might want to slide in that question a little bit more subtly, like, hey, you know, this is kind of a high price. And my number is probably not going to be near where you guys are asking. What's the price that I just should not submit? Like if my number is below what amount should I just walk away and not submit it? That would be a good way of doing it. You can get creative on how you want to do that. And then you also want to know about their timeline. You know, how long until the seller wants to sell? What's their timeline? Are they looking to sell in 30 days? Are they looking to sell in 7 days? Are they looking to sell in 60 days? What's their plans for when they sell? Do they have a place to go? Do they need a lease back or a post possession? Like, do they need to be able to occupy the property after closing to have enough time to get their belongings out of the property and find a new place? These are all very important questions to ask. So here we have something that is clearly distressed, right? Look at the roof. You can tell that it's distressed. So inside the property, it's very dated. Looks like the porch is starting to come apart. Okay, so this is something worthwhile because this is an opportunity, something where we can fix it up and put it back on the market. So before you call the realtor, always read the description. You can just skim it, but I think you should always read the description because you don't want to call the realtor and ask questions that are in the description. It comes off as very disrespectful. And a lot of the time when I do that, they get very mad and they get very defensive right away because they're like, you didn't even read the description. It takes you like 30 seconds. So I just skim the description really quickly. Could not find any actives or pending sold in the last 6 months over 500K. House is not in that bad of condition. So It's not terrible, but it's really gross. Has some wear and tear, but solid. Modern updates such as HVAC and metal roof. So it has I don't know if that means new HVAC or metal roof. They're really kind of vague there. Says there's room for an ADU, zoned RM24, big lot, almost a 10K square foot lot. Project for any interior decorator or architect, or the homeowner that is looking to put in some sweat equity. ADU addition could be around 700 to 800K based on comps and proximity. From my perspective, what is happening here in the description is an agent just polishing a turd. They're using a lot of lingo that sounds to me like they're polishing a turd. No matter how much you polish a turd is still a turd. That's the way I look at it. So they're trying to like justify the price here in the description. They say no wholesalers, no assignable contracts. Listing will stay active until escrow deposit is received by the title company. Depending on your experience level, you may or may not want to go after this one. Even if they say no wholesalers, there's always the ability to double close. But this one here, it's screaming, don't contact me if you're not a wholesaler. I mean, they're literally putting in a capitals. So I'm going to skip this one for the sake of this live stream being for newer people. But if I was on my own, I might just say screw it and call them and make an offer either way and just do no assignability. But because this live stream is catered towards new people, if you're new and they're saying no wholesalers, I would just skip it because you're going to have a hard time dealing with this agent.
Look, at the end of the day, it's not the agent's decision what the sellers can and cannot accept. So like, exactly. If you're newer, probably skip it, but I would call it. I would be like, hey, and I would still submit it with an assignability language in there. Just
you know what? JD is saying call it. I'll call it for you guys if you want, but just know that. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, there's been, I've had it a number of times where I literally had one time an agent's like, there's absolutely no way my client is going to accept your offer. I'm not even going to present it to them. It's way too low, blah, blah, blah. They're not going to take an inspection period. And then I'm like, hey, can you just please present it and let me know what they say? And then they call you back. Hey, my client accepted your offer. And you're like,
yeah.
Oh, wow. What happened to absolutely no way this is going to happen? Nah. So like the agent is going to tell you what the agent wants to tell you. But at the end of the day, it is not the agent's decision what the offer or what the seller accepts. So if you send an offer, even if it says no wholesalers, if you send an offer that says and or assigns, you have the legal right to assign the contract. And if that seller accepts it, that agent can kick rocks. It doesn't matter what he wants to think or not. Like it's a legal binding contract between you and the seller. He's doing his fiduciary duty, letting the seller know what's going on. But if the seller accepts it, the seller accepts it.
Absolutely, bro.
So yeah,
they're like gatekeepers though. They're like gatekeepers. So, obviously you don't want to be too disrespectful and cold because they are gatekeepers and they can prevent a deal from happening, but also it's their legal obligation to submit the offer to the seller. Some of them might break that legal obligation and not submit it, but at the end of the day, they're just a gatekeeper. They're just a messenger. So submit your offer. With this one here, oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
No, you're good. The other thing too that I think is interesting is if he says he will not change the status until escrow deposit is received. I don't even think that's legal.
Yeah, but
like I think that's again because look, I understand you want to receive the deposit. But at the end of the day, if the seller signed the deposit's due in 10 days, it's due in 10 days. Mm-hmm. So you can't be like, hey, I'm going to change it once the security deposit or once the EMD is deposited. Like, that's not how it works. So if I were to lock this contract up, I would immediately turn around and have a conversation with that agent. And I would say, hey, this is under contract. Please change it to the appropriate status. And if they don't, I'm not even asking them anymore. I'm going, hey, I noticed you didn't change it to the status. Change it to show pending. It's not active anymore. It's pending.
Yep.
And it sounds kind of harsh, but and if they don't, I'll call the broker. I'll call the broker and be like, hey, it's still active. I've asked the agent multiple times to change it. They're refusing to change it. We have it under contract. Please get it to change. Again, we're not trying to cause issues here, but an agent has to do their job. And because they don't want it, because they're thinking a certain way or have a certain mentality, doesn't mean that they can do things however the way they want it to done. So again, to Nathan's point, you got to go about it respectfully, because these people at the end of the day will help you get the deal locked up, or they'll help gatekeep you. But you can't let these agents steamroll you, because a lot of times these agents really don't know what they're doing. And this is in no disrespect to agents. It takes 60 hours of training to become a real estate agent. It takes 600 hours to be able to do manicures professionally. It takes 10 times the amount of training to cut someone's nails than it does to sell someone's house. So take that with a grain of salt. Like Nathan said, you want to be respectful. You want to, be considerate of these agents. A lot of them are great people, but some of them don't know what the hell they're talking about. And if you're pretty confident that what you're doing is the right way and they're doing it wrong, go about it respectfully and point that out and address it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's call this this difficult agent. Can you guys let me know?
A nice dude too. No, this is by no shade to Michael, bro. This dude is probably a great agent.
All right, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the call. Come on, Michael.
Please leave your message for.
I'm gonna double dial him, and then on the second one, I'll leave a voicemail if he doesn't answer.
Always double dial.
Yep.
Please leave your message for.
Hey, Michael, my name is Nathan Harris. I'm a buyer. I'm calling about the property that you listed on Central Avenue. I'm interested in it. I would like to take a look. I just want to get clarification on a couple of the big ticket items. I know you put modern updates such as HVAC and metal roof, but I'm not really sure as to how modern they are. Everybody's definition is different. So if you don't mind, give me a call back. If not, if you're too busy, just send me a text. Just looking for the age of the roof, AC, water heater, and if there's any major issues I should budget for, then I can get to work on my offer for you. Thanks. Take care. Bye. It's that simple. It's funny that we elaborate for that long on that guy and then he doesn't answer. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so this one here, let's take a look at the photos. This one looks like something that could go to a first-time home buyer, so I'm going to skip it. All right, let's take a look at this one.
Another thing you can do is you can click through the little arrow on the listing to look at the pictures.
Oh, solid.
So I would say this is outdated.
Yeah, you see how the bathroom still has tiles on the walls. Obviously, that's outdated. The bathtub is like, ugh, yuck.
So one thing too, and I don't know, one thing I will say is it could still possibly pass a 4-point inspection, but be outdated. So how I always try to judge it is first-time home buyers right now are in their 20s. and the people in their 20s are bougie. This generation is very bougie. They want the best of the best so that they can flex, right? So again, putting ourselves in other people's shoes, most first-time home buyers are willing to take less quality for their first house. They just want to be considered a homeowner. They want to get out of their parents' house. They just maybe came home from college. They just want to be on their own. Maybe they're starting a family. They're willing to take a little bit less. But because this generation is bougie at the same time, a lot of them are not willing to take all the way outdated, if that makes sense. So I always try to say like, hey, is a first-time home buyer going to buy this or are they not?
So let's actually use this as an example. Let's take a look at it.
JG said, what's a 4-point inspection? So I've only heard of that in Florida. There's no 4-point inspection up here in my area as well. So that's why I always say go off of your intuition. If it looks like a first-time home buyer is going to move into it, skip it. If it doesn't, call it. If you're torn, call it.
So I think a first-time home buyer would buy this because it's perfectly. You think I should call it? I'll call it either way.
Look, so here's how I describe it. So
yeah,
you're looking at, you can see, so the outside looks fine. But if you scroll down, the whole inside is pretty much outdated, right? It's like the floors aren't anything crazy. The bricks look like they're kind of worn. You got some wood panels on there that are worn. You got all of the cabinets that are outdated.
Bro, you see this upside down electrical, and it's
all the cabinets are outdated. The countertops are outdated. The stove's outdated. The appliances are outdated. The bathrooms are outdated. The bedrooms are outdated. They're torn. They're worn. The kitchen's nice. I mean, the bathroom's a little bit nice, but that one right there. But point being is, if a first-time home buyer is going to buy this, they're going to have to do a lot of work. So this could go to a homeowner or an investor. So this is one that I would definitely call. Now, if both of the bathrooms were updated and maybe it was just the kitchen that's outdated, maybe I would leave that alone, because a homeowner can pay for a kitchen and then everything else is good. So again, you just want to kind of use your intuition. But I think this is a good one to reach out to.
All right, let's do it. Give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear the ringtone. Hi, is this Rich?
Yes, this is Rich. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Rich. My name is Nathan Harris. I'm calling about the listing that you posted on 114th Avenue.
114th Avenue. Yes, how can I help you?
Well, I'm interested in it. I'm a buyer. I'm looking at doing a rehab on this one. I just wanted to get some more details in regards to the age of the roof, AC, water heater, if there's any major issues I should budget for.
I would say call my assistant Paris. She's in the office right now. I'm heading to an event that I have to present at.
Oh, you're the presenter at the event?
Yeah, I have another office in I'm actually in Lake Wales right now.
Interesting.
So we have a guest speaker and some other things happening. Yeah.
All right. Well,
on this end.
I can call your assistant.
Do you have a pen? Do you have a pen handy?
Yep, I do. I'm ready to go.
Okay, you can call her at 863
863
225
225
225 225.
Yep. 863 225
0575.
0575. Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. I'll get to it.
Paris.
Perfect. And if I submit an offer, do you want me to, like, after I get the details, do you want me to call you back and submit the offer to you, or do you want me to work with Paris on this?
You can work with Paris on it, but I can tell you the owner is not going to go for a silent seed offer.
Well, let's run the numbers on it. Let's get the information. Let's run the numbers. Let's see how close we are to the price. If we're really far off, then like there's no point. But if we're close, great.
Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever, but I'm just telling you because this owner, he's not gonna waste a lot of time.
Okay, gotcha.
We deal with a lot of investors, and we don't do a lot of the running, back and forth, and unless the person actually comes to see the property and puts their eyes on it.
Of course.
Because believe me, we get probably about 20 investors a day. 20, and it's crazy.
How many of them do you think are just wholesalers?
I've been doing this since 1996.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when you say how many are wholesalers, I mean, how many are really wholesaling it? A few. How many are wanting to become wholesalers?
Yep.
Most. I mean, so I get it. Everybody's out trying to, and I get it. The blank calls, the robo calls, all the good stuff that technology has created. So I'm just helping us streamline this process so nobody's wasting each other's time.
I absolutely agree. Now, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in this. We're looking for more projects in that area. I will admit, though, that, if walking the deal first is essential to the seller looking at my offer, I probably won't.
That's why I would say don't even waste your time if you're not willing to walk.
Okay, so
Don't waste your time. Yeah.
I'll run my numbers. This is how I do it, right? Just because if we walk every single property before we make an offer, it just takes up too much time. I'll run my numbers. We'll see how close we are. I'll touch base with you. If we're close, great. If the seller is willing to accept,
we don't need to spend hours on the phone, and just that's what I would say. Do your due diligence. But I'm telling you, the owner is basically not even looking at any sight unseen. But I'm quite sure if an offer came in to a point, an offer is an offer, then he'd consider.
Okay. And do you happen to know the age of the roof on top of your head? Like, do you know age of the roof, AC, water heater?
Not right now. I got a whole presentation in my head.
Yeah.
In my head right now.
Don't forget that. Yeah. Don't forget that. That's important.
Yeah, definitely. But
all right.
like I said, I just wanted to get that out to you.
For sure. So I'll call your assistant and I'll get that information. Before we get off the phone, do you work with investors or you just primarily do retail stuff?
I know New Western. I know all of them out there. I work with them. I've been, like I said, I've been doing this a while, man. So it's like I'm saying, I get the text, hey, I need a deal. My workers need work. I get it all.
Okay.
I know the entire scoop on how this thing runs.
Okay. Well, we would like to get some deals from you. I know everybody is saying that. We're pretty serious though. We're not tire kickers. We're not trying to waste anybody's time, but I want to know if I'm barking up the right tree.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's both ways.
Okay.
It's both ways. Most of my investors, it started over relationships. We get to know each other, we eat lunch together. It's basically how we work.
Okay. Well, I'd love to work with you. How about this? I'm going to get you some numbers on this. I'll let you know what I can offer. Next thing that comes across your table, let me know. I'll give you an offer right away. I pride myself on giving people offers as quick as possible. I give a lot of feedback. So I'd love to work with you. Let me call your assistant. Let me get the details on this one. I'll get you an offer. And then anything that you come across, if you can send it to me, I'll get you responses right away.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Take care of it.
Yeah. Best of luck on your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care, Rich. So we still do need to call his assistant and collect the info on this one. So I'm going to do that now. But as you guys can see, I didn't just call about this listing. I called for a relationship. And this guy seems like he knows what he's doing. He also told me, he's like, don't submit an offer if you don't walk the property. But that actually wasn't true. As you guys saw towards the end of the convo, it's like submit an offer, right? Just submit it. Like, don't, at first he was like, don't submit an offer unless if you walk it first, but I'm obviously not going to walk properties before I submit an offer, unless if like the seller has already agreed to accept it right after we walk it. But I really pushed into that one and kind of explained to him like, hey, you know, like we're serious, we're willing to do it, but we don't have time to be walking all these properties before submitting offers. And that's when he like freed up and he's like, you know what, submit your offer. But let's call his assistant and let's collect the information on this property. 863-225-0575.
Thank you for calling Paulwell Banker Richwell Realty. We are unable to take your call at this time. If you're contacting us during regular business hours and know your party's extension, please dial it now. Or at the tone, leave your name, number, and a brief message. We will return your call as soon as possible. Have a great day. To transfer to a fax machine, press that. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Hi, my name is Nathan Harris. I just spoke with Rich. Rich was busy. He was on his way to an event, and he requested that I call this number and speak with his assistant, Paris. Paris, if that's you listening to this voicemail, my name is Nathan, and I'm calling about 114th Avenue in Tampa, 2002 East 114th Avenue. Just need a little bit more information before I submit my offer. Looking for clarification on the age of the roof, AC, water heater, and if there's any major issues that I should budget for, and then I'm going to get you an offer. You can give me a call back. My phone number is 813-437-1709. You can either give me a call, or if you wanted, you could just text me the details and I'll get to work on an offer for you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Bye. What's your feedback, Jacob?
Pretty solid.
What do you think about the conversation with Rich? I felt like that was a bit of a longer conversation than I wanted.
Yeah. Again, kind of going back to when he's like, oh, you got to view the property first. You know, it's just like, I would have just been like, okay, cool. Let me run my numbers, see where I need to be at. And then, you know, I'll get the offer over to the seller. And worst case scenario, if they're very adamant about us seeing it before, you know, we can get someone out there, but I'm super familiar with the area. So let me just work on my numbers real quick, get this over to you. And then, you know, we'll go from there. And then, you know, probably would have called the assistant. So I try not to, like, again, everyone wants to be right in real estate. Everyone has a giant ego. So the dude's a really nice guy. He's super familiar with it, but he even said like he's getting a lot of calls for it. So the second he was like, hey, you know, we're not accepting any sight unseen offers, I wouldn't have necessarily been like, you know, if that's a deal breaker, because now in his head, he's like, hey, I'm not even going to entertain it. Right. Like it would have just been like, all right, whatever. Like, I hear you, but let's let the seller decide that one.
Yeah, I agree. You know, don't make as big of a deal about it. I should have just like brushed over it. And I think that would have been more efficient.
But I do the same thing. It's tough. Like,
yeah.
Because everyone has an inflated ego in real estate. Not everyone, but most people. That's why we're all business owners and do what we do.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
So after, let's call a couple more. And then after that, because it's already been 3 hours, do you want to start to take some questions, see if anyone has any questions for what we've kind of covered so far?
Yeah, I think we should. Before we pop off the acquisitions, I want to show some different methods of acquisition. So
that's what I was going to say. Let's say call some more, and then we can go through like Facebook, and then we'll go into you know, answer any questions that anyone has, so everyone can digest what the heck they just listened to.
Yep. Absolutely. So guys, another method is in the real estate investment groups. So go into the real estate investment groups, find wholesalers that have deals, and you can sell their deals. So for example, this person here, Naples, Florida, off market, single family, full remodel, 1,800 square feet, price $300K. 560 ARV, serious end buyers only. Message me or leave your number. So this person, I want to reach out to this person. I'm going to message them. I don't know why it's not here. Let me click on view profile, message. Weird. It's not letting me message them. Strange. Let me go into the group. Okay. There we go. Hey, Jason. I'm going to start with that. Why is it couldn't send? Oh, you know what it is? It's bro, it's because I've been spamming the crap out of Facebook. I think Facebook temporarily suspended me. I sent like 150 invites the other day over Messenger. Yeah. Okay, so for example, then since I can't message him, I was gonna call him live. I was gonna like call him on Facebook, but in this scenario, I'm gonna say, hey, I would love to. No, I'll just say, please, can you send it to deals at Rising Star Investment dot. And when it's Facebook, I purposely put a space between dot and com because Facebook often auto mods and they don't let you put links in there. So I purposely just put my email like that. That way it'll automatically get posted. Otherwise, sometimes I have to wait for admin approval. So I guess to start from scratch, what you want to do is you want to search up your market and then real estate investments. So let's go Tampa real estate investment, and we're going to look for groups, Tampa real estate investment groups. So we can just join a bunch of these groups. Pinellas County off-market deals. That sounds great. Looking for end buyers for a fire damage flip in St. Petersburg. DM me or leave email below. We're going to leave my email below. And what I want to do is I want to just get my email everywhere because I want to start generating leads to my inbox. So I'm just going to comment on literally anything. Please, can you send it to deals@risingstarinvestment.com? We are cash buyers. We close, purchase. We don't assign vacant lots. Okay, cool. I have a cheap flip, not a tear down, just above land value in Ybor City. Ooh, dude, look at this. He left the phone number. Okay, so I'm going to call him. So this guy's name is Neil, 863-808-7529.
Hi, you reached Neil Westcott. Sorry.
I'm going to double dial him. Okay, no answer. I'm not going to get too caught up on it. So we'll just keep going around here and literally just drop your email everywhere. Whenever somebody posts a deal, drop your email. If somebody says that they have a deal, do their best to reach out to them. A lot of people will say end buyers only. Honestly, I don't care. I'm still gonna drop my email. And then when I talk to them, I'm not gonna pretend to be an end buyer because I don't think that's nice. I wouldn't like to work with somebody that pretends to be an end buyer. But I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna have them reach out to me. I'm gonna reach out to them. I'm gonna say, hey, I'm a wholesaler. I'm good at this. This is why. I'm happy to work with you, but don't lie to them. In my opinion, don't lie to them. Don't pretend you're an end buyer. Just tell them you're a wholesaler. Tell them you intend to assign it and strike a deal with them. Work with them. So yeah, just go into the real estate investment groups, drop your emails everywhere. After a while, you'll start to, I don't want to show you guys my inbox. After a while, your inbox will start to get filled with wholesaler deals. And yeah, this is like a really easy, foolproof way to generate wholesaler leads. Let's see what else. There's
I would even message them. I know you can't because you're blocked, but I personally would message every single person that posts a deal and just ask them.
bro. Yeah. Send them a video. Stand out. Send them
And
a
I just
video.
say, hey, like, is your deal still available? And then if they're like, yeah, I'm like, okay, cool. So honestly, what I do is when they post something, I'm like, hey, I just saw your post in so-and-so. Is that still available? And then they'll respond to me like, yep, are you interested? I'll be like, yep, let me take a look at it right now. I'm running the numbers on it. I'll run the numbers and I'll get back to them and I'll be like, all right, cool. So I definitely have some buyers who'd be interested in this one. Do you want me to send it out for you? And then they'll be like, yeah, sure, that's cool. And I'll be like, okay, cool. Let me send you over an agreement that lets me market this and I'll get on it. And then I'll send them over a JV agreement or an option contract. And then we'll go over the contracts later in the video. But that's essentially what we'll do or what I do. And then I just kind of move on to the next one. So yeah, that's, anyone who posts a deal in the group, I message them. I do exactly what Nathan said as well. Put your email, message them, and then, we'll reach out to them for deals, or we'll reach out, see if that deal is available. But then what you want to do is once you, what you want to do pretty much is once you get these wholesalers and you're talking to them, it's not as simple as, and this is just my opinion. Look, I've done probably 60 JV deals, maybe more. But it's the follow-up game is for everyone, no matter who you're working with. So it's not just leave your email and then that's the end of the story. You follow up with them. So at first it should be every 2 weeks. Hey, you got anything? Hey, you got anything? And then if they have something, then you follow up with them when they say they have something. And then from there, you just follow up with them maybe every month, so often you follow up with them. So whenever they get a deal, you're at the top of their mind and they send it to you. So, put your email, message them. And once they respond, add them to your CRM and we'll go over building out a CRM here in this video as well. But you want to go add them to your CRM and then create a follow-up process with that wholesaler where you reach out to them on a regular basis and just say, hey, do you have anything new that I can take a look at? Because a lot of times what happens is they don't remember who you are. So if you don't stay on top of mind, then they're not going to remember to send you their deals. Even though they know what you do, they're not going to remember to do it. So you need to just stay on the top of their mind. Hey, you got anything? Hey, you need help with anything? Hey, I'm looking for some more deals. You got anything? And so on.
Awesome. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to just brain dump some final things for you guys. So before I do though, Sharnice, we will give you all the contracts at the end. But now I have a couple more really quick ones that I want to go over. For sale by owner on Zillow. So you can just go to Zillow.com. Let me take you to the home page. Right, search up your city that you're looking for deals in, and then add for sale, apply, and then go to more and click on by owner and other. Remove foreclosures, auctions, new construction, agent listed, and that'll leave you with the for sale by owners. You can call up these people and submit an offer. So that's way number one. Way number two is you can pull a list. So you can go to PropWire. And I haven't pulled a list from PropWire before, but they're all very similar. So let's see here. So let's go Tampa, Florida, lead types. Now you can pick your different kind of lead types, right? So you can go absentee owners, cash buyers. Cash buyers don't really count. High equity, absentee owners. That sounds pretty good. Can you stack lists on this, Jacob? Can you do multiple filters?
I don't know. I think so.
Okay.
No. Yeah, maybe. Try it. Just click on 2.
Oh, yeah, you can. Dope. Okay, so I'm going to go with tired landlords, actually, just because it's like so incredibly simple, right? Search. Tired landlords in Tampa. There's 7,000 results. I wonder if I can make this even more niche down. So equity percentage. No, that's just sorting them on equity percentage. Let's add single family homes. Good. Let's go more. Property filters. Owner filters. I'm going to go business owned. So these are going to be, actually, you know what? Better than that, we're going to go tired landlords that are individual owned. Because if it's a tired landlord that's individual owned, it's probably not like the most sophisticated landlord. And we're just going to pull a list. So select all 2,200. Looks like I have to make an account. I'm just going to make an account super quick. Okay. Oh, crap. I lost my filters. Let me put my filters back on. So we're going to go individual owned. Whatever. Here's 3,000. Let's grab the 3,000. Export, download. Okay. And let's find the ones that we downloaded.
Activity.
Okay. So I guess it's just putting them together right now. Once it completes, you can download. And then because we're doing this for completely free, now you guys are going to have to skip trace. So we're going to use a website called True People Search. And you guys are going to have to manually go in and skip trace each one by putting in their address and then getting their phone number. But this is free, right? So it's totally free. You can save yourself time. If you do have money, pay for skip tracing. It's well worth it. But since we're doing something totally free, you're going to be manually skip tracing on True People Search. That's another way to find deals. All right, Jacob, that's all I have for the acquisitions. Anything you want to leave them off with on the acquisitions?
No, we'll just do some like more live examples down the road.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
We still have 4 hours, so.
Yeah, we got so much time. All right, so now we have system setup. Dude, this one is going to be really cool. And you know what I like about this one, bro, is you created a YouTube video of how you built this CRM. So if you guys haven't already texted cheat sheet to 813-437-1709, there's literally how-tos. Like there's going to be a how to build this CRM in the cheat sheet. And I want you guys to have that how to, because this is the free CRM that you can use. Totally free CRM. So text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. You're going to get Jacob's Podio CRM totally for free. And Jacob, are you also going to be building it for us live as well?
Yeah, we can real quick, or we can at least go through it.
Yeah, well, you decide.
Yeah, I'm trying to add. Just doing it wrong. All right, so before we even jump into setups, is any questions on dispo, acquisitions, mindset, Anything that we've covered so far from anyone?
Yeah, I was talking hella fast. It felt like I was like in a rush. We still have
That's what I'm
4
saying,
hours
bro.
and 20 minutes.
We've gone through almost like everything. I mean, look, I think the last 2 hours are going to be a stretch to try to figure out what we can include in there, but
No, dude, I don't think so. I think the last 2 hours are going to be the easiest because at the end, all we have to do is just do real estate live.
yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to do here soon anyways, but yeah. And I got a deal that we can look for some buyers on and whatnot. Okay, cool. Any questions?
Question. Yeah, here's a good question that Sharnice put in the chat. She says, where would we get the agreements? Like all the contracts, the purchase and sale contracts, the assignment agreements, the cancellation agreements, literally everything is going to be in the cheat sheet.
So should we go over the agreements before we jump into setups?
Yeah, dude, please. Let's go over like contracts and agreements and whatnot.
All right, cool. So before we even get started on this, before we even get started at all, Nathan and I are not attorneys. This is not legal advice in any way. This is just what we use in our business and kind of going over how we understand the documents. And if you decide to use them within your business, I highly recommend that you talk to an attorney.
Yep. For legal compliance, I will say that again. I am not an attorney, guys. I am far from an attorney. Don't trust anything I say about contracts. Double check it all because I could be wrong and I don't want to be responsible if things go south. So I am not an attorney. These are the contracts that I use. I'm pretty sure Jacob's going to show the contracts that I use. But yeah, I use these contracts. Doesn't mean that I know them. I make no guarantees as to what they say, and you should do your own due diligence. But if you'd like the contracts will be plugged in the cheat sheet. You can use them, but I would say verify them by an attorney.
Yeah. Trying to find the window that had the cheat sheets on it because I lost them now.
Oh, here, dude. I'll drop the link.
So this one? Oh no, I found it.
Good bet.
So where?
Yeah, what you guys? Joe is right. What you guys doing? Come on, hit that like button. We've been going for like 4 hours. Hit that like button. This is massive value. Hit the like button, not just as like a thank you, but hit the like button because it helps spread this with other people. Oh, dude, look who we have on here, bro. We got Luke. Dude, did you see Luke's piece of content? We were teasing him on the live. Cody and I were teasing him on the live. We're like, yeah, dude, a guy with biceps like yours should be doing like 2 to 3 deals a month. And he like takes the snippet from our live and makes a short form piece of content. And it's like us talking about how his biceps should be getting him deals and how all he has to do is post a picture of his biceps and say looking for deals. And then he takes that whole snippet. And then at the end, it's like the beat drops and it's just like curls equals deals. Send me deals.
I love it. I'll have to check it out.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to JamilJDamji.com/freebies, plugging in Jamil's website here, Jamil has all of these these contracts that you can download. I don't know if they're going to be the exact same, but you can literally download all of these. So you'll just click download contract. It'll bring you to here. You'll put in your email address and then you'll download the contract and you'll be able to download it. So each time you click on these or whatever you click on, it's going to allow you to download that contract. So just want to point that out for anyone who wants to get a copy of these contracts. This link will be in the sheet. And then for any of the ones that aren't in the sheet, or that aren't on here, we'll include in the sheet.
Yeah, guys, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We literally put all of these resources into a master document and we separated it by each module. So you're going to have the replay. You're going to have all of these resources, all the links, everything, all in one document, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We'll send it to you right away.
Boom. All right. So again, I'm not an attorney. This is not legal advice. I'm just going over the contracts that I use and kind of my understanding to what they mean. So this is an option contract. So your option contract is essentially giving you equitable interest. So how you can look at it is it's kind of like an option in stocks, right? If you're familiar with option, it gives you the option to purchase that stock at said times or whatever. So similarly, this gives you the option to purchase real estate or a contract for a said period of time. So this could be for a homeowner. This could be for a wholesaler. This could be for anyone who holds equity or equitable interest in a property. So again, this is just giving us the exclusive right to purchase a property at said price. Now you can have a non-exclusive and you can have an exclusive. A non-exclusive is giving you the non-exclusive right to purchase it. So they're not tied to you in any sort of way. If they want to sell it to someone else, they can, or if they decide not to sell it, they don't have to. An exclusive option essentially means that they're giving you exclusivity and you can buy it within that time period and nobody else can during that time period. So this could be with a homeowner or a person who has the property under contract. So essentially what we're doing is we're putting our property or our entity name right here or our personal name. And what it's saying is that my company or the buyer of this transaction and the sum of $1 shown by personal payable check. What this is basically is your EMD amount. So it's, again, consideration for the agreement. So just like you put up EMD on a contract, we're putting up $1 for this option. Most of the time, people don't really send in $1. It's just $1. So then it's basically saying payable to blank. This would be the entity's name or the person's name that you're getting the option with. So if it's a homeowner, the homeowner's name right there. If it's a wholesaler, their personal name or their entity name. If it's a buyer and you need to help them sell a deal, their name. So you would put the other party's name right here. And then it says the seller and or a signer. So I added, I think, and or a signer in there, but it says the seller. So again, it's saying that my company is putting up $1 with the seller to be held uncashed until this option is accepted as deposit to be credited toward the price of $330,000. And then it's spelled out. So this would be the price that you're getting the option under, or you're getting it under option for. So for example, if they're asking $550,000 and they're like, hey, I need you to add on top, we would put $550,000 right there. If they're like, hey, we need to do $550,000 is where I have it under contract. Anything above that we can split. You would put 550 right there as well. And I'll show you what we would alter in this. So this first clause right here is basically saying that the seller hereby gives and grants to the buyer and or assignees. Again, I think I added this and or assignees for a period of 10 calendar days. So if it's not a 10-day option, you can change the date or the days. For the date here of the non-exclusive right and privilege of purchasing the following described real property located at, and then the property address. So this is basically just describing the property address and saying that you have the non-exclusive right to purchase it. If it's exclusive, again, we would take out non and take out non. So it would say you have the exclusive right to purchase this property. Now, this second part right here is typically only if you're splitting above the price that you're getting the option at. If, let's say, they send it to you at $330,000 and they say that's what I'm trying to sell it at, you can add whatever you want on top of that and it's yours. All you would need to do is delete this out and you don't need this clause in there. If you do want to move forward with it, then we would go ahead and just leave this in there and we would put their name right here. And if we need to change the split, we would change the split. And this is basically saying that the seller agrees to a 50-50 split of proceeds above the sales price with, the buyer's name, 50-50 going to them and 50 going to you. And then, so what that would basically say is, if you leave this in here, is you guys have it at 330,000. If you sell it at 350,000, the proceeds are split. So 10,000 goes to them, 10,000 goes to you. And then it's just this this is a legal binding contract that has been thoroughly reviewed, blah, blah, blah. And then they would sign. So that's a non-exclusive / exclusive option that most people would typically use in that case. And then is that kind of like the same one that you use?
Oh, totally, dude. That's the exact same one. I use a non-exclusive as often as possible. I think one thing that we should let them know is the difference between non-exclusive and exclusive options.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
No, you're good. Nah, so a non-exclusive just gives you that you don't have exclusivity, and exclusive gives you the exclusivity.
What about the A to B purchase agreement? Do you mind if I take the A to B?
I was going to show you the one that I use. How long is yours?
Long.
Yeah, nah.
I was going to go over the par bar.
Oh yeah, here, I'll do that after this. I'm going to show them one for direct to seller if they want to use it.
Okay, bet.
And I can run through it real quickly. All right, again, I'm going to keep saying this 100,000 times, so it's there. I'm not an attorney, and this is not legal advice. So this is the purchase and sales agreement that I use. You can see purchase and sales agreement at the top, blah, blah, blah. So parties, this is going to be where the parties go. It's saying that this agreement is between the seller. So this would be the name of the homeowner. This would be your name as the buyer and or assigns. Seller agrees to convey to the buyer the property described as. This is going to be the APN of the property. You can also put legal description if you wanted to put the legal description right here. This is going to be the actual address. This basically says that it's the address along with the land described, improvements thereon, and the fixtures attached there too. So it's basically explaining that it's everything that comes with the property. You have the purchase price section right here. So it goes over what is due at closing. It goes over the total purchase price, and then it goes over the EMD amount, or earnest money deposit amount. So this would be the total amount. So if it's 330,000, you would put 330,000 right there. Now, I personally like to spell it out like this. So it's, it has it right there, and then it has the number, and then it spells it out, and then has the number. So you can see right here, we have 3,000 for the EMD amount. So we have total purchase price is 305, but 3,000 is being put up. So due at closing is 302. So that's how I would spell it out. And then over here, this just talks about the title. It's basically saying that the title will be clear and that there's no issues. If it's not clear, they have time to cure any defects, with written approval by the buyer. Number 4 is basically talking about closing and possession. It's basically saying, hey, this will take place on or before this date. At buyer's discretion, they can move it 15 days out if need be to make sure that the title is deliverable. Again, kind of aligning with this one. Closing costs. This goes over exactly what the closing costs are. So you would need to spell out, what's happening in the closing costs, whether the buyer's paying all sides of closing costs, the seller's paying all sides, the seller's paying their sides, the buyer's paying their sides. So I like to just spell that out in the first section right here. And then I have this line that says basically all prorated property taxes and assessments are current for the year. All liens, back taxes will be provided to provide a clear title. So again, it's just making sure that anything is caught up to date and they don't owe anything on the property so the buyer doesn't take it over. The second or the sixth part is the study period. So this is where you would put your, study or inspection period days. So if it's 10 days, 15 days, 30 days, whatever you want to put right here. And then this is basically just saying that you have the right to view the property with your partners, lenders, inspectors, contractors as you desire. you shall have, or the buyer shall be responsible for prompt payments for such inspection or damage of the property or restoration. So if you damage it during your property inspection or property viewings, you're responsible as the buyer. And then it says if buyer determines in buyer's sole discretion that the condition of the property is not acceptable, buyer can cancel by delivering written notice through these terms of delivery. And then if we cancel during the study period, the deposit paid shall be immediately returned to the buyer and then release the seller and buyer. Then it's basically saying that the property is in as-is condition and that it carries on after the deal closes, but it's not saying, so pretty much it's as-is condition besides any illegal, non-hazardous, or anything that's legal, non-hazardous. So you can't leave your meth lab behind. Except yeah, like if we buy your house, you cannot leave your meth lab in the basement. You got to take that with you. I'm sorry. 8 is acceptance, just saying, hey, we need this offer accepted by this date or it's null and void. 9 is representation, basically saying, you know, everyone is represented in this contract, talking about all the warranties in this contract, and then basically saying that after this contract closes, all of the warranties, covenants, everything within the contract remain in place. So just because it closed doesn't mean that everything just disappears. Remedy for default. How do they default? If they do default the contract, what happens? Where does the EMD money go to? And then time is of the essence. We all agree to work diligently to make sure this closes on time. And if we don't, we'll get an extension. And then buyer intent basically says, hey, we're an investor. We engage in real estate to maximize profit. Seller acknowledges that we might utilize entities, investors, partnerships, joint ventures, and or assignments, and then any other special provisions that you want to add in that contract, and then signatures. So that was a lot, but hopefully that made sense.
All right. You guys ready for a complicated realtor's contract?
Is there any other like simple ones that we need to cover? Like,
I think, you know what? Before we go over the complicated realtor's contract, why don't we do the
do you have a JV contract you use? I always use options, so I don't have one. I mean, we can find one real quick.
I do actually, yeah.
Here,
you know what? Check the private chat. There's a link to all the different contracts there. That's literally all the contracts that they post on the Asher website. So I use a JV contract sometimes. Here, let me go over it. Let's pull it up here. JV contract. Share screen. Boom.
And then I think the only other thing would be, an assignment. We have to go over an assignment and then maybe cancellation. But other than that,
easy peasy.
Yep.
Guys, I am not a lawyer. Don't think that I'm a lawyer because I'm not. Don't trust my legal advice because it's not legal advice. I am not a lawyer. Plain and simple. Anything that I say, I do not guarantee by any means. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Go verify for yourself. This is the contract that I use in my business. Doesn't mean that it will apply to you. Don't trust what I say. Go talk to a lawyer. I am not a lawyer. Okay. This is a joint venture agreement. This joint venture agreement is used when you are doing a JV, a joint venture with somebody. So let's say you're trying, bro, Ashton, stop.
I'm taking this as legal advice.
What the fuck? Ashton, don't do that, bro. Don't say that. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to stop going over the contracts, bro. JG asks a really good question. He says, what's the main difference between JV and options contracts? So they're pretty similar. Options give you the right to purchase the property for a specific amount of time. Joint ventures are like, we are both in this together and our intention is to do this objective. So for example, let's say Jacob has a deal in Jacksonville. Actually, Jacob does have a deal in Jacksonville. So Jacob, I would like to joint venture on this deal with you. I would like to send you a joint venture agreement that says, if I find a buyer over specified price, I get to make anything over this price. So Jacob actually sent me a deal this morning. Let me take a look at it. Okay, so this is a deal in Jacksonville. Jacob, if I were to joint venture with you on this, would you want a 50-50 split, anything above the contract price, or would you like me to mark it up?
I mean, it's my cousin's contract, so I would just have to split my end with him, or we would have to be 33, 33, 33. So I'm happy to do 50-50. Well, 33, 33, 33. Or you can just add on top of the price I send it to you and take whatever.
Okay, so here, I'm going to fill out a contract right now. And it's going to be for the purpose of adding on top. Okay.
Bet.
So this joint venture agreement is made and entered into on January.
I'm about to run to the bathroom real quick while you fill this out.
Okay, run really fast. Don't trip. I'm just kidding. January 20th, 2024. And guys, this is not legal advice. Buy-in between Rising Star Investment LLC, and I think his entity name is Consistent Home Buyers LLC. Okay, so we would bind our entities. And then the purpose of this joint venture agreement shall be to sell/assign the following contracts for the properties known as. So I'm not going to put the actual address in here because I don't know if he wants me to share it. So we're going to go 123 Main Street, Jacksonville, 33209, to an end buyer for a nominal fee. This agreement shall commence on the date first above written and shall continue in existence until January 31st, 2024. Right? So you put an end date to the contract. Obligations. Both parties shall handle all marketing to prospective assignees, buyers jointly. Marketing methods will include, but are not limited to, direct mail, web marketing, telemarketing, social media outreach. If buyer of said contract is provided by my entity name, Rising Star Investment LLC, the assignment fee at closing will be divided as follows. Oh, you know what? We want to mark it up. So if we're marking it up, we would change the phrasing of this, or alternatively, we would use an option contract. This JV contract is for a percentage split. So since this one's for a percentage split, let's say if Nathan provides the buyer, Rising Star Investment provides the buyer, it will be divided as follows. So Rising Star Investment shall receive 30%. Here, you know what? We'll go 33% because we know that Jacob has a partner. And then we'll leave 67% for Jacob. So let me just grab his entity, Consistent Home Buyers. Did I get your entity right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh no space between home buyers. There you go.
Okay, so pretty much what we've done here is we've made an agreement that if I bring the buyer, I get 33% and Jacob gets 67%, because remember, Jacob's cousin has it under contract. So now Jacob still has enough percentage available for him to go with his cousin and split. I don't need to know for myself being in this deal. I don't care what they do as long as it's legal. I don't care what they do on their end for their split. As long as I'm getting 33% of anything above contract price, I'm happy, right? So this is the joint venture agreement. Then everybody signs. It's pretty straightforward. The difference between joint ventures and options is joint ventures is like a little bit more relaxed, in my opinion. I think options are pretty clear and easy to understand. I would prefer an option over a joint venture, but if there's multiple partners, then I'm more inclined to do a joint venture, because you can say like Nathan gets 33%, Jacob gets 33%, and Jacob's cousin gets 33%.
Fact. So in my opinion, a joint venture is more for like, okay, so yes, we use joint ventures all the time in wholesaling, but I think joint ventures' true purpose are exactly what it is. It's a joint venture. You guys are bringing your two ventures together for a project. So when you're buying a flip, a true joint venture is two companies coming together to flip that property. That's a joint venture. An option is giving you the option to purchase the contract. So, or the house. So when you're using an option with a wholesaler, you have the option to buy their contract at 500,000 or at whatever price you decided, which then allows you to turn around and resell that contract. So for example, if someone sends you a deal at 300,000 and maybe you have a buyer at 330 and you send them an option at 300, you now have the option to buy that contract at 300,000, which now gives you equitable interest, just like their purchase and sales agreement gives them equitable interest. So then you can turn around and find that buyer. Now, once you found a buyer or you've decided to move forward on the deal, like let's say you wanted to buy it yourself. Now you transition that, or you convert that option into an assignment. So now that option basically it's just like a placeholder. It's kind of ripped up. And now you have an assignment that goes directly from you or from the wholesaler to you at 300. And then you can reassign it to your buyer at whatever price you guys agreed on, or you're just taking it down at 300 because you want to flip it or do whatever with it. So the option is essentially giving you the option to purchase their contract or purchase their house for a said price. And then JV is two ventures coming together as a joint venture. That's what that joint means, that joint venture coming together to actually get something done. So a lot of times a true joint venture, in my opinion, would be more for actually taking down the property. But naturally, because they use it in that case, why not use it for wholesaling as well? So I think both are perfectly fine to use, but a JV, in my opinion, doesn't really give you equitable interest to find that deal, whereas an option contract actually provides you with equitable interest.
And why is it important to have equitable interest before you start marketing it?
Because if you don't, then you're marketing a house. And if you're not an agent, then you're marketing a house as an unlicensed agent. So you're practicing being a licensed agent without having your license. And it's always good too so let's say, for example, I've actually had this happen only one time, knock on wood. So like 3 years ago, I sent out a deal and the person said they were direct on it with the homeowner. And so I blasted it out and I get this person, someone calls me and they're freaking out. How dare you try to sell my house? It's not even listed on the market. You don't have any, you're not allowed to sell this, blah, blah, blah. And then like an attorney kind of steps in and they're like, whoa. Like, hey, this is her attorney. We're trying to figure out what's going on. She's not selling the house and now it's, being marketed and we're trying to figure out why it's being marketed. So I told them, because the homeowner was yelling and freaking out, I told them, look, I have a contract on it. I'll send you my documentation. They're like, okay, like send me what you have. I sent them my option contract and I never heard anything back. But the reason you want to have an option or something in place is because at the end of the day, you want to have something in writing saying that you're allowed to market the deal. There are wholesalers who do some unethical things. There are wholesalers who, say they have a deal locked up when they don't, and they're just trying to find buyers who are interested prior to locking it up. So, ideally we don't run into those types of wholesalers and we vet them before we get the deals locked up. But worst case scenario, if you have a deal under contract or you have an option on it, or even a JV, and something ever comes back to you and they're like, who said you can market this? Or even if an agent reaches out and says, hey, you're not allowed to send this out, you're not an agent, you're practicing unethically. Now you can present them with the documentation to say otherwise. Actually, yes, I am. Here's my contract that I have signed. And if the other party who sent it to you doesn't have anything signed, unfortunately, that's not your fault. You have your ass covered by having your paperwork and documentation in line, and that's what matters for you. So if now they go down the tree and they figure out that Tom doesn't have it under contract, sorry, Tom, you shouldn't have been sending things out without without having it locked up. Mm-hmm. So, I'm not saying that we throw people under the bus by any means, but if someone ever comes after you, you have the documentation to provide and say that actually I have every right to be able to market this per this agreement that I have signed.
100%. Okay. So now let's say you find a buyer, right? You had an option agreement. You were like, let's say, for example, Jacob has a deal. Nathan signs an option agreement with Jacob to give him the right to market his deal, and Nathan finds a buyer. Well, now Nathan's got to assign it to his buyer. So let's go over that. This right here is an assignment agreement, and there's a lot of legal mumbo jumbo. So I'm going to highlight the main points of it. But before I start, I am not a lawyer, guys. I am far from a lawyer, not at all a lawyer. Don't take anything I say as legal advice. Don't trust me at all on my legal. It's not even legal advice. Don't trust me. This is not legal advice at all. This is just my opinion, but don't trust my opinion. So anyways, this is an assignment agreement. And this is what you'll use when you sell it to your end buyer. So there's some important things here. So assignor means you, right? The person that's assigning it to the investor. Assignee means the end buyer, right? So you are the assignor. So for the agreement set forth below, all and other good value consideration, mutual benefits to be delivered by all parties to this agreement, the undersigned Rising Star Investment, assignor, because he's the one giving it to, he's the wholesaler. Assignor is the wholesaler. Assigns onto buyer's entity would go right here. Assignee, the end buyer. All rights, interests, suits, claims entitled to a contract for sale concerning such property as property address, APN number, and then where the escrow is held. So this would be where you put your title company. Provided, however, no warranties of any kind whatsoever are made incident to the assignment, the assignee accepts all rights, obligations, and responsibilities of the purchase contract. Pretty much they're saying that they're completely taking over the purchase contract, the good, the bad, the ugly, everything. This right here is a really important part. If escrow fails to close on or before specified date and time, all rights to purchase the property immediately fall back to you. So let's say Jacob assigns his deal to me and I assign it to the end buyer, and my end buyer doesn't close on it on time. Let's say, the closing date is January 31st, right? And he doesn't and I tell him he needs to close on it by January 31st at lunchtime, and lunchtime goes by and he doesn't close on it. And I'm like, oh no, I want to make sure I can perform. I have the right to sell that to another buyer if he doesn't close by date and time. So that's why we put 12 p.m. on close of escrow, because then we have 4 hours to bring in a new buyer if need be. The assignee herein agrees to deposit earnest money of specified amount. So this is where you get your earnest money, and it has to be at title by a certain date and time. So I always try to do like within the same day. So like within like 3-4 hours. So I'll change this to, 3-4 hours from when I send the contract to them. Disbursement of fees. So this pretty much says that this is their purchase amount. So this is what you're selling it to the end buyer for. You make anything between the sale of the contract price, and the assignment price. You'd make the difference. The assignment earnest money is credited towards the purchase price. And if the buyer doesn't close, then we get the buyer's EMD. And then right here, it pretty much just releases the title company of any responsibility if things go solid, says that they can do what they feel is best when it comes to disbursement of the funds. And then just the date in which it was executed and the signatures. It's pretty straightforward, but of course, guys, read any contract that you're signing very thoroughly. Don't just watch a video and fill out a contract. Read the entire contract. Make sure you know what you're getting into, and talk with a lawyer, because I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice.
Yes.
I really want to go over the FAR bar really quick.
Do it.
Okay, so
FAR bar is so much more confusing than like the DMV contract. I feel like, I mean, they're not confusing, but every district's contracts are going to be laid out differently, or every MLS areas, or whatever the case is. Now you can technically use whatever contract you want to. Like you can send in so most agents don't know this, but if I wrote up a contract or an offer on a napkin and sent it into an agent, that is a contract and an offer. Like you can literally send, I could write up right now $100,000 on a note card for an address, put my signature line and then the seller's signature line and sign it. That's technically an offer.
Mm-hmm.
So every offer contract is going to be different. But if you're going to work with an agent on the MLS, 9 times out of 10, probably 99% of the time, they're going to want their MLS's generic, or their branch's generic contract. So FAR bar, for example, is probably more generic in the St. Pete area, but if you go to Miami, they might use something different than FAR bar. If you go to
Jacksonville is a great example. Jacksonville is different.
Jacksonville is different. And for example, on the FAR bar, it says if you don't select a box for the assignability, it's automatically non-assignable. In Jacksonville, it says if you don't select it, it's automatically assignable. So they're completely opposite. And then, for example, my market doesn't even have a box you can select. There's no assignability box. So every area you look at is going to be different. So you just want to make sure, again, you're familiar with your contract and you know what you're doing. And yes, Luke, I am going to the Squad Up Summit. I don't know if Nathan is, but he better.
I'm going to. I'm gonna print a bunch of meme T-shirts and I'm gonna give them out, and I'm gonna hold ginormous meme posters above my head, and I'm gonna pay people to hold them, and we're gonna just take over. But anyways, okay. Before I go into this contract, guys, I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I'll say it again. Far from a lawyer. Not at all a lawyer. I'm not giving you legal advice. Go consult with a lawyer. Now, this is the as-is FAR bar. All the time, agents in all of Florida I'm pretty damn sure almost every agent in Florida is familiar with this contract. Even though Jacksonville does have its unique contract, this contract covers most of Florida. So if you end up going to submit an offer on a property in Jacksonville that does have its own contract, if you submit it on a FAR bar, they're probably going to understand the contract and they probably won't care, and they'll just let it be on a FAR bar. So this is the most common one in Florida. I'm very familiar with this contract. It's very extensive and it's the most thorough contract I've seen ever. So I'm going to go over the main points of it. But like any contract, make sure you read the entire thing start to finish and make sure you fully understand it before you sign it. So obviously up here,
legal help.
Yes, or get legal help. Up here, it outlines the parties. So seller and buyer. Here you have the property address and just more reiteration of exactly where the property address is. right here, it describes the things that come with the property. So that means that, like, you know, whether or not you get the appliances, you know, whether or not like they're going to take out all the light fixtures beforehand, pretty much anything that's attached to the wall, you get it. And if otherwise stated, you would put it right here. If there's extra stuff coming with it, or if there's anything being excluded from it, you would put it right here. Now over here, number 2 is purchase price. So you put your purchase price here. You put your earnest money down here. And then if this box is left blank, then your earnest money is due within 3 days. That's really good because that gives you time to find a buyer and have a buyer deposit EMD rather than you have to deposit EMD. So you don't have to tie as much funds. Sometimes they'll put a number here and it'll have to be in whatever number they put here. And sometimes they'll check a box that says it accompanies the offer. Then over here, you're going to have your title company's information. Right here, additional deposit to be given to titles. Sometimes, for example, properties in Miami, they'd like to see a secondary deposit just to make sure that we're serious because it's a higher price point. And that's where it would go here. And over here is the balance. So the balance would be purchase price minus any EMD. You can usually just put the word balance right here. Time for acceptance. So I call this the exploding contract. So you put right here the date in which this contract needs to be mutually executed by. And if it's not mutually executed by that date, then it's no longer a valid contract. Here is where you put your closing date, number 4. Put your closing date right here. This is close of escrow. Extension of closing date. This is, okay, so this clause right here only really applies to you if you have conventional financing. If it's a cash purchase, it doesn't really apply to you. So I'm not going to go over that. Right here, force majeure pretty much means like any acts of God that could prevent this sale from going through, they're going to forgive you on it. So like if, you know, like if a hurricane goes through and, you know, people have to take a couple days off and you can't close on time, they'll be like, no worries. So occupancy and possession. So this pretty much says that unless otherwise specified, you need to get the property vacant. This box right here is if you're getting the property occupied by tenants or, you know, the owner or anything like that. Assignability. This is a really important one, guys. Pay attention to this. Assignability is a really important one. Buyer may assign and thereby be released of further liability under this contract is the first one. Now, yes, that's the safest one by being released of any further liability, but agents really want you to check this box right here. May assign, but may not be released of further liability under this contract. Now, keep in mind, this is not legal advice. I personally check the second box. I maintain liability. And the reason why is because it makes them feel a lot more comfortable. And my intention is like, I have honest intentions. I have pure intentions. I'm not trying to mess around or anything. So I'm comfortable continuing to be liable, and it also increases the amount of contracts that get accepted. But, you know, if this is of any question to you or you need clarification on it, you should speak with a lawyer. I personally hold liability after I assign it. Justin says, what contract is this for? What state? This is for Florida. This is the Florida Realtors contract. And then the final box is may not assign this contract. If no box is checked, then buyer may not assign this contract. So if no box is checked, you are not assignable. You cannot assign it, plain and simple. Financing. So more often than not, if you're offering a cash purchase, this is a cash transaction with no financing, which means that, remember this clause number 5, this clause is no longer valid if it's a cash transaction. So you no longer get that one. Then after that, this stuff is just legal mumbo jumbo. You don't really have to worry about it. That's more so like if you have a loan. Right here is where you would do a sub 2. So let's say you were doing a sub 2 or a seller finance. So you would have a rider that goes along with it, and they would check one of these boxes. So if it's a seller finance, you would have a rider. If it's a sub 2 or an assumption of the existing mortgage, you would check this box right here. And then we have closing costs, right? So costs to be paid by the buyer. It outlines it all, cost to be paid by seller, cost to be paid by buyer, outlines it, title evidence, and then you check one. So you can either have seller pays the closing costs or you can have buyer pays the closing costs. In Miami, they make you check this box. I'm not too sure why, so I won't go too deeply in the Miami clause, but I always just check box 172 right here. Buyer shall designate closing agent and pay for owner's policy. Then we have home warranty. So let's see here. I'm pretty sure it's this box that gets checked, but the realtors are going to fill this out for you either way. You're probably not going to fill it out, but you want to double check it. But I'm pretty sure that it's the buyer that buys the home warranty plan. Do you know, Jacob?
No, I don't.
Okay, I don't know for sure, so take that with a grain of salt. I'm pretty sure it's the buyer. I'd have to check a contract of mine. And then this right here is like special assessments. So pretty much like if the seller owes any money, does it have to be paid off in full prior to closing, or is the seller going to make a payment plan with the person that they owe? I let the realtor decide whether the seller is going to pay off in full or make a payment plan, because I don't really care as long as I get free and clear title. As long as there's no liens attached to the property when I buy it, I don't care. Then you have your disclosures, so radon gas, permits, mold, like all this stuff is supposed to be disclosed. Flood zone, energy brochure, that lead-based paint. I call this the "don't lick the walls" clause. So any properties that are older than 1978, they're going to send you a lead-based paint form to sign, which pretty much says don't lick the walls, you might die. Homeowners association, you have to have that disclosed. Property tax, foreign investment. This is a really interesting one. So pretty much what this is certain people can and cannot purchase properties in America. I call this the FU China clause. Sorry if that's a little bit insensitive. But they put this clause into the FAR contract, which pretty much says they cannot sell to people in certain foreign countries. So pretty much like anybody that America has beef with, they're regulating who can buy properties. So that's that clause there. And then let's see here. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah. Okay. So foreign investment, that's the America doesn't like China clause. Seller's disclosure. So the seller is disclosing like anything they know, if there's any problems with the property or encumbrances or anything, pretty much just being fully transparent and upfront. Property maintenance, except for ordinary wear and tear, casualty loss, seller shall maintain the property. Pretty much that means that like if your close of escrow is like 30, 60 days out, they're not going to trash the property before the end of close of escrow. Otherwise, the contract, they're in breach of contract. Here you have your inspection period. So if this is left blank, you have 15 days. They'll put the amount of days that you have an inspection period in. This will let you do your due diligence. Walk through inspection on the day prior to the closing date or on the closing date prior to the time of closing specified by buyer or buyer's representative may walk through. Pretty much this says that you have the right to do a final walk. I've had agents before that say, no, you can't walk it anymore. And I say, look, go check section number 12, section B, because I have the right to walk it the day before closing. And some buyers want to walk it the day before closing, and that is their right because they want to make sure that, everything is still as it was on mutual execution of the contract. Seller's assistance and cooperation in closeout of building permits. Pretty much, if there's any open permits on it, the seller is agreeing to cooperate in getting those closed. Assignment of repair and or treatment contracts and warranties. So let's say you have like a termite warranty where like they come and they do whatever to your property, that gets assigned over at the purchase. Escrow agent. This pretty much like states that there's an escrow title company and they're going to act ethically, and you guys are going to use a neutral third party to do the transaction. Professional advice / broker liability. This one I don't know for sure. The way I understand it is, they pretty much say that like you have to verify your stuff. That's the way I understand it. I don't want to elaborate on it if I don't know for sure. Default, if the buyer defaults, this is a really good one because I've actually been in this position before where I've had to default on a contract, right? So if the buyer fails, neglects, or refuses to perform buyer's obligations under this contract, including payment of deposit within the time specified, seller may elect to recover and retain the deposit for the amount of seller as agreed upon liquid damages, consideration for execution of this contract, and in full settlement any claims, whereas buyer and seller shall be relieved from all further obligations under this contract, or at seller's option may, pursuant to paragraph 16, proceed in equity to enforce the seller's rights under this contract, the portion of the deposit, if any, paid to the listing broker. Pretty much what that means is they can take your EMD if you don't perform. And if they really get mad, they can try to take it to court and force you to perform. Now, in my opinion, I think it's really hard to force somebody to buy a house. So I've never once seen somebody be forced to buy a house. I've seen people have their EMD taken away because they didn't perform, but I've never seen somebody be forced to buy a house before. If the seller defaults, let's see here. If the seller, for any reason other than failure of the sellers to make title markable after reasonable, diligent effort, seller fails, neglects, or refuses to perform seller's obligations under this contract, buyer may elect to receive the return of the buyer's deposit without thereby waiving any action for damages resulting from the seller's breach. So pretty much you get your EMD back if the seller defaults. You could also file an affidavit of memorandum and try to force the sale, but good luck. Dispute resolution, pretty much this specifies the time period and how you would go about disputing it. This specifies who would pay the attorney fees if things go south. This pretty much talks about what free and clear title would be and how you would receive title. This is an elaboration upon that. Survey. This pretty much talks about the legal boundaries of your property. Ingress and egress. I don't know what this means. Okay, let's read it. Seller represents that there is no ingress or egress of the real property to the title, and the real property is insurable in accordance with Standard A without exemption for back of legal right of access. I'm pretty sure what this means is is your property landlocked? Meaning is it accessible? Does a new owner, will the new owner be able to access it legally? If you have 4 properties surrounding your property and there's no way to get to your property without encroaching on other people's properties, then it would be landlocked. So the way I understand this clause is it pretty much states that seller is, confident that you have the legal right to be able to access your property. It's not landlocked. Lease information. So they're agreeing to provide the lease information 10 days prior to closing. That's if you have occupants, liens. This talks about the liens on the property. Sorry, guys, this is a really long contract, but it's so incredibly thorough and it's really important to know. You should read the entire thing if you're going to sign one. So this talks about time is of the essence and how you need to be fast. Talks about statutory holidays and what legal business days are. Force majeure. So this is pretty much if a hurricane happens or a pandemic or just anything bad happens, they're going to be forgiving and give extra time to perform on the contract. Conveyance. This agrees that the title will be clear, that the seller is going to give clear title. Closing. This talks about where the closing will happen. Closing documents. This talks about the closing documents. FinGen GTO reporting obligation. If closing agent is required to comply with the U.S. Treasury Departments of Financial Crimes, pretty much don't launder money is what it says here. We will rat you out is what it says. Procedure.
So I'm pretty sure everyone has to file for FinCEN that has a business in the U.S. now.
What is FinCEN?
It's
elaborate on it?
It's just their way of so I had to do it for my companies. It's basically you file who's the owner. It's so I think it's to help prevent money laundering and stuff like that. And if there's any illegal activities going on with your business, they have an owner tied to the account or tied to that business. So if you do own an LLC, again, I don't know this for sure. Ask your accountant, ask your attorney, but I don't know if I don't think we're exempt in any way, but go to, I think it's fincen.gov and you have to register. It's like a VOIP or something like that. And I'm pretty positive anybody in the US has to register. There's some exempt businesses, but if you don't by the end of the year, it's like a $500 a day fine.
Whew.
It's pretty
Gosh.
crazy. So do your due diligence on that.
That's like the beneficiary owner, right? That whole thing where they want to know like who's
exactly.
like
it's like
pretty much
beneficiary owner information, something something.
Gotcha. Yeah, then you have like procedure, like how the deed's going to be recorded. You have escrow closing procedure, so like how the closing is going to take place. Proration / credit, so pretty much like you know, how the taxes and whatnot will be prorated, HOA will be prorated, access to the property to be able to conduct appraisals, inspections, walkthrough. Pretty much this says that the seller is going to let you be able to walk the property. Risk of loss. If the property gets damaged during this contract, like let's say it burns down, this is how you would deal with it. This talks about the 1031 exchange. If the contract is not recordable, for some reason, this goes over what would happen then. Integration / modification. I'm not totally sure what this means, so I'm not going to elaborate on it too much. Waiver: if failure of buyer or seller to insist on compliance with the strict performance of any provision of this contract or to take advantage of any right under this contract shall not constitute a waiver of other provisions. So pretty much if one part of the contract is invalid, all the other parts are still valid is the way I understand that. This talks about any riders that might come with it. Collections collected. So I don't totally know what that means. Applicable law and venue. Pretty much this is in accordance with your local laws. This is about the tax withholding. So if you're a foreign person, like for example, I think Canadians apply to that, but nobody's withheld tax for me. I don't know why. This talks about the tax withholding as well. And then buyer's waiver.
You're not buying it.
Oh, that's why, because I'm not buying it.
Yeah, you're signing it.
Gotcha.
And even then,
well, I think it would only be if I like do a double close or if I sell the property, right? Then they would withhold tax.
Yeah, maybe. Even then, I don't know if they withhold it. You would have to talk to your title company to verify that.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then now we're almost done. So buyer's waive of claims to the extent. The way I understand this is pretty much like you're not holding the seller liable if things go bad, or you're not holding the agent liable if things go bad. And then you have your addendums. So these are all the, addenda. These are like your riders. So like if you have Chinese drywall, defective drywall, Chinese drywall is what they call it. You know, like asbestos insulation, lead-based paint, rezoning, lease purchase, lease options. Like these are all the different like extra contracts that would go along with it. Like kick-out clause, seller's attorney. These are all so many different contracts, but these would like go along with it, and they just check it to specify that there's a secondary document along with it. This is where you put in your additional terms. Some additional terms that I like to have in my contract is inspection period is to be counted in business days. You know, making sure that you have the right to record an affidavit of memorandum. What else, Jacob? Are there any additional terms that you put in?
Nah, normally not.
Gotcha. Yeah, and then that's it. Make your signatures. When you get a contract back, make sure that it's initialed on the bottom of each page by both the buyer and the seller. Make sure all the signatures are here. And then this is where the listing agent puts their names. And if they're dual representing, their name will be on both the left and the right. You don't have to put your address in for purpose of notice, but you could put your email in right here. Whew. Gosh. That is the FAR bar. You're welcome.
Long story short, make sure you understand your contracts. Make sure you read them. And if you don't, Make sure someone else is reading them, helping you understand them, because at the end of the day, you are entering into a legal binding agreement with someone. And, if you don't perform or you don't do something correctly, it's written in black and white. And if you get sued, or again, like if you put up $10,000 EMD and then you cancel after the inspection is done because you didn't read the contract and you lose your EMD, well, you can't be mad at anyone but yourself. So understand the contracts, understand what you're signing, because again, you are entering into a legal binding agreement with someone.
Yep. 100%. All right. What part are we on now? Let's see.
Systems.
Let's do it, bro. You want to take it away for the CRM?
Yep. All right. So pretty much what we're going to do is we're going to dive into how to build out a CRM for free. So there's a couple tools that you can use. I recommend using Podio because Podio is going to be like the most efficient way to make one for free that you can build out and customize. So what we want to do is create a Podio account, and it's going to bring us to, let me make sure I'm in the right Podio here. We'll do test setup. So it's going to bring us to a page like this. Now from here, we're going to have to start to build it out. Or what we can do is we can come over here when we hit add app, we can go to the app marketplace, and then we can type in, maybe I think it's wholesaling, or maybe just real estate. So you'll type in real estate, and there's a bunch of different real estate packs that you can do. So you can hit get pack, and it will download all of these different packs for you. But what we're going to do is we're going to build this out just so that way you know how to build it out. And then from there, you'll at least be able to customize it and tweak it however you want to. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create an app. So right now, all we have is this blank screen. So we'll come up here and we're going to hit create or add app. And then we're going to create your own app. So the first one that we're going to do is we're going to select contracts. You can name this deals if you want to, whatever you want, but we're going to name it contracts for this example. And then we're going to just do the item name contract. So this is basically like the singular version of it. So once you do that, it's going to take you to here. And this is basically where we're going to fill out or create, our different, or the layout that we see for each contract. So what we want to do is the first one, we're going to put address. So this is going to be the property address. And you can hit this drop down and select single line, multi-line, whatever you want to do. So right now we'll just say property address. Then we can go over here and we can select, for example, category. We can put category right here, and maybe we hit area or state. So if you're in Florida, maybe you don't do state, maybe you just do area. Maybe you don't even have this, but then what you could do is you could do, Pinellas. You can add another one, St. Pete, Hillsborough. And I think it's spelled like that, right? Who knows? Anyways, you have Pinellas and Hillsborough. So you can do it. You can put different counties, or like I said, if you wanted to do like DC and then Maryland, now you have, DC and Maryland. And then from there, what we'll want to do is we'll put a relations field. Now we don't have any other apps created, so it's not going to pop up for us at the moment, but we'll hit save. And then we're going to name this supplier. So this is going to be the person, either the homeowner or the acquisitions wholesaler or real estate agent who gave us the deal. And then from there, we're going to have our stage information. Now, if you want to, you can add, and we'll put in the description in the cheat sheet how you can do this, but you can make like a like a break right here. So what we can do is we can go to calculation, and then we can paste this right here if we wanted to. And then, okay, hold on. We have to save this first. So we'll hit done. So what we basically need to do is this has to be saved. So what we can do, and this is again, just kind of nuance if you want to break things up, but you can put like calculation right here. We can paste this in. And again, I'll have Nathan put that in the paper, and then you can select address. And now what it's going to do is create like this break right here. So we can just, put whatever we want. Maybe we just put a dash. And then when we hit done, so now when we hit add contract, see at first it just shows up as a dash. But if we hit, 123 Main Street in DC, and then we hit save, what's going to happen is this will change into the break that we just did. And it should update here in a second when you click into it. There you go. So now you can kind of break up your information how you want to, if you want to do it that way. So anyways, what we're going to do from there is we're going to kind of put our stage information. So this would be, again, we would select another category. We're going to put stage right here. So now we can select the stages. So maybe we have, under contract, assigned, sold, and then dead. And then we're going to put another stage. So we can put a stage right here. And again, you can click on these drop downs. So maybe you wanted to have multiple choice or single choice or inline list or list drop down, whatever you want it to be. But then we'll put another stage right here. We're going to put dead reasoning. And then we'll put a bunch of dead reasonings right here. So maybe we put no buyer found, title issues, buyer backed out, and so on and so forth. Maybe if you're working with wholesalers, acquisitions, or acquisition, if I can spell, acquisition, wholesaler, canceled deal. So you can put out your reasons right there. And then, maybe you want like another note section right here that says dead / standby, or dead / canceled notes. So you can get more specific on what exactly the canceled reason was. And then, you can do hidden if empty. So it's only going to show up if it's selected. And then again, hidden if empty. So it's only going to show up if it's selected. And then from there, we want to do, if you want to, I like to do another calculation thing right here. And we can take this again, and we can copy this and paste it right here. And all we got to do is take this out and connect it to something. And then you can see it's going to show up right here. We can change this information. So now maybe this is financials. Okay, so now you have financials, and maybe we just want to, take this away, and we just have, financials. And then if we hit done, for example, we can just take a look at it and see how everything's looking. So if we were to, we could show hidden fields if we wanted to edit this one. So we can show everything that pops up. So now you can select, under contract, we have this, and we have up to financials. So now you can see we're starting to build this out. Again, let's go over into modify template. Now what we can do is, put our financial information right here. So maybe we want to put money, and we want to do acquired price. So now we have acquired price. And then maybe we have another money one that is seller EMD amount. And then again, you can click into it. You can set currency if you want to. Then maybe we have seller EMD amount. And then maybe we take that and then we go put another one. And now we do dispositions price / buyer number. And then we can put another money field that says buyer EMD instead of seller EMD. And then if you have a JV partner on here, maybe you have to pay someone out on the deal, you could do JV amount. If you wanted to put another relationship field to connect to, your JV partners, you could do that. And you could just hit save. Again, we'll have to tie that later. So you could do JV partner. And then maybe down here, we do a calculation that says estimated profit. And then what you can do is you can do at, and now first we'll probably have to save this so that we can pull these fields in here. Give me 1 sec. So we'll hit done. We'll go back over to modify template, and then down at estimate profit, we can hit at, and now we can search up. So we're going to do dispositions price minus JV amount. So we're going to hit at, and then we're going to type in JV. So JV amount, and then we're going to do minus at acquired price. And now this is going to give us a formula. And then from there, we can start to go down and build out our contract details. So again, if we want to separate that, we can put another calculation field in there. Take this, put that right there. And then we're going to, and I'm just going to copy it from the one I'm looking at over here. So then we could put, acquisition contract information, and then we can select address again, so that shows up correctly. And then we can put another, I don't know why this one's in there. So I believe I know why this one's in here actually. So we'll want to put another relationship field in here that shows up. We're going to connect it later, but this is going to be called contract. And this one's going to always be hidden, so it doesn't show up for us. And then we're going to do another category, and we'll select, contract type. So we can put, JV/option, purchase, and sales agreement. And if there's any other agreements you want to throw in there, you can throw those in there. And then maybe you have like a text box that says, JV terms. So you know what kind of JV terms you're doing. Maybe you want a date box in there that says inspection, deadline. And then we can do showing instructions. So we'll put another category, showing instructions. And then we can put our Dropbox. So we have buy, appointment, maybe we have lockbox, and then maybe we have showing. And then we can put another date in here for, showing date. And then we can put another one for lockbox code in case we get the lockbox code. And then we'll put another relationships field in here. Again, we don't have anything to connect to it yet. We'll put title company right here. And then we're going to take another date field, and we'll name this closing date. And then I like to put, we're almost done with this section right here. I like to put the disposition contract info under it. So then what you can do is you can put, your calculation right here. Again, we can take the information up there and just change it. I'm just going to copy and paste it into it right here. So it's going to create your disposition contract information. So now what we can do is we can just put, we'll put another relationship. Again, we don't have anything. So then right here, we can do dispo partner, or if it's a JV person, you can put them right there as well. Or, whatever the case is, you can put this right here. Maybe you have some dispo JV terms. So maybe that's different than the acquisition person terms. or maybe you just have a buyer you're direct with and you don't have a dispo partner. Again, we can create a reference. We'll go back and connect everything here in a little bit, but then this would be named buyer. And then we would have one more for category, and we would do assigned, and we could do acquisition, assignment, and maybe we do disposition assignment. So if you get it from a wholesaler and it's assigned to you and you reassign it, now you can have 2 different dispo assignments.
Hey, so Jacob, I just want to pop in here quick because
see,
a couple of people are hopping off and they're probably getting a little bit confused because this is a hard part, right? Like building a CRM is a challenging part. So for anybody that's with us still and might be confused right now, I want you guys to know that Jacob did do an entire video on how to build this CRM. So though he might be going fast right now, he's really just trying to give you guys an overview. And if you want that video, that exact how-to of how to build this CRM, it's in the cheat sheet. So if you haven't texted cheat sheet yet, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. You're going to have all of these resources here. There's going to be replays. There's going to be a specific video in the systems module of the cheat sheet going over exactly how he builds his CRM. So if this is too challenging for you to do right now, you're looking to like maybe put it on half speed and follow along with the video, don't worry, that video is coming. So don't feel like, if you miss it now, you'll never get it again. It is in the cheat sheet.
For sure. And I can make it, we'll make it super simple here in a second. We just want to get the contract, like most of the contract details in there. So then again, if you want to throw, a little division or divider right here, we can throw that in there. So this is pretty much just going to be, admin information. So we can just put like admin, and then this is just going to be, who this came through. So we could do, source. Was this a wholesaler or an agent? And actually, we don't even need that. We don't even need that because we know who it's going to be tied to in a second. But we could do, actually, we probably don't need anything else in there. Should be good. And then maybe just member. So you can account owner. All right, cool. So then if we hit done, what this is going to look like, okay, I need to attach this. So what this is going to look like, so pretty much what we've created, apparently. There we go. So what this is going to essentially look like is it's going to give us all of this information on the contract. So now we have address, area, supplier, stage, dead reason, canceled notes. We have, acquired price, EMD, dispo price, buyer EMD, JV amount, JV partner, a calculation. So, if you type in, hey, I acquired this for $100,000, and then it's going to say negative 100, but let's say, you dispoed it at 150, and then you got a JV 25,000 with someone, it's automatically going to adjust that for you. So now you can fill out all that. You can select the, contract type, JV terms, assignment, literally everything that we just put in there, you can fill out. So now you can follow what's going on with your contract. Now from there, you can change this over into like, table if you wanted to change it into table, however you want to do it. But pretty much what we want to do from there is just create like a suppliers area. And then, so what we can do is create the same kind of app. Now, I'm not going to walk through each individual one again, because that's going to be way too much. But what I'll do is I'll pull over. So we'll do create app. What I've done for mine is I've created kind of like the same thing. So it says name, colleagues, if they have any colleagues, what's their phone, email, company name, are they a wholesaler, realtor, or did they stop? Again, you could put homeowner here if you wanted to. Partner source, where did they come from? Account owner, who in your business is the account owner? Communication type, where are you talking to them? Area, what area are they in? Potential deal. So this is kind of just like ways that I followed up. So did they have a deal? Yes or no? Subject property. So this is connected to a subject property area. I'll show you that here in a second. And then offer amount, lead source, stages, quick follow-up. So this would, do a quick follow-up. So if I hit 1, it would create a follow-up for 1 month automatically. So I had these quick follow-ups, and then it would create a follow-up date right here. So if we jump into modify template and we go down to like subject property, for example, if I click into, so only one reference, if I choose an app, again, if we go over here, you can connect them with different apps within what you're building. So for example, if I wanted to do subject property, we can see if I choose an app, it's going to show properties. So if we come back over here to suppliers, these are all of my apps. So you can see right here, suppliers. So that was what I was just showing you. I also have a properties section. So this is where all of the properties would show up. So if you hit add property, now we have address of the property. You have the link. You can, link it to the wholesaler or agent. And then you have all the information on the property that you want to fill out about the property. So again, property type, zoning, units, beds, baths, square footage, basement, lot size, year build, condition, occupancy, motivation, price, timeline, after repair value, dispo price. So you can fill this out however you want to, so you can keep track of all the notes that you want to. And then I do have a Zillow link in here that, shows the Zillow link associated with the property. And then I have a title company section that shows all the title companies. Again, straightforward title, contact at the title company, phone, email. And then we have like a lead metrics area, and then dispositions. You can have like a dispositions area with all your buyers, all your sellers, all that good stuff. And then pretty much what it's going to look like is when you have a contract, like let's say you click on a contract, this is what it looks like. Now you have the address, the state, the supplier that it was associated with, the stage. You have all this information right here. You have the title company it's tied to, the closing date. So now you pretty much have a really high level overview of what's going on in your business. So then what you can also do if you want to is come over here into your activity, and you can start to build out these cards however you want to. So if you wanted to set up like KPIs, you could set up KPIs. For example, if I go back to my old acquisitions one, I have offers made today, contracts signed today, offers made this week. So I was able to keep track of all of my metrics, pending assignments, all of that good stuff. And pretty much how you do that is you just go add tab. Let's say we wanted to go to reports and charts. We wanted to tie a report to contracts, create a report for this contract. And now we're going to be able to, filter this out. So let's say we wanted to count or calculate. So let's say we wanted to calculate by estimated profit. And then we wanted to, add all of our estimated price, or maybe we didn't want to do that. Maybe we just wanted to do estimated profit, show the sum of estimated profit for, and then we could pick a certain section, or maybe we don't pick a section and we just leave it like this. And then it's going to show you this number right here. And then what you can do is hit filters, and you can create a filter and narrow it down even more. So maybe we only wanted to show, stages that are, sold. Now it's only going to show you stages that are sold and calculate that information. You can hit next, and it's going to create these cards like I just showed you. So you can do that for like follow-ups. So I've seen people do it to where it says like 45 follow-ups due today. So now you have 45 follow-ups due, or 45 overdue follow-ups. So you can create them and customize them, really however you want to.
Boom. That was a lot. That was quite the condensed version of building out your CRM. For any of you guys that, might have been confused, or might have felt like that was a bit too fast, that's okay. We do have to go through that kind of fast because it's a boring part of it. I will admit it's kind of boring, but it's very important. It's very important.
It is. You got to be organized.
Jacob, thank you very much for doing that. Let's plug your video. You know, Jacob did a video on this. He literally made a YouTube video specifically of building out your Podio, your completely free CRM, building it out. And that video is linked in the cheat sheet. So if you haven't already, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. That's 813-437-1709. Text cheat sheet, and you will get the link for that. That will be under the systems module. Right now, we're on the systems module that is under the systems module. There's an entire how-to video. You can slow it down, build it step by step. But yeah, dude, thank you for going over that. That was fundamental. Why is it important to be organized? Like, why is a CRM an essential part of your business?
I mean, dude, so at the end of the day, it's all in the follow-ups. So if you don't stay organized and you're not following up, you're probably not going to get a deal. So I think when I wonder if I still have this data. Let me see. I used to keep track of this in my Podio, actually, in my metrics section. Lead metrics. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So I have, and I'm about to share my screen here in a second. So I have, this was like really old, so I don't follow this anymore, but I'd love to figure out, I need to get back to this because I'd really be interested in this. So, oh yeah, you have to share the screen.
Yeah, my bad. Boom, there you go.
All right, so over here on the right-hand side, I mean the left-hand side, these are my lead metrics. So partner source would basically say where the partner came from. So out of all the leads that I had, 174 came through Astro Flipping. So if you're not in Astro Flipping, you should join because clearly that's where the deals come from. And then Facebook posts, 117 came from Facebook posts, 47 came from new member sections. So this might not be the deal itself, but this is where the wholesaler came from that are feeding me deals. So new member section, agent outreach, MLS listing, Instagram, agent outreach challenge, unsure. But this is, I think, super interesting. Only 31 out of the 600 came from initial outreach. So only 31 of the leads that actually turned to leads that I was working on came from the initial outreach. And 156 came from follow-ups.
What is initial outreach? Like, what's the definition of that?
Like, I reached out to them about their deal on Facebook, and like I didn't have to follow up with them, or like it was actually like a lead.
Gotcha.
So like I'm trying to see if it had the metrics. And I haven't used this in like 3 years or 2 years, more than that probably. So I'd have to figure out exactly what that meant looking at the notes. But so initial outreach, only 31 leads came from the initial outreach. So that was me reaching out to them. Hey, I saw this, blah, blah, blah. Or, hey, you know, this, and it turned into an actual lead. 156 came from follow-ups. And then 257 came from being sent directly to us. Now, they probably all got sent directly to us because we were following up like crackheads. So you need to follow up. And look, it could even be as simple as creating a sheet where you jump into a sheet and you have, you know, you have like address and you create a sheets, but you have a follow-up section, and then you can add a filter. And then every day you just come in and hit your follow-ups. The whole point of a CRM is just to stay organized and stay on top of things.
Yep. I love it, dude. I love it. Now that's a free CRM, and I really don't want to push any paid stuff on here, but I feel like it's really important to tell you guys that you can upgrade to more efficient softwares. But right now, to get started, don't let money get in your way. You can start with Podio. Once once you get started, then you can start to automate some of these things with better CRMs. But that's down the road.
I would even say, bro, just from experience, I mean, I know people who have multi-million-dollar businesses on Podio. Like, you can automate the hell out of Podio for $15 a month. So Podio is not the most ideal, but it's very robust. You can do a lot with it. Like, I had my whole entire business automated on Podio. The only thing I didn't have was texting, and you can add like smartphone to your Podio account. So, you know, there are good CRMs out there. There are better CRMs out there, but if you use Podio and build it up for free, like, you can upgrade your Podio as well and add automations and create it to where you have multi-line dialers in there. Like, I know people who have put a good amount of money in their Podio, and it's pretty crazy. Like, when you can click into the property and you can see property pictures and you can shoot contracts out from the Podio. Like, I know people, you can click a button and it sends out a DocuSigned contract straight from the Podio.
Boom.
Like, I don't know how to do all that, but you can do it.
There's opportunity to expand in it, which I like.
Exactly. Yeah. So point being is there's so many free softwares. If you need to upgrade, there's so many paid softwares, but you want to make sure that you're organized at the end of the day, however you do it.
Hey, so I was thinking, Jacob, before we go into like the live demonstrations, I was thinking that we should touch on some of the miscellaneous ones, like, for example, obtaining proof of funds, where they're going to get earnest money from and whatnot. So, for example, with the proof of funds, right? What if an agent asks you for a proof of funds? How do you get them? How do you get that agent a proof of funds? Let me show you guys what the answer to that is. Let me put this up on the stage. So if you guys need a proof of funds, there's a couple of different ways you can get it. First way, and I would highly recommend this way, is search up hard money lenders and then your market. And I want you guys to just call a boatload of hard money lenders, right? I could even call one of these people right now. Here, you know what? Let me call this person right now and see if I can get a proof of funds. Okay, Tampa hard money lender. I like this guy right here. Eight 210-9956. And you're just going to call them, have a conversation with them, obtain a proof of funds. They might give it to you, they might not. Let's see. Can you guys hear the dial tone?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available.
Okay, this guy didn't answer. I'm just going to call the next one down the list. Now, I want to call ones that are a little bit smaller. And the reason why I want to call ones that are a little bit smaller is because they're more likely to work with me. You know, the ones that are really big, they might not be as likely to give me a proof of funds right off the bat because they might be busy. They might have other stuff to do. So here, I'm just going to keep going down the list. And I'm going to call the ones that don't have a significant amount of reviews. Eight 565-2874. It is, you're right.
subscriber you have called is not available.
Okay, no answer. So I don't want to spend a bunch of time on the live stream going down the list and nobody answering, but that's literally what you'll do to get a legit proof of funds is search up hard money lenders and your city and just go down the list, call the hard money lenders, talk with them. Jacob, do you want to do like a pretend role play call just to give them an idea of what it would be like calling a hard money lender?
I never really call hard money lenders, so I don't know what they would exactly say.
Okay. So I've called a couple of them. I went down the list. I probably have called about 20 or so trying to get proof of funds. And I've been successful in it. And really all you're going to do is you're just going to call them and just have a good conversation with them. Ask them about what their points are, okay. So ask them, how much do you have available to lend? How many points are you charging? Do you have any doc fees? What kind of an interest rate are you looking for? I'm a wholesaler. I have a bunch of buyers that are looking for lenders for their deals. I can bring you business. Build up that rapport, right? Have a good conversation with them, build up that rapport. And at the end of the conversation, say, hey, I make a lot of offers and sometimes agents ask me for a proof of funds and I don't have a proof of funds to give them. I'd be happy to refer some people over to you. Would you be willing to write me up a proof of funds that I can use, just a blanket proof of funds, and I can refer some clients to you and it'll help me get more properties under contract so that they can then reach out to you for hard money when I sell them the deal. And more often than not, they'll be like, yeah, cool, no problem, right? But first you have to show the value that you can provide to them. So first you have to show the value that like you're a wholesaler, you're able to refer clients over to them, ask them questions to make sure that they're credible, figure out what interest rate, how much money they have available to lend, how fast can they lend, what are their points, any doc fees, anything like that. And then ask for the proof of funds towards the end of the call after you've shown value. So that's what I would do to get a proof of funds. That's the proper way to do it. Now there's some like quick and dirty ways of doing it. Like you can get like online generated proof of funds. So there's a website called Straight Line Funding, right? And you can go to like resources and request a proof of funds. Put your information in here and get a like generated proof of funds. This one, it comes back like within the day. But the ones that are like this easy to get oftentimes are like agents are a little bit skeptical. Like there's this website, and I'm showing you this because I don't want you to do it. So don't think that you should do it. Best transactional funding. Now, best transactional funding is a proof of funds, but as soon as that agent searches up best transactional funding, they're going to see best transactional funding, free proof of funds, right? And they're going to think, oh my God, this is a wholesaler, right? So I try to stray away from the proof of funds that are that easy to get.
You know what's crazy is my buyer, like 4 years ago or 3 years ago, was the one who gave me best transactional funding, and he said he literally uses them.
Wow.
I was so confused. Now I don't know if they use them anymore, but this was like I said, 3-4 years ago. I was like, yo, who do you use for your POFs? And then he was like, I don't send them my bank account, so I just use best transactional funding. And I was like, heck yeah. And then once everyone started using it, that's when I was like, oh.
It's literally, and here's the thing, it's just the fact that everyone uses it, right? That's what makes it sketchy. Because when people see everybody with the same proof of funds, they think, okay, this is too easy to get. They might not be legit.
Exactly.
And that's why I think it's so important to connect with local hard money lenders and make a relationship with a local hard money lender that's going to give you a proof of funds that's not auto-generated, because these ones right here, these are literally auto-generated. You can have these automatically generated on a moment's notice. So how like you could have negative $500 in your bank account and you can get a proof of funds for $1 million off of this website. So are agents really going to take you seriously when you submit a proof of funds from a website like this? Probably not. But if you submit a proof of funds from a legit hard money lender that's going to pick up the phone when you call them, they're very likely to take that seriously.
Yep, I agree.
What else? How about EMD? Jacob, let's talk about EMD. If they don't have earnest money to put down on a contract, what then? What can they do?
Well, if you don't have, okay, so this is kind of a gray area.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have the means to put down EMD or buy a house, you probably shouldn't be going after MLS leads. Unless you have someone that you can partner with and then actually say, like, if it was going to happen, you can take it down. The reason I say that is because it just gets a little, I mean, again, you're entering into a legal binding contract. Now, what you can do is you can make EMD due at the end of the inspection period. So if you decide to move forward, you put EMD up. There's Gator lenders that you can connect with that will put EMD up for you that you can partner with. You can partner with people and go 50-50 and they can put your EMD up for you. So,
well, I'll give you an example. I'll partner with you guys and I'll put your EMD up, but it's got to be in the state of Florida and it's got to actually be a deal. If it's actually a deal and it's in Florida and you're going to give me an exclusive right to sell it, I'll fund your EMD. But if it's outside of Florida, you got to find a partner. You got to find, how do you find gators? Like what are gators and where are gators?
I don't know where they're at. Let's see.
I'm sure we could find them on Facebook, right?
Uh-huh. They're probably all over the place.
I bet you I could call a gator right now. Who's a gator?
You could go back into the Facebook groups and just type in, I'm looking for a gator lender for a deal. And then people will pop up.
Ooh, here we go. Gator lending. Join group. New gator, I guess.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, here, I'm in the gator group. But I know gator. So I'm going to find a gator and I'm going to call a gator right now. Let me go into my contacts.
Nah, Candace, it's not a rerun. This is live.
Here we go. I wonder if she's going to be cool that I'm calling her on the live. Let me ask her first.
Yeah, just mute it.
Okay, she didn't answer. I'll go down the list. I'll call the next gator. And yeah, you guys can find gators in Facebook groups. Honestly, like, no offense to the gators, but they're kind of like cockroaches. You say that you need EMD and they all come out of the woodwork.
They're like, what?
Here, let me call this next gator.
Long distance charges may apply. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, Paola. So I'm on a live stream right now, and we're talking about gator lending, and I have you in my phone as a gator. Are you still doing EMD funding?
Not focused on that at the moment.
Okay.
I'm more focused on wholesaling and commercial.
Mm-hmm.
So not at the moment, sorry.
Do you have somebody that I could call right now and they can kind of give a description of how they would fund? We're doing a how to wholesale for 100% free, and I'm looking to talk with somebody on the live stream right now and have them just kind of like, talk about how gators come in and fund people's EMD and help them wholesale when they have no money. Do you have somebody that I could call that would pick up? And
let me see. Hold on just a second.
Thank you.
Well, the person that I had changed the way he was doing, so not at the moment. Not at the moment. I've been a little bit disconnected from the Gator tribe.
Mm-hmm.
So not right now. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Sorry that I can't help you right now.
That's okay. All good. Thank you, Paola. You have a wonderful day.
You too, Nathan. Have a good one.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we'll just move on to the next Gator. I really want to get one on the call. I think that'd be really cool. But you know what? Actually, we'll so let me just show you guys how you can find Gators. So a couple of different things. You can go onto the Gator Lending group on Facebook. You can go into like the Astro Flipping non-member group. You can search up, hey, I'm looking for Gator lenders. All right, you can make that post. My God, you make that post, they're going to come out of the woodwork. Oh, you know what? I know who's a Gator lender. Danny. Let me call Danny. Call Danny Harrison.
Calling Danny Harrison.
Guys, you're going to get to speak with an actual Gator lender right now. Hey, Danny. So I'm on an 8-hour live stream right now. I'm live. People can hear you. And we're talking about how to wholesale for completely free. And if you have a moment, right now we're talking about EMD funding and what people can do when they don't have money for EMD, but they need EMD. Do you have a moment to talk about that?
Sure.
Okay, so I know there's been a point in time where like for example, I needed $12,000 for EMD and I didn't have the money on hand, right? And I had to call you and I had to say, "Hey Danny, I don't have the money for this. Can you lend me the EMD?" So you're technically a Gator lender, right? Like you'll lend somebody's EMD if they need it. How does that process work?
Absolutely. What was that last part?
How does the Gator lending process work? Like if somebody were to reach out to you and be like, "Hey, I need money for my EMD," how would that work?
It would basically, if they have I'd want to, of course, vet it first, make sure that it's a deal, because there's been plenty of times where people have sent me property, said, "Hey, I need EMD," and I look at it's not, I wouldn't call it a deal because it's not a deal. People have sent me properties that aren't a deal, and I'm like, "Hey, this is why it's not a deal," and I obviously wouldn't lend on it if I don't trust in the property, right?
Oh, hey, are you able to come on the live? You're driving the new Corvette?
No, I'm not in the Corvette right now. If you text me the link, I can pull it up on my phone though.
Okay. I don't want you to do it while you're driving though.
No, I can stay on the phone too. It doesn't matter. I've done StreamYard while I'm driving before.
Okay. Yeah. Here, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna text you the link. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. I'll see you shortly, bro. Okay, we're gonna get him on the stream so that you guys can see who we're talking with. Danny's really cool.
Yeah, and if you got any questions, fire away.
Okay, boom. Yeah, guys, let's see who's still awake with us in the side chat because we've been going for quite a while.
Dude, my throat is roasted.
Ooh, dude, I'm excited, bro. I'm excited to have Danny on here. I wonder if there's anybody else that's
what I was just thinking.
Because yeah, it's hard talking this whole time, and if you stop talking, people just drop off.
Just don't say anything. We'll just stare at the camera and see how long people stay with us.
You can just pretend to be It doesn't really help that the lights are moving in the back.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
People
Okay,
are just
so
turning in too now though, which is pretty dope.
what's up, Abraham? Welcome to the 8-hour live stream. In this live stream, we're going over how to wholesale for completely free. Right now, what we're talking about is when you need earnest money, but you don't have earnest money. What do you do? What do you do when you don't have EMD and you need EMD? So we are bringing on a Gator lender, an EMD lender. He'll literally lend your EMD if you need. And he's going to come on the live stream. He's going to talk about the process of lending on your EMD. So I just sent him the link. I was just on the phone with him. I just sent him the link. I'd rather have him on the live in person so that he can show his pretty face and you guys can put a face to the name. So it's not just some random dude behind the call. But so far today, why don't we do a little recap, Jacob? What have we gone over so far today? We went over mindset and the foundational aspect of mindset to starting your business. We've gone over
meditation and the books that you should be reading to kind of get you in the right frame of mind. We went over how to find a title company, how to comp properties, free resources to learn how to comp properties. We've gone over contracts. What else?
Acquisitions. So how to find deals for completely free from agents, from wholesalers, FISBOs, how to pull a list of whatever kind of criteria you want and just cold call them, how to skip trace people for free, dispositions, how to find dispo wholesaler. Sorry, Jacob, I'm taking up all of them. You talk about
it. We still have 2.5 hours too. So after Danny talks, we can even one, I have a deal that we can try to dispose, so we can show you what that looks like on trying to get that deal moved. But two, we can start to call some more listings and actually have that conversation so they can hear more of those conversations. And then maybe we can even put together an offer on the call. So we go through what it looks like from calling them, gathering the info, we'll comp the property, and then boom. What's Gucci?
What up?
What's up? This is Danny. Guys, this is Danny Harrison. So Danny's super cool. He's a Gator lender. He buys homes. Danny, your market is Georgia, and where else?
Georgia, Florida, Texas.
Georgia, Florida, Texas. Awesome, dude. Okay, so question that we have for you specifically is, let's say I'm broke. I have $0. I'm starting from scratch, and I find a good deal. And I don't have money for earnest money, but it's due today. How do I deal with that?
You would call Danny. Danny would be like, yo, what's up, bro? You need money? Of course, I got you. Absolutely. And then you send me the property info. I got to make sure it's a deal because I'm not going to lend on something that you're not going to be able to sell. And then you still need to have a due diligence period. So because usually people will be like, okay, earnest money's due within 1 or 2 days of the contract binding, but then you have a 7-day inspection period, however it may be, so want to make sure you still have an inspection period. Or if not, if it's even something I would buy, I would be like, okay, you only have 1 day of inspection, but if it's something I like, I'll take the shot and let's see what we can make happen. Worst case, I'll buy it myself. That's how I like looking at every single property that gets sent to me. I'm like, would I buy this myself, and could I make money if I bought it myself? If I can't, then is someone else even going to be able to make money? So that's kind of how I always look at my properties. But yeah, someone sends me something, I make sure it's a deal. And also usually I'd be like, yeah, send me a copy of the contract as well so I can look over that also. And if it's a deal, I'll be like, okay, cool. Of course we got to get the paperwork. I have Gator lender paperwork. So there's an agreement where, we'll agree on what kind of return that I'm going to make. So it's something that could be discussed. Usually if someone's not sure, I'll be like, okay, what can you afford to pay me on this assignment fee? I'll try to work with some people. Usually with Gator loans like EMD, you're going to want a higher return because it's not that much money. So if I'm only making like transactional, when you double close, you use transactional lending, usually they charge 1%. So they're making a few grand, but it's off of a higher amount. If I'm lending you $1,000, I'm not going to do it for $50 or $100. It's a waste of my time, So I'm going to want more of a fee for that. So it's like whatever we agree upon. I don't have like a set price. So if I want a win-win situation. So if I'm making money and I'm helping you out, that's awesome. So we agree upon what my return is going to be. We get an agreement together, and then I'll wire to the closing attorney.
Boom. So it sounds like what they would do is they would call you up, send you an email. They'll say, hey, I have a deal. I need this much EMD for it, and they need it in this much time frame, in this period of time. Inspection period is this long. How much would you charge me for that? And you'll give them a quote. So let's say, for example, let's say I'm like super broke. I need $3,000 EMD and it's due today, and I have 5 more days for inspection period. Could you give me like a rough idea of like how much that would cost? Like, obviously, you're not obligated to anything because each scenario is unique, but just to get an idea of like what I would have to budget for.
Off the top of my head, I'd be like, I would take 1,500.
Yeah. Okay. And that's a pretty good trade because, you know, you're able to get the deal done by having that earnest money deposited, and Danny's able to get something that's worth his time, and Danny's also risking his money because there's potential that things could go south.
Yeah.
Okay. So if people do need EMD, and, you know, how do they reach out to you if they need EMD?
They can, shoot me a message here on my Instagram. Send me a text at 678-758-0615. If you want to put that in the chat too. So you either text me, send me a message on Instagram, and then we'll talk there, and then you can email it to me or text it to me from there. If your initial outreach is email, then it might be harder to reach me because I'm like, who the heck is sending me this? I want to talk to the person first, you know?
Yeah.
So either Instagram or phone number.
Danny buys homes. Perfect, bro. Awesome. Thank you for being a resource for us. I'm going to put your contact info in the chat, so if people need EMD, they can reach out to you.
Absolutely. Sounds good, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Random question. When you close on a deal and the EMD is getting released back, like let's say you put up $3,000 in the scenario we were just talking about.
Yeah.
You put up $3,000. Do you have some sort of paperwork with the title company that says that EMD gets released back to you, or do you basically have to go get it from whoever you lent it to?
No, the closing attorney or title company, whichever state it's in, will release it back to me because that agreement will be sent to them showing, hey, I'm lending this dude this money on this deal and I'm going to be getting this paid back, plus this return should be coming out as assignment fee.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's all, you gotta have paperwork to protect yourself for everything. So now there's certain instances where I have, but it is only people I'm really close with. If one of my buddies is like, yo, can you help me out with EMD? I might even just Zell him because we're homies. But for people I don't know, everything's got to be done like that, you know?
Right. And then in the case of, now I know in Florida it's a little bit different, but like in the case of a dispute, like, are you just kind of SOL, or like how do you go about? Are you the one that like, so like, let's say for example, you lend $5,000 EMD and then they back out during the inspection, but the seller says you're still, you're out of your inspection, whatever, and there's a dispute between EMD.
So
typically that seller and the buyer would go, which the buyer would be the wholesaler in this case. But because you lent the EMD, are you the one going to court to try to get your EMD back? Or is that wholesaler going and saying, hey, this is my money? And do you have a monthly interest on that? Or is it just locked away?
Fortunately, I've not had a situation that has been like that yet, but also every property I get under contract and everyone I talk to, I have basically this kind of paragraph in the special stipulations that it is a mutual agreement that if the contract is terminated before the end of due diligence inspection period, that the earnest money is to be returned to the buyer and basically agreeing that no matter what, if it's canceled before the period ends, automatically get the earnest money back. So it's
I
not
wish
even.
that worked for my title company. I have that same language in there, and I had a dispute one time. I was like, bro, it says in black and white. And they're like, nah, I'm not releasing it.
Wow.
I still, bro, just know it's been since March, and the EMD is still locked in
Oh my God.
in escrow.
That's crazy. I thankfully haven't had that happen yet, but
Yeah,
there's a chance it might happen. But that's all part of the risk. That's all
exactly.
all factors.
And to everyone who's wondering, like, that's why he's asking for, you know, certain returns on his money, because, you know, if it does get in a situation where it gets locked up, his money is locked in escrow for maybe indefinitely, or he might have to be the one who's going to court to get it back. So, like, you know, he also might be out $3,000 if he's lending it to you when things go south.
And
so
then think about it. Would it even be worth taking it to court if you got to pay a lawyer, pay all these fees?
Exactly.
It's almost just like, oh, I got to stick to L.
Exactly. So, you know, everyone who's, you know, reaching out to Gator lenders, take note of that as well. And just, you know, don't, again, pocket watching kills deals. Who cares what they're trying to make on it? They're helping you get the deal done. So if it works for you, it works for you. But if, you know, at the end of the day, they're not going to do it for free because they're risking more money than you're even risking in the deal. So
Exactly.
realistically, they should be making half. If we want to be honest, they're putting up money so you can get a deal done because you don't have the money. So in all honesty, I would say be a good person and offer half. But I also understand that that's also not realistic for everyone. But at the end of the day, they're risking their money to help you get a deal closed because you don't have any money. So if you try to shortchange them, just don't expect them to work with you ever again. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Exactly. Like if someone needs $5,000, they're like, oh, come on, man, you won't do it for $500. I'm like, bro, I'm not even going to respond.
Yeah, exactly. And then be like, well, did you put your $5,000 up for it? I don't think so. So nah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, be realistic when you're reaching out to Gator lenders. They're here, they're helpful, they're valuable, they want to help you, but they're also not dumb, and they're not going to take more risk than you are to make 10 times less than what you're going to make. It just doesn't make sense. And you wouldn't do the same thing for anybody else. So if you're not willing to do that, and don't expect someone else to be willing to do that, period.
And dude, when you're a real estate investor, like $500 is like half a day's work sometimes. So it's like,
right.
Why would you take $500 for all the stress and all the risk?
Dude, you're telling me, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So guys, that's Danny. Danny is amazing. Thank you, Danny, for coming on. I put Danny's information in the side chat. So if you guys do need a Gator lender, you can hit up Danny, hit him up on Instagram. I put his phone number and his email there. Yeah, dude, thank you for coming on here and explaining Gator lending. I really appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go pick up some more cars now.
Hell
Let's go. Send me a video of you in the Corvette.
Yeah, I will. I got you, bro.
Awesome.
All right,
Appreciate
brother.
you.
Take care.
Have a great day.
Peace, you guys. Love it.
Peace.
Yeah. Love you, bro. Danny's pretty awesome.
Hell
isn't he?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my dude. I met him for the first time in I think All In.
All In. Which one was that?
It was in Arizona like 2 years ago, I think, or maybe 3 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where did I meet him first? I met him online, and then like we met in person at community camp.
Hell yeah. Dude, I wish I would have gone. I'm so mad.
Community camp was crazy, dude. We were hanging out at Jerry Norton's place. We were hanging out with like Jerry Norton, Vina Jetty, Pace Morby, Jamil Damji, Abraham Gray, like everybody, right? I got to shoot content with everybody. It was awesome. I had Vina Jetty come on my live stream. I had like I shot content with Jamil, Pace, Vina, everybody. Abraham. You know, the one person I didn't get to shoot content with was Jerry Norton.
Damn.
Yeah.
At his own house. That's disrespectful.
At his own house. Yeah. Bro, I went in his boat, but I didn't get any content.
You ride another man's boat, but not record him. That's disrespect.
Yeah. All right. So what do we have? What do you think are some other aspects of the free wholesaling that we haven't covered yet? Actually, better than that, the audience. I want to ask you guys, for the people that are in the audience, for the people that are watching, what are some aspects of free wholesaling that we haven't answered yet? Can you guys ask some questions for us? Somebody kick off the chat with some good questions.
Drop your questions.
Yes, sir. FA says, is 3,000 EMD a lot? When you're doing on-market deals, 3,000 EMD is pretty standard. What the rule of thumb is 1 to 2% depending on the quality of the deal. If it's not that great of a deal, probably around 1%. If it's a better deal, I'd be willing to put down up to 2% EMD. If they're direct to seller deals, you can get away with a lot less EMD. Like I just had somebody send me a contract where they put down $10 earnest money, and I'm like, oh my God, how did they even accept this? But yeah, 3,000 EMD is not really a lot. It's really the rule of thumb is around 1%. All right. And what other questions do you guys have? Pop them in the side chat. Let's prime the chat. What questions you guys got? Let's
get the chat going.
Yes, sir. Nice sweater, dude.
Appreciate
it. This is what like 6 hours of live streaming looks like. Once you're on for 6 hours, you're like, here, you know what, Jacob? Why don't we
see my eyes? What do I do next? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Here, you know what? I'm going to unlock camera. Unlock. Let's get the blood flowing.
I was just standing up, but I'll restand with you.
All right.
Have you been sitting this entire 6 hours?
Oh my God, most of it, yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay. Exercise break. Let's see. I mean, what else? The only other thing I think is like maybe doing like live outreach and
yeah. How about this? Your deal, bro. Let's find a buyer for your deal and let's call some buyers right now.
Yep. I think it might be overpriced, but we're going to try to do it anyways.
It's good for demonstration purposes.
Yeah. And this agent's really annoying and hasn't changed the status. So that's fun.
That's why you were so passionate earlier.
No, I just always like when agents supposed to change the status. And I actually do tell them. I don't ask them. I just did it the other day. Someone didn't change the status. And I was like, hey, my partner mentioned it wasn't changed yet. Let me know once it's changed. Thanks. That was my direct text to him. He never let me know it was changed. He just changed it.
Good.
And I was like, all right. What was
all
I
right?
doing?
So what's this deal that you have?
Yeah, the deal. I forgot about the deal.
You know what, Jacob? Why don't we do it this way? Why don't we like show them 3008 Riverside Avenue, 595. Can we look at the pricing history? So when somebody sends me a deal, the first thing I want to do is I want to know how much are you selling it for, Jacob?
5. So we have it at, I think we're shooting it out at 5. Originally, we shot it out at 575, but we didn't get much back. And so I'm just redid a reduction to 5. What did I do? What did I send it to you at?
Let me check.
That's what I just did the reduction to. I think like 555 or 554.9.
Yeah, so wholesale price 554.9. So 555. So the first thing that I check when somebody sends me a deal is how far off from the list price. If it's an on-market deal, you want to have a decent gap. Now, like Jacob said, you know, this one is already like he's already not gotten the best feedback on it. So this is more so for the sake of demonstration purposes. But that's the first thing I'll check is how far off from the gap. And I like to go to pricing history because sometimes what will happen is the agent will do a price reduction and then somebody will put it under contract and it'll make sense. So as we can see here, it was listed at 675. They dropped it to 625. Then they dropped it to 595 and it's just been going down. It's on a downward spiral. So the fact that Jacob got it at 545 or the fact that Jacob's selling it at 545, 555, whatever it is, it's pretty far off from the original list price, which I like. Now, how do we find buyers? Like, how do we target buyers buying in that specific neighborhood?
PropStream or Zillow?
Ooh, but PropStream is paid, so we have to go with Zillow.
PropWire.
PropWire. Why don't we do PropWire? Or actually, no, do Zillow. Whatever you want. You decide.
We'll do both. Okay. So what I always like to do is look for the flips in this area just by clicking into stuff and seeing what's kind of selling.
What if you were to switch it to sold with the keyword invest? With the keyword invest. That way you know that like it's people buying investment properties.
I'm looking for rehabbed houses.
I wonder if there's a way to know that it was just rehabbed on Zillow.
Keywords like recently renovated probably or something. Like this one went for 1.5. I don't know. That's why I'm just trying to poke around. I wish there was an easy way to find on Zillow flips. Maybe
Well, why don't we do? I'll do PropWire while you do Zillow, and let's see which one's easiest.
Probably PropWire. So pretty much what I'm looking for is properties that look like they've been recently flipped. I don't care where they're located. I just want them to kind of be in this general area so I can pitch them to other people. But I do want to kind of go after the higher price ones first, because if we can come across one that was flipped, we know that person's at least buying higher price properties. But like Nathan was saying, you might be able to put some keywords in there like renovated and see what pops up. So this one sold for $625. If we click into it, we don't see any pictures. So let's see if we can check it out in another area. Interesting. It's not in bad condition by any means, but I wouldn't consider it a full-blown update. I mean, it's definitely nice. It's updated, but it's interesting. So we might be able to like look at this. I think PropWire is going to be a better way to find buyers, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure how to navigate PropWire, but it already looks like there's more buyers there.
Yeah, so let's just disregard everything we talked about on Zillow for right now.
Here, give me 1 second. I just got to use the washroom.
You're good. All right, so let's just put in the zip code 322-205. And then the deal is kind of like over here. So what we could do is we can draw right here. We could just, draw an area where we're looking for buyers at. So maybe we're looking, in this little section right here. And then I don't know how to click out of this. Okay, you just got to click on one again. Now it's only showing us the properties within this section. So what we could do from there is we could filter. So maybe we only wanted, single family homes in here. And then we could do more. Maybe we're looking for owner filters. Again, maybe we only wanted 1 year or max. And maybe we're looking for business entities that currently, own the property. We'll hit save. Now we can see all of these properties that have been, bought or that are currently owner occupied, apparently. So if we click into some of these, we can see right here, if we go over to owner, you can see there's a property or an LLC right here. If we go over to history as well, we can see the history and we can see the entity right here. So what we want to do is essentially reach out to this person through open corporates. So we're going to copy the buyer's name. We're going to put that in here. And we're going to try to find this person.
Boom.
Haney Sweeta. What the? Oh, that's why. Because I meant to do true people search. Haney. Is there a wireless number? 2017, 2021. Should I just try to call the landline?
It doesn't hurt.
I never call buyers to start with. So this might be really butchered, but normally I just text them and be like, hey, I came across a property I believe you flipped off of Belvedere. It looks fantastic, by the way. But in any case, was it Belvedere? Or excuse me. I saw you purchased a property off of, let me delete these before I mess this up. Here we go. I see you purchased a property off of Pine Street. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what they bought it at. Damn. We can't see.
If you search it up on Zillow, you can see the pricing history.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Ooh, this is a wholesaler calling me, but I know he won't want to talk on live.
Damn. They don't have it.
Wait a minute. They don't. Oh, right there. Pricing. It's not unavailable. What the heck? Whatever.
All right, what they buy this at then? I don't like this person. We're going to a new one.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's for sale. So this is a, these all might be recent flips. So this one's for sale. Ooh.
It does look like it's flipped.
We just maybe learned something.
Oh, God.
Definitely.
You guys know that post that I made earlier in the Facebook group asking for gators?
Yeah.
I've had about 3 people reach out to me on Messenger so far.
So we see this was bought at 230 and it's listed at 460. So I don't know if they're going to be interested at our price point at 555 because this one was bought at 230. So we might just be a little bit higher than them. But let's go ahead and at least see if we can, reach them and pitch it.
And what is this website called? sunbiz.org?
Yeah. Or I was just using open corporates and then clicking wherever it took me.
Gotcha.
I have a feeling this is just going to be the address, but why is it not taking me? All right, so yeah. That's who we're looking for is Gavin, and we're going to see if Gavin buys houses. Is that the same person? Gavin Miller? Yeah, I guess he's in Cali. Oh my gosh. We only have landlines again.
Yikes.
And then it's 2011 wireless. I mean, so you're literally seeing the process of how we do this though. So like, we're trying, so should I try to find this guy or?
Nah, I think you should just move on to the next one.
Or should I call this agent and see if?
Oh, yeah, dude, call the agent. That would be a good one. Because agents can help you find buyers as well.
Yeah, I'm going to call her and let her know. What's her name? Nora. We got some questions in the chat too. I'm going to try one more time.
Okay.
And then is there a co-listing agent? This is a nice house.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we could text her and basically be like, "Hey, Nora, this is Jacob's. My name's Jacob Simpson. I have a property under contract, not too far away from Forbes Street. I saw your client just listed one of their flips. Just curious, do you have any other investors that you work with that might be interested, or is this one or interested, or whatever you want to do?" And I can actually here. Do you want to? I'm gonna pivot and I'm gonna actually send them a text message now so we can see if they respond, and then I can at least share that.
Awesome. So I'm going to go over some of the comments while you send them a text message.
All right, cool.
Okay. So FA asked this question when we were talking about EMD. So EMD can be various amounts depending on the way that you're doing it. If you're doing direct to seller, then I've seen people put down as little as $10 EMD, which seems crazy to me to ever see a contract with $10, but I saw it about 3 weeks ago. So with direct to seller, you can pull almost anything. I think you should still be ethical. Like you should still give them a decent amount of EMD, but also, if somebody's willing to take a lower EMD, that is beneficial for you. But like if you ever put
I
down
used
like
to take out the EMD clause completely from my contract.
Yeah, it's like, here's the thing.
No, I really did. I used to go direct to seller, and I just took out the EMD clause 100%, like just deleted it. And then my first contract I ever got signed was with a real estate attorney.
Wow.
He didn't say anything. He didn't care. He was like, "No,
My
it's all good. You don't." Go ahead.
Here's my opinion though, is like if things went south and they don't see that you have like actual skin in the game, like it's not in your favor. Like let's say for example, a deal goes south and you only have $10 EMD and a judge is looking at that and they're like, really? $10? Like you weren't really serious from the get-go. So I think like at the minimum, like $100 is like, enough to show that you're serious.
Yeah, I mean, it's the more the better, but like at the end of the day, like I didn't even have EMD clauses in mine.
Bro,
EMD is not required. An EMD amount is not a requirement to have consideration in the agreement. Just the contract in and of itself is consideration.
On my first deal, what I did is the property, I got it under contract for $8,000 and I put $10,000 EMD to be deposited by the end of the inspection period. The inspection period was the length of the contract.
Oh yeah, exactly. You can do that.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can pull up just about anything, but I am also of the opinion that like, if it does ever go to court, like, the judge is going to see like little to no EMD and they're not going to take you seriously. But if you have a decent amount of EMD in it, they're going to be like, this guy actually was serious from the get-go. They intended to perform. They're not messing around. But yeah, it's whatever's on the contract is fully legal. So next question here. Oh, sorry. I should elaborate on this one. If you're dealing with agents, they usually want EMD deposited fairly soon, and they want like 1 to 2% EMD. Like with all my offers, they want about 1% EMD. I'm okay with giving about 1%. I do 1 to 2% EMD if it's a really good deal. I'll put down 2%. But usually standard is 1%. It's due within 3 days. Sometimes they want it the same day, which is a little bit tricky. But yeah, we can do that with agents. So agents want to make sure you're serious. They understand what they're doing. Sellers, they might not know about EMD and all those different things. And then FA says, you think realtors are working right now? Because I need to get my first deal. I've been dragging my feet for like a year. Of course, realtors are working, dude. Of course.
Oh yeah, they're working.
Houses are getting sold no matter what.
Yeah. Should we pivot to acquisitions before we come back to well, let's try to call some more buyers. But then yeah, we'll call some agents right now or in a little bit, so you can see even at 5 o'clock on a Saturday, they're still working.
Yeah, dude. Some of these people are so hungry. You call them in the middle of the night and they'll answer.
Yeah, exactly.
And then FA asks 70% rule. Please don't use the 70% rule. Please don't use the 70% rule. Like it is. Here's the thing about the 70% rule. I think it's great to get people started. I think it's really great to get people started because it gets people making offers. But let me ask you a question, Jacob. If you're a fix and flipper and I bring you two different deals, one of them, let's say both of them are locked up at 70% minus repairs, but one of them is a light cosmetic that needs carpet and paint, and the other one is a full gut, needs a full rewire, replumb, everything. Both of them are at 70% minus repairs. Which one are you going to make the most money on?
I mean, it depends because the repairs are going to be different for both of them.
Yep. But one of them has really high holding costs, right? The light cosmetic, you can be in and out of there and make money quickly, right? But the one that needs a full gut, rewire, and replumb, you're going to have to hold that one for a lot longer. You're going to have to be a lot more experienced of an investor, and you're going to have to pay a lot more holding costs. So it becomes a crappier deal. So though the 70% minus repairs is good, like,
yeah. So I mean, I don't necessarily think that's why you shouldn't use that. The reason I think you shouldn't use the 70% rule is because it only caters to one pool of buyers. So you have literally so many buyers. So pretty much what that 70% rule is entailing is 10% for your like commissions, closing costs, all of that good stuff. And then, it's factoring in your profits and it's factoring in everything, and then some cushion and all that. And then it's taking away the repairs, and then you take away your fee. But again, that only factors in a certain amount of buyers. So for example, you have such a big pool of buyers that we want to try to cater to as many as possible. And so we want to try to use a flat fee. And I'll show you how we can do that here in a second. But you have luxury buyers who are doing luxury remodels. You have people who are doing, like, they're cutting corners, so they're doing half-assed remodels. You have people who are doing kind of middle in the middle. You have people who maybe their brother owns materials and can get it to them for super cheap. You have some buyers who they are general contractors and they can get the labor for a lot cheaper. So there are so many factors just on fix and flipping that can change that 70%. And not only that, whose repairs are we using? Like, are we using the contractors? Are we using, because you can get 12 contractors out there and everyone's going to give you a different number. So it's like, whose repairs are we using? And then we look at the rental side. Now we have Section 8 landlords. We have luxury landlords. We have people who are doing for, just the regular middle-class people. We have people who are, like, there's so many types. You have pad split, Airbnbs. And so not every buyer, and most of them won't fall in that 70% minus repairs formula, because that only works for the flippers who are doing 70% minus repairs. So we want to look at the tax records and figure out exactly where buyers are buying at and where they're selling at. So let's look at, this is a perfect example. I'm glad we're actually on this. Let me reshare my screen. So we just looked at, we were trying to call that one agent. So let me go back. We were trying to call this agent right here. Let's say this house sold at 460, right? Or let's just say, well, yeah, we'll do 460 for this example. And when we come over here, we have this 460 and we go to history, we can see that it was bought at 230. Now, this is if they sell it, that's exactly 50%. So they bought it at 50% of the ARV. But let's say, like, let's go to Tampa real quick because I know Tampa is over 70, or there's some that are going to be higher. So, like, if we click into this one,
Bro, even Miami, like sometimes in Miami, people
crazy.
overpay for shit. Like
All
they
right, so
will
this is,
literally in Miami, sometimes it will take a loss on rental properties because they know it's a high appreciation market.
yeah. So exactly. So like, let's see, what is this listed at? Okay, so this is listed at 530, and they bought it at 355. Now, let's say this sells at 500, and then we do 500, or we take 355 divided by 500. That's 71%. But let's even just look at, they're asking 530. So they're asking 530, and they bought it at 355. So 355 divided by 530 is 67%. So even if it sells right here, that's 67%. If we were to take 70% minus repairs, so let's do 530 times 0.7. That puts us at 371. And then this is a 1,700 square foot property. So if we're looking at it, most people will be like, all right, 1,700. And then we're going to do, 25 feet per $25 dollars per square foot. So we'll do 1,700 times 25. That's $44,000. So then let's do 530 times 0.7 equals 371 minus 44 equals 327. I'm trying to make 15. So now my offer price is 312. They just bought it at 355. So I'm going to come in at my flat fee at 340, and I'll beat you every single time. Every single time I'm going to be higher than you than your formula.
Yeah, it's so market specific, bro.
It really
not only that, but neighborhood specific. Jacksonville, right? 33209. That's the butthole of Jacksonville. You need to get a steep discount there because you're doing a flip. Somebody might just steal your air conditioner mid flip.
Yep. Another thing too, right here, Harbor Bay Equity LLC. We can see that this was bought in 824 and immediately resold. 913. It looks like they probably says sales date. They probably immediately resold it. That was a double close. So this is a wholesaler that you can reach out to. They have buyers. We see their buyer right here. They clearly have a reputation with them. They have the means to double close. They're clearly doing it. So you can reach out to this person right here the same way we did and just be like, hey, I saw that you were on the, transaction history. I'm not sure if you were buying it yourself and just resold it, but it looks like you were double closing. Are you a wholesaler by chance? And if so, would you be able to send out my deals for me? But kind of going back to that 70% rule again, I've sold, not even exaggerating, I've sold deals in my market at 73%. I've sold one in Florida at like 72% or 70%. So if I were doing the 70% minus repairs, it would be so hard for me to get a deal because other people know and understand their market. So if you really, really, really want to know what's going on, there's easier paid ways. But again, we're trying to make it to where you can do it for free. So what you want to do is look at these tax record histories. You might have to scrub Zillow to see, flipped properties that have sold. But once this sells, it will show in transactions history, just like this does. And it will say 355, and then it will show you, 530. Then you can just calculate that. You take 355 divided by 530. That gives you a percentage. And now that shows you the percentage of the ARV where that buyer's buying at. Now, what you can do is you can take like 50 of those, 20 of those, whatever you want to do, And now you can start to get an idea of where buyers are buying at. So if you have 50 of these and you see the high end is at 70% and the low end is at 50%, you have a pretty good idea that cosmetics are going for 70%, full guts are going for 50%, and then the in between is just kind of what's going on with the property. Is it, light cosmetic, medium cosmetic? Is it a full gut with a foundation issue, or is it just, needs to be? So learn your market, and I would recommend that. Again, that's the other reason why you connect with wholesalers and buyers in your market, like we talked about in the very beginning, because now I can go to Nathan and I can say, hey, Nathan, I'm tapping into the Tampa market. I don't want to scrub tax records and do all this shit. Hey, man, where are your buyers buying at? Or how do you go about putting together an offer?
Yeah, it depends on the neighborhood, right? Like neighborhood by neighborhood. I would follow up with like, where's your deal at? Like, what zip code is your deal in? If it's in Fern Cliff, you're gonna want a little bit more of a discount because Fern Cliff is kind of a dangerous neighborhood, right?
Yeah. So exactly. So you just talk. So I could reach out to Nathan and be like, dude, where am I looking at? And Nathan will be able to tell me like, okay, where's your deal? And I could, give him here's where I'm looking. Or I could say, I just tapped into the Tampa market. I haven't looked in anywhere specific. What's a general range, or how do you formulate an offer? Do you do flat fee? Do you do, 80% minus repairs? How do you do it in your market for your deals? And how can we work together so that way I can find deals for your buyers? Nathan might come back and say, hey, bro, on average, most of our deals are selling between 50 and 65%. If you get anything cosmetic under 65, it's a wrap. Anything under 50 for full gut, it's a wrap. Let me know if you need help. Now, at least you have some sort of guidance from someone who's doing deals, and you can go out there and be like, okay, boom, this is
You
the
know what I would
ARV.
do? Bro, if you came to me and you're like, I need deal, I'm gonna tap into your market. I need to know like what I should be offering for deals. I'd give you my deal calculator, right? Like I would say, here's my deal calculator, put things through this calculator, and it's likely to be something realistic. Like for example, flippers profit 14% net, right? 14% after all costs of sale. So let's say all in a deal, and we're just going to use 100,000 to make it simple. Let's say all in purchase price, renovation costs, sales costs, like paying the realtors, closing costs, everything all equals to $100,000. They would need 14,000 out, right? So like that would be 14% net. That's a pretty good rule of thumb, right? There's the percentage of ARV rule, and then there's like the net rule. I'm so analytical and like I really nerd out. So like I build a spreadsheet because you can't just do this in your head that easily. It's like algebra. But I built a spreadsheet and I give this spreadsheet away to anybody. So like if you text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709, this spreadsheet is in the cheat sheet. And literally you just input your information, ARV, square footage. I have some wild numbers in here right now. I don't know why. You put your information in there, after repair value, square footage, the price per square foot, yada, yada, yada. And it will spit you out a formula at the bottom. And you can literally just copy and paste this formula. And that's a full breakdown of everything, as well as you have like, the rough costs to build stuff. Like for example, low grade new build, you could build it for as low as $125. We have a buyer, and we're going based on what our buyers have told us, right? Like we have a buyer that said, hey, I'm building houses in Jacksonville for as low as $125. He builds like just shitty, the basicest houses that you can build. He's able to do it for $125, right? And then we have like high grade new build where people are making it really nice and it costs upwards of $175K. So I would say use the deal calculator if it's available to you, because it's pretty applicable. And let's say your market is different. Like,
so I don't want to. Okay, so
Yeah.
one thing I will say is for people who are brand new, I personally would say stay away from this.
It's complicated.
This is very, and I have a couple things. One, whose profit are you using? Because you could have someone who does 7 deals a week and they're comfortable with making 10% profit or 5% profit because they're doing volume. Whereas you might have someone who does 3 deals a year and they're looking for a higher spread, right? You also have, what if the buyer is the agent?
Yeah.
Then there's no commissions that are right there. And then what if, again, going back to, what if your buyer's brother just had a full job that he got extra materials on and now you don't. So where I don't want people to get lost in, and I understand you're super analytical, but even I'm even talking to you right here. I think you're shooting yourself in the foot on a lot of deals because, again, whose numbers are you using? Like where'd that 14% come from? Like I literally know buyers who are like, I'll take 10% on profits all day. You know what I'm saying?
So that would be like our general rule. So obviously, like let's say it's in Miami, that's going down dramatically. Like that's literally going down to like 7-8% in Miami.
Well, but what I'm saying is in Tampa, right? You're saying 14%. That's just coming from your, like, 14% might work for some buyers. Some buyers might want 20%, but some buyers might take 8% and be comfortable because they have 30 other deals in the pipeline. So what I don't want people to do, like use the data, right? Like that's why I'm saying, like, look at what a house was bought for and sold for, because at the end of the day, if I can say that this was sold at 350 and then it was, or bought at 350 and sold at 530, and that's 68%, there's no discrepancies there. And if I have 17 houses that all sold at 67%, that tells you where the average buyer is buying at. So what I don't want people to do is get so caught up in their head. Dude, you got to, like, I used to do the 80% minus repairs, minus this. You know how many buyers I had preaching, dude, your repairs are always spot on, dude. They're so good, dude. Who told you how to do this? Guess what, bro? You never bought a house from me though. So like my repairs are always spot on. The second I switched, I was moving deals like this. Not every deal is going to work for every buyer, and that's okay. I don't want every deal to work for every buyer, and I'm not trying to make every deal work for every buyer. But when you get so into the grain of like, do I need to do 15% of profit? And then do I do 6% of commissions? And then, what if they hold it for 10%, and then, or like, what if they're the hard money lender and they just use straight cash to buy it and there's no holding costs? Now you're just adding in fees that aren't even existent in the buyer's transaction. And then again, what if he's the agent and he buys it and there's no commission when he buys it, and then he resells it and he brings the buyer and he doesn't take $1 of commission on both sides? Now you just added 5% fees into the transaction that were never needed to be there in the first place. So I honestly think if you're trying to go that in depth and it's not for a flip, you're wasting so much time. And you're adding more.
There's like people as well that, let's say they have a tax problem and, they just need to buy something to avoid paying taxes. Like the deal, it might not look like a deal on the surface, but you're right. There's like some niche buyers that, they're cool with it. Like there's some people that buy sub twos with the slightest bit of negative cash flow just because they want to offset some tax.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can do it however you want to. Do what works in your market. But point being is, I don't want people, like, it's easier just to be able to look at a deal, have the numbers and say, is this deal 70% of ARV or under? If it is, I can lock it up and shoot it out based on the numbers. It looks like it will sell here, instead of spending all the time putting together what if numbers that you literally have zero idea to back it. Besides, again, look, if I'm a buyer and I tell you, you ask me, where do I buy at? I'm going to be honest, but it's also in my best interest to try to get it as deep as possible. Let's be realistic here. So if you're like, hey man, how much does it cost you to build a house or to renovate this house? And it only cost him 20. I'll give you a perfect example. My buyer messed up one time. He renovated this whole house. And I was like, dude, that's crazy. I don't know how you had such a small spread on this. And he was like, bro, it only cost me 30 grand to renovate. And I was like, what? And this was like a 2,500 square foot home. And I was like, what? After he told me that, I kept pushing the deals higher and higher. And then magically one day he came back and he's like, bro, this is going to cost me like $70,000 to fix. And I'm like, what happened to that $30,000 one? This one's in better condition. So,
dude, you know, one thing we can do is we can just look at what they're buying it for, and
exactly,
you know, just get an understanding. Like put 2 and 2 together, be like, this is what it looked like before. This is what they bought it for. This is what it looks like after, and you can fill in the gap.
And he crushes it, dude. So he has connections that I don't understand. So he's able to get it done for a lot cheaper. So point being is, you know, buyers, but when he started upping that, again, he realized he's going, Jacob's trying to make a bigger assignment fee and he's giving me smaller spreads. I'm going to do the same thing back. It's a negotiation game. It's how business works sometimes, right? So a buyer will also tell you, hey, it cost me $40 a square foot to do this whole house. When it could maybe cost him $25 a square foot. But in his head, he's going, that's still $5 a square foot extra that I'm going to get out of this. Yeah. So to him, there might be a big benefit in increasing the numbers just a little bit, because even $3 a square foot on a $3,000 or 3,000 square foot home can add up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, dude.
So.
Okay. Next question here. Do you guys do you guys do foreclosure? Are they difficult like probates?
I think probates are easier than foreclosures.
I haven't done a foreclosure yet.
So,
I actually haven't even closed on a probate yet.
Probates take long and they have a lot of parties involved. I think foreclosures are a pain because you can't assign them. Banks are involved. So a lot of times banks don't have emotions and they don't they don't care about your negotiation prices. They want what they want and they can withstand having it sit on the market. A lot of times, because you can't assign it, you're not allowed to double close with their title company either, I don't believe. So you'll have to double close with another title company. So there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through for foreclosures. Also, I don't know how long of an inspection period they allow for foreclosures because it's a bank as well. I don't think a 10-day EMD due date would work. They are probably like, no, we need this tomorrow. So you're just dealing with an entity that has no emotions over the transaction compared to dealing with an individual who has emotions. So I personally think that probate is better because you're going to be able to have title help you. You'll be able to be dealing with real people. And you can assign it and you can close at one title company. So I think probates are easier than foreclosures. I personally don't do foreclosures myself, but that's just me.
So Kevin is asking about EMD with agents. Yes, agents do like EMD right away. I know in Florida, the contract states that it's pretty standard for EMD to be due within 3 days in Florida. But when you're working with agents, they usually know what they're doing and they're usually pretty like on it. Like, where's my EMD at? And put down a certain amount of EMD to show us that you're serious. Day Morris says, in a foreclosure, you just sell that LLC. What's your opinion on that, Jacob? Selling the LLC that has the rights to purchase that foreclosure property.
I mean, I feel like you could just double close and that's a lot easier.
Let's say, for example, you're not.
So I think selling the LLC makes more sense in a short sale, but I think that's a super gray area. Me personally, again, I don't know enough about short sales to be able to talk about it, very, educationally. But if you think about what's happening, a short sale, I mean, to answer this question, you could sell the LLC for the foreclosure, but I think you could just double close and it's easier because you don't have to make a brand new LLC to do it. But for a short sale, a lot of times I see people selling their LLCs. Now, the reason I think it's a gray area, and again, I'm not educated enough on this to be able to talk about it in depth, but if you think about what's going on, you have deed restrictions on short sales. And a deed restriction is basically saying that it's telling you what you can and can't do with the property. So for example, you might have a deed restriction that says you're not allowed to resell the property for 90 days after closing. Or this property has to go to a homeowner that lives in it for a whole year after closing. So they can implement these deed restrictions into the transaction. Most of them have deed restrictions that prevent you from reselling it immediately, because the short sales, you're getting them for so cheap. A lot of times you have to hold them for 90 days to 6 months. So what they do a lot of times to work around that situation is they sell their LLC.
Mhm.
So if you think about what's going on, they're saying, oh, I can't sell my property, but I can sell the entity that owns the property, and it's just a workaround. Again, I don't know if you have an attorney and the attorney says you're good on that, by all means do that method. I think that's a very gray area because you're basically saying, hey, the deed restriction says this. If I do it the way it's saying to do it, I commit fraud. So if I just resell it, I'm a fraud, and then I'll go to prison. Or I can just sell the LLC and I'm not reselling the property. I'm just selling the business. I think that's a very, dude, I think if it went to a court situation, one's going to look at it and be like, well, the only reason you sold the LLC was because you couldn't sell the property. Again, I don't know the legality behind it. I stay far away from short sales because I don't know enough about them. And because of that exact reason, I'm not going to partake in selling my LLC for one day in 7 years. It comes back to me and they're like, yo, bro, you can't sell your LLC. Clearly it says you can't sell the house. So I'm just not partaking in that. If you want to learn more on it, there's so many books out there. Like Nicole Espinoza has a book. I literally got this myself to learn one day, but shout out to Nicole Espinoza. There's this book. She has training programs. She has videos, but if you're truly interested on short sales, you can learn from her. In regards to foreclosures, I don't know why it would make sense to sell an LLC for a foreclosure, unless there's also deed restrictions. And then in that case, I'm still not on board with it. But, do your due diligence. I don't mess with them.
Absolutely. What do you say? We got an hour and a half remaining. What do you say we call some leads on the act side? So,
because my throat hurts.
Yeah, no problem. Let me take over.
We need to call some people.
Guys, 8 hours live is a challenge. It sounds easy, but it definitely takes a different breed of people.
I mean, dude, 6.5 hours of I don't think we've repeated any of the same content.
Nah, dude. It's all sauce.
6.5 hours of just straight free gems. Going straight to the steam room after this.
You know what I have to do tonight?
What?
I have to volunteer for 12 hours from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. at the warming center so that homeless people don't freeze tonight.
Wow.
So I gotta stay up. I gotta stay up all night after this.
Heck no. Props to you, but heck no.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. Okay, so here we're gonna call some agent listed properties.
That just means you're gonna be talking to more people, which means more hours of talking.
Honestly, I'm probably not going to talk to them for that long. I'm going to play Monopoly with them. You know what I've been doing? I've been playing Monopoly with these people because I wanted to help them understand money better. And when I play Monopoly with them, it's quite an enjoyable experience. Usually I always whoop their butts, but I'm very explanatory as to why I'm whooping their butts. Like every move that I make, I give them my full rationale and reasoning behind my moves so that they can understand like how I'm thinking, right? Because I wanted to like help teach them about money and how like, you know, they have to be strategic with their money. Because when you're put in a survival mode, when you're living life in a survival mode for that long, you start to not think, right? Like it's easier to just not think and just give money. Like some of these people, you know, they're just used to like having their money gone as soon as they get it. But that's not how they have to live their life. So like in Monopoly, you know, they're very quick to just like whenever they get money, they're very quick to get rid of it. Whether it's buying a crappy investment or anything, like they come across a really high priced rental property that doesn't provide a high return in rent, and they'll buy it immediately, right? And I say to them, I say, well, I don't think that's a wise decision to buy that because the likeliness of people landing on that is really low. You're going to have to spend a high upfront fee to buy the property. You're going to have to spend a really high amount to add more houses on top of that property to be able to increase the rent. And the rent that you get in exchange for the amount of times people land on it and the amount of money you spend on upgrading it is very small. So in my opinion, I don't think you should do that. And then when I'm buying properties, I'm like, well, I purposely bought these properties in this location because statistically, you know, people are most statistically likely to roll 6, 7, and 8 on the dice. And if they roll 6, 7, and 8, they'll land on this area of the board. And a lot of time when people are in jail and they roll and they get out of jail, they're likely to roll 6, 7, and 8. So they're likely to land orange properties. So I want to get all of these orange properties and I want to build as many houses on them as possible because it's a prime real estate. Yeah, they don't provide as high of a return than the blue properties, but the likeliness of me having occupancy in the orange properties is far higher than the occupancy on the blue properties. Does that make sense?
Are we about to have a monthly Monopoly tournament?
You know, that would actually be really fun. I would enjoy that.
Live streamed, and then
Yeah.
we have to break down our move every time we make a move.
Ooh,
Why
that'd be really good.
we buy a property or sell a property, we got to explain why.
Yep, that would be solid. How about on this one? Why don't we play Monopoly in real life and let's go with this property right here. Let's look at this opportunity. Okay, so this house definitely can use some work. A lot of work. One question that I would ask myself immediately when I see a property that's in this condition, some questions that I have. Is it concrete block? What kind of a foundation is it sitting on? Those are like my two biggest questions. So I'm not really sure what happened to this property. Looks like it's been exposed to the elements for a while. Oh, it is concrete block. Look at that. It's got foundation issues. You see that crack right there? You see how it's sinking? It has foundation issues because it cracked. And most likely it's sinking in on that side.
That would bring me, especially in Tampa, because it's not so much in Jacksonville, but that I would think there potentially a sinkhole too.
Yep.
Like maybe a sinkhole was what called, and then like, why are you taking pictures of your feet? Maybe that's a sinkhole. Look at that. What is that? Is that a pond?
I feel like that's a sinkhole.
It's a giant sinkhole they turned into a pond. They're like, that's not a sinkhole.
Yo, but look at this. Like, okay, what do you do with something like this? When you come across something like this, good luck saving it. Honestly, good luck saving it. The house already has damage to the foundation, right? So not only would you have to fix the sinkhole under the property, but you would then have to like jack up the house and do this massive renovation. Something like this, in my opinion, you might as well as tear it down and renovate it. Bro, I feel like I just had a property under contract on Liddell Avenue. I don't know which one. I'd have to check. Okay, here, let's take a look at this. Contract fell through. Buyer's loss is your gain. You don't want to miss this investor special in Tampa. This charming, yada, yada, yada. Major demo done. It needs to be your own personal touch. Okay, here. Let me just call this Melissa Jones. A13-575-2252.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Elon Musk. Bro, I just told her my name was Elon Musk for Google Voice. Let's see if she answers.
The Google subscriber you have called.
Okay, no answer. I'm going to double dial her, but I'm going to tell her my real name. I'm going to say Nathan Harris, not Elon Musk.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Nathan Harris. Okay, she's not answering. Whatever. Let's go on to the next one. Let's just go down the list.
Heck yeah.
Dude, you know, after you wholesale for a while, like you recognize all these streets, like Temple Ave. I see stuff on Temple Ave all the time. Like I can literally, like, when I see a street, I'm like, I know people buying there. Like I see comps on Temple Ave all the time. Yeah, you can like start to identify streets and like know if it's a good or bad one based on the street.
Right. You know what's funny is I can insert an ad on my YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
I could be like, we're leaving for a commercial break. We'll be right back. And then I could plug in an ad on you guys, and you didn't even know it was me.
Really? How do you do that?
I just learned it.
How?
You go to your studio.
Okay.
And then click on your live.
Okay.
And then if you go to like stream settings, so you go to edit, and then you turn on monetization. And then once you turn on your monetization, you can, at the top next to end stream, you can insert ad.
I don't have that yet. I'm close, but I still don't have it. I'm still not monetized. Yeah, you guys should all, if anybody's on my Facebook, go from my Facebook to my YouTube because I need more watch hours to get monetized. All right, so let's call this agent real quick. Greg Carter. 850 590 5163. Oh, I have Greg in my system. I might have called him before.
Does anyone have a market they want us to call some properties in?
Ooh, I like that.
It's in Texas. What part of Texas?
Okay, Greg didn't answer. I'll double dial him.
Someone said only got through 4 hours of cold calls today. Yeah, that's pretty good. 4 hours is better than none. Waco.
Where the heck is Waco? Let's find it.
Did you know a biker gang there was like a giant biker shootout over there, and some people died, and then they like took like 50 people or 60 people to court, and not a single person snitched, and every single one of them got off.
Damn, I feel bad for the people. I guess some people made some grave mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, they were all biker gang people, so the people who died were in a gang, so they knew what they signed up for, I guess.
They must have thought they were under pressure when they were in the gang, but now they found out that they're really under pressure now.
Yeah, under the pressure of 6 feet of dirt.
Yeah. I wonder if they were dying to find out
Oh,
who won. They were probably dying to find out who won.
Waco, Texas. I don't know if that has a lot of activity, does it?
No, dude, it's so small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should go for a bigger market in Texas because we're more likely to be calling realistic stuff. Like we have like Dallas, Texas, Austin,
And
Texas.
Waco's not too far away from like Fort Worth area, Dallas.
You
But
want to do
yeah, I
Waco?
would say if you're in Waco, I'd probably just move to one of the major cities that are right here. I probably wouldn't just hit Waco unless there's a lot of activity in Waco. You said Austin or Dallas, and someone said Nova. Nova might be a little bit too late because it's 6. Columbus, Ohio. I mean, we can try all of them. I'll try calling some. We can do a Dallas, a random ass Dallas deal. For sale, we'll search TLC. We got some properties right here. All right. I mean, what's going on with the walls, though? Property is like weirdly in good condition, but not. All right, I'm not going to call this one. I feel like someone will just paint the walls and they'll be fine.
Yeah. Hell, if they want to give me a cut of the sales, I'll come in and I'll front the cost for painting the walls.
Yeah, right. All right.
Ooh,
This is
hold on. Scroll up. Down to the second layer of photos, the one on the left, right there, right above the window. What is that above the window?
right here.
No, like you see right above the window ledge. Is that just the way the sunlight is, or is that
I
like
think that's a shadow.
okay? I wasn't sure if it was like.
I'll call this person though.
Look at that gross popcorn ceiling. That's something that a homeowner wouldn't really want.
Hold on. Oh, I was going to say, what the hell? All right. I think this is going to be their extension 100. So yeah, we can hit like Bay Area somewhere too. I'll call
Dope.
one and then Nathan can call one and then.
Let's do it.
Hey, Adrian.
No, this line, you're calling about a listing she has?
Yeah. Are you the co-listing agent?
No, I'm the broker, but she's got a lot more information about those properties. I'll send your number over to her and she'll give you a call back.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
What the hell just happened?
Wow.
That was so weird. Hey, like, did he say Glenn? Who was that, dude?
I thought he said his name was David. That happened so quickly.
That was the craziest. Like, hello. Yep, I'll call her. I'll give her your number. Bye. All right, this is another good one. It looks like the bathroom's not terrible, but it looks like the kitchen does need some work. So we'll go ahead and see if we can give this person a call.
Paneling on the walls, bro. That thing is like dated. So dated.
I love it. Dude, I had an agent the other day be like, honestly, I would keep the paneling up and just refinish it. I'm like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that.
Somebody said to me, just mud over the paneling.
No, this can't be real right now. Is Dallas really this crappy? Why does no one's phone number work? This person's doesn't work. The other person's goes straight to not even them. We're going to find them. Here's how we're doing it. Is this her? Okay, it sure looks like it. Does she have a different number over here? What in the world? Yeah. All right, let's try one more. We're doing investor. Oh, it's already there. What about this one?
Bro, so many people are coming out of the woodworks on that Gator post.
For real?
Yeah,
All right, so
they're all like DMing me and freaking commenting on that post.
this one could be a good one. We're just gonna call them and see. At this point, I just want to get a hold of someone.
Hello?
Hey, Patty.
No, this is Sandra Business.
Oh, I was trying to get a hold of Patty Bostad about High Point Circle. Did I reach the wrong number?
Yeah, let me see if I don't know the number by heart. She's in my, do you have another number for her?
No, so just curious. I've tried calling like 4 real estate agents on their listing number, and every single one goes to a different person. Is this like normal in Texas?
No. This is, so we have an office number, and I think you called the office number. for
Gotcha.
Debbie.
Okay.
The broker, so through the call at the office.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm assuming that's what happened on the other parties too then. So maybe I'm just calling the office numbers, and instead of hitting voicemail, it's just forwarding me over to another party.
If you hang on just a second, I can get you, and I'll get Patty's number for you.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are you there?
Yep. I'm ready.
Okay, it's 817.
Yep.
944
Mm-hmm.
1807.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good luck. It's that house just came on the market. She's got a lot of activity on it, but I don't think it's under contract. Where are you calling from?
I'm actually looking at this one for myself. I'm not a real estate agent. Yep. I appreciate it. I will give her a call now. No problem. Have a good one. Bye-bye. All right. So let's try round 3, dude. What?
Dude, I couldn't quite make out what she was saying. What's the reason for like the numbers being weird?
It's the broker. It's like their I guess it's their office number.
Please leave me a message.
Double dial. You're not about to get away like that.
This is Patty.
Hey, Patty, this is Jacob Simpson. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I was calling about 12255 High Point Circle.
Yes.
Is that still available by chance?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. So I'm actually looking at this one for myself. I had a couple questions. Did I catch you at a good time?
Sure, that's fine.
Great. So could you just kind of, I guess to start, could you just kind of give me a backstory of, what's going on with the property?
Sure. So she's lived there for a really long time. She's not the original owner because it was built in the 50s, but
Okay.
she's lived there a long time. She and her boyfriend or significant other are moving to East Texas to be closer to his mother.
Okay.
She's elderly and she's in no big hurry to sell. I'll be honest with you, we've had a lot of cash offers, and she's declined them.
Just lower
because
than
she
what
did-
she's looking for.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so now the property, I mean, it needs some TLC. I couldn't tell, and she didn't know of any foundation issues, but you know, with a house that age, and I couldn't see any, and I don't know for sure if there are any. I don't think there is, but you never know. So
Mhm.
just keep that in mind. She has a new air conditioner. She hasn't really updated anything. It is the original wood floors. They're pretty cool. But it needs a lot of work. The washer and dryer are out in the garage.
Okay.
So, and it's a one-car garage. But I mean, I think it's in, you know, I think that you know, the most of it is in good shape. It just needs some TLC. It's mostly cosmetic, I think, from what I can tell.
Okay, for sure. No, that's definitely helpful. And so I know you said you couldn't see any foundation issues. There's no mold leaks, anything like that you're aware of?
No, none of that. Not that I'm aware of. Now there was a crack on the outside in the brick by the garage.
Okay.
But that's the only one that I could see. I couldn't see any really in the inside that were, you know, a concern.
Okay, cool. Awesome. And then do you happen to know the age of the water heater and roof by chance?
She thinks the roof is like 10 years old. She wasn't for sure on that, but she thinks it's 10. And she didn't I have no idea about the water heater.
Okay.
She did just get a new AC.
Okay, perfect. So in regards to the sellers, I guess, living situations, I know you said they're moving to East Texas. Are they planning on being out at close, or do they need some sort of like post occupancy?
No, they'll be out by close.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
They can, she's really flexible. So, yeah, so no, that's not an issue at all.
Okay. And then how soon are they looking to close? Like, are they able to get out in 21, 30 days? Do they need 45, or what's their timeline looking like?
Yeah, they probably need a little bit more, probably at least 45.
Okay.
Like I said, she's in no big hurry. She hasn't even started. She just wanted to start the sales process and then go from there.
Gotcha. So a 45 to 60 day close is probably ideal for her.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Awesome. And then in regards to offers, do you have anything in hand yet?
Had several, but she's declined them.
Oh yeah, you said the cash offers, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have another showing on Monday, I believe, tomorrow or Monday, or maybe both days. I can't remember. We've had quite a bit of traffic through there.
Okay, sweet. And then are you just reviewing them as they come in at this point?
Yes, yes. And we do have another offer that the realtor wants us to counter back, but we're just waiting. I told the realtor we were just waiting to see, you know, what happened after the showings.
Okay, cool. Awesome. And then is there anything other than what we've discussed on this call, like anything that's super important to your seller, or pretty much just the flexible timeline and then getting their price?
Yes, that's her main thing.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Well, let me go ahead and crunch some numbers on my end, and then I'll touch base with you tomorrow or early Monday morning with an offer, and we'll go from there.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
No,
Have a great weekend.
you too. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was a great call.
Boom, solid. You pulled the condition, the occupancy, motivation, timeline, price, everything.
Yep. So, and notice though how I didn't necessarily go in order. So that's the reason I tell people not to use scripts and not to go off of scripts, is because if I was using a script, I would be trying to get back to that script. Whereas when you use the condition, occupancy, motivation, price, timeline, when something pops up, you can kind of for me, I take a mental note of it, but you can write it on a notepad or whatever, right? So like she mentioned the occupancy. So when I mentioned, you know, are they going to be out at close? She said, yes, they can be out at close. Rather than waiting until the very end to ask about timeline, I decided to ask about, okay, so, you know, are they looking for like a 45-day close, whatever? So now I'm asking it along the same lines of occupancy. So now I can just check that off my list. So, you know, don't be afraid to deviate out of order, but that just kind of helps you figure out what you need to gather about the property, whereas a script can kind of keep you on like a train track, and if you derail, it wants to pull you back like as much as possible. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. I'm not a big fan of calling Texas leads. I don't want to have to call the brokerages. Dude, whenever I get a brokerage number, I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, me neither. That was annoying. You can probably search their number and find their number elsewhere, but
I'm gonna go after. Hey, so we could show like multiple aspects of the wholesale business. Why don't we do some wholesaler outreach?
Oh, hell yeah.
Because wholesalers answer pretty much any time. So let me find some wholesalers to call.
And then what we'll do is what we could do is do some wholesaler outreach, and then at the very end we can try to find some buyers again for this Jack's deal. We'll do leave 30 minutes for that. And then also while we're doing this, think of any questions that we can just finish it off with in the last 30 minutes. We're happy to answer questions. If you guys need us to, show any specific examples, let us know. And we're happy to try to figure something out so we can, again, we're just trying to provide as much value. So if we've missed anything that you're like, hey, I know they covered this, or if you didn't join that part of the call and you haven't seen the video yet, feel free to just drop it in the chat. We'll cover it, or we'll point you to the part of the call that we talked about it on. And then of course, if you want a replay of this, if you want a copy of our cheat sheet, text the number below with the word cheat sheet, just so that way you can, get the replay and cheat sheet.
Love it, dude. Love it. All right. So this is Christian Hernandez. I just found Christian Hernandez on Investor Lift, just looked at like Florida and picked the first deal that came up. I added a little bit of a price range, like 135 to 257, just to keep it lower end. But yeah, so Christian Hernandez information came up. I'm going to give him a call. We're just going to make a connection and do some business together. Hey, Christian, my name is Nathan. How are you? It's going pretty good. I came across your deal on Investor Lift, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not calling as much on the deal itself. I'm more so calling to make some connections. So I'm a wholesaler in Florida. Are you primarily on the acquisition side or the disposition side? Disposition side. Okay. And I do come across a lot of deals. I work with dispo wholesalers as well. What's like your method for disposition? You just posting on Investor Lift, or do you have like a buyer's list? What do you do?
I have both. I have a private buyer's list that I call myself, so I usually post it, and then I have a list of about 30, 40 people per market that I call, and I say, hey, look, I got this one sent out, and I reach out to them directly like that.
Okay, bet. Well, I'd love to work with you. Another question: are you working for a company, or are you like running the company yourself?
I'm running it myself.
Awesome, dude. Awesome, bro. Congratulations. Yeah. So tell me, like, you want me to send you deals? You wanna mark them up? How do you want to do this? I primarily work in.
You need help selling? I usually underwrite it and see if it looks like a deal. If it looks like a deal, I start working on it. If not, I'll give you some feedback and tell you, hey, look, this is where I think needs to happen.
For sure, bro. I love it. And do you use dispo wholesalers on your side as well? So just to let you know, you're talking to somebody serious. We generate a lot of leads. I have a pretty good social media following, and I generate a lot of micro flip leads. So I get a lot of option contracts, and then I sell them to other people. So I can bring you a lot of stuff to dispo, but I also am looking for stuff to dispo as well, as we have like thousands some pre-vetted, fully legit tax record buyers. We actually built an AI bot to pre-vet these buyers. It's pretty cool. But yeah, you're working with somebody legit. Do you have deals that we can sell as well?
Right now, all I have is what's posted. I don't have extra. Everything else, honestly, is already in escrow.
Okay. Okay. So just what's posted. Can you put us on your buyers list and we'll do the same for you? Well, sorry, we'll put you on the dispo wholesalers list because then you get like the information that you need to be able to sell it. Can you put us on your dispo wholesalers list? We'll put you on our dispo wholesalers list and let's do some deals together.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. I'm going to text you my email and just send me everything you got. You know, one thing we pride ourselves on is giving feedback right away. We do full underwritings. We'll give a full breakdown, Loom video and everything. So yeah, anything that you got, please send it to us and I'd love to work with you and vice versa. You know, anything that we have, we'll send it to you for dispo as well.
Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. Can you text me your email?
I'll text you back right now.
Perfect. Good stuff. Thanks, Christian. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Boom. There we go. Now we have somebody that we can do deals with. So let me just text him my my email real quick. Thanks, Christian. Comma. My email is type out my email. Deals at Rising Star Investment.com. CHRIS. CH Christian. Okay. Thanks, Christian. My email is deals at risingstarinvestment.com. We are looking forward to working with you. Period. Boom. Just like that, we added a dispo wholesaler, right? And we can just go through all of these different properties and add the dispo wholesalers. Capital projects, Christian Wright. Interesting. Kristen Wright. Okay, let me call Kristen. Four 336-0347. And our goal here is we're looking for people to both send us deals and for people to help us sell deals.
Hi, you've reached Kristen with Capital Projects. I'm either on the other line with a client or temporarily away from my phone. Please.
Okay, Kristen didn't answer. I could double dial her, but whatever. I'll just move on to the next one. Then we have Ben. 321-342-2326. Oh, dude, I have this one saved in my phone as Ari Glover. I don't know why. 321-342-2326. Weird. I'm going to skip this one for now. Actually, yeah, fuck it. I'm going to call it. Let's see. Let's figure out why it's in my phone as Ari Glover.
You got me.
Hello, it's Ben.
Hey Ben, I was a little bit confused when I typed your number and it came up as Ari Glover. Is that like a partner of yours?
She was one of our dispo reps, and she is no longer with us.
Gotcha. Are you the owner of the company? Okay, awesome. Hey, I came across your opportunity on Investor Lift, and really the reason for my call is not as much about the opportunity specifically, but I'm just trying to build some more connections with wholesalers. So we come across a lot of deals. So we have a lot of deals that we can send to you for you to sell, as well as we are looking for deals as well. We have a buyers list of over 1,000 people pre-vetted from the tax records list. So I just wanted to see if you were, willing to work with other wholesalers or where you're at.
What do you mean work with other wholesalers, like dispo each other's deals and stuff?
Exactly that. You have buyers, I have buyers. Sometimes, we send our deals to each other and we get them sold.
Gotcha. What are you typically doing for splits?
50-50 split, anything above contract price. I'm really big on that. That's really important to me because I don't want anybody to look silly marking it up, because at the end of the day, a lot of us have overlap in the buyers because they're all on the tax records. So we don't want one person looking silly when the other person is marking up. So just 50-50 above contract price.
Yeah, I mean, what we typically do is whoever brings the buyer 30, just for his marketing costs and everything else. I mean, that's definitely not. It's not 50-50. I mean, when you're shelling out marketing like we are, it's way too much. You can't be giving out 50% of the deal.
Well, if you're doing quantity and you have good deals, I think that's understandable. That is much lower than all the other people. Everybody else does 50. We generate a lot of leads through social media, as I have a good social media presence, and we'll wholesale their deals at 50-50. But if you can bring us a steady flow of them, hell yeah, I'd be willing to come down a bit. I think 30% is too low. I'd be willing to consider like 40%, but only if it's not just a one-off thing. Like if you're doing quantity, then it's understandable.
I mean, we're constantly doing like 8 deals on the board at once.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you can shovel me out 8 deals, is that per week?
No, it's a month.
Okay.
I mean, we're there constantly, like, one's moving, one's coming. But I mean, you said you were going to send over deals as well.
Yeah, we can send you deals as well. Yeah, we assigned 6 last month. So not all of them, but more often than not, I have controlling interest in a contract. So if it's like a micro flip, like it's another wholesaler bringing us a deal, we'll get like an exclusive option on it. I really cater towards newer wholesalers. So I have a social media presence, help a lot of people. They send me their deals. I give them free underwriting. And then, I'm pretty much the only person that has it to dispo it, because I outreach to the newer people. But we'll usually have an exclusive option on it or an exclusive JV.
Okay, so are you in contact with the seller directly, or is it?
I can
just have a contract?
Yeah, like usually I'll just have a contract if necessary. Like I can get them to connect.
I mean, those are just daisy chains.
Okay, yeah, we can send you. Okay, is it? You want just direct ones? Like I do a lot of direct to agent and direct to wholesaler. Is that something that you don't want at all?
I mean, if you're the direct contract holder, like if you're directly to the seller, yes. But
Okay.
I've done do this since 2017. I mean, I know how another wholesaler, and then there's another wholesaler.
It gets messy sometimes. Yeah.
3 days just to get a hold of somebody, just to get inside. These sellers are already not like the response. It's a game of telephone, and it's just a big waste of time.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
Like, so I mean, dude, if you have direct contract, with the seller, cool.
Okay, no problem. Well, I'd love to work with you. I'd love to sell your deals. We're building our buyers list pretty rapidly. We only deal with like buyers from the tax records. We actually built an AI chatbot that pre-vets our buyers and collects their buying criteria. It's super cool. So we build our buyers list pretty rapidly. We have over 1,000 buyers right now, primarily in the major markets like Tampa, Hillsborough area, Orlando, Jacksonville, Miami. So if you have anything and we can sell it for you, we'd be happy to sell it. 40% is lower than we'd want to do, but if you can shovel us 8 deals a month, yeah, we'll do it.
I mean, I need that 35, like 40. We'll even do it for 30.
Send me your deals. Send me your deals, and let me see how good they are, and let's talk. Awesome.
What deal did you call me?
I called you on Jacksonville fix and flip or rent, off market, ready for quick rehab, Duval County.
2431. Yeah, 2431 Emily. You can send that one out.
Okay, can you add me to your dispo wholesalers list and just like fire them to me as you get them, because I don't really know much about this one. Like I want to make sure that I have the details before I send it out.
I
Awesome.
What was your name?
My name is Nathan Harris. I'll text you my contact info. So I'll text you my name and my email, and yeah, pop me on that list, bro. Trust me, it's worth your time.
Oh, we're friends on Facebook.
Yay. Awesome.
You're always posting.
You like my memes?
Oh, there you are. You're live right now.
Don't click on the live.
I'm
Don't
phone
click
with
on
you.
the live. You're gonna create a loop. It's gonna create an echo.
I'm going.
Bro, hi. Hey, Ben, say hi to yourself.
Say hi to myself.
Yeah.
I'm here, bitches.
Bro, that's fucking funny. Dude, we're on hour number 7. We're showing people how to wholesale for completely free.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So as you can tell, you know, we're legit. We're here to do business. We're not here to dick around.
All right. Well, hey, let me let you go. I'm getting my kids ready for dinner and stuff. So
Sounds good, bro. I'll text you my info. Thank you so much.
Tell Ben I'll send him a deal in Jax that I need help selling. I don't know if he'll have buyers for it, but I'm direct.
Oh, he just hung up on me.
All right, we'll see it if he's live. I'll send it to you, Ben.
Dude, that was crazy, bro. Ben, see that's the power of social media, though. Like Ben's like, oh, we're friends. Like I told him my name. It's like, oh, we're friends. Oh, you're live, dude. He found out that we cold called him on a live. Ben, I apologize if like you didn't like that I cold called you on a live, but if you're a friend or if
he sounded like he got hype when he found out he was on live.
Yeah.
I mean,
cool,
look, Ben does deals. Clearly, Ben does deals. I would not just blow Ben up, whatever. But if you have solid deals that you're direct to seller to, and you know they're good deals, and you need Ben's help, I'm sure he would be happy to list them on Investor Lift. You heard him with Nathan, though. He's not looking for anybody who's not direct. He probably deals with a lot of wholesalers who daisy chain. So if you're direct on a deal and you want to work with him, this might be a good way to get in touch with him and, see if he can help you dispo your properties. But again, only reach out to him if you have direct deals, because he sounds like he's a busy guy and he doesn't really have time to, be necessarily walking you through your deals and helping you figure out if a daisy chain is worth it or not. So again, respect other people's time.
Absolutely. That was a good call. That was a good example. Do you want to take one of the calls?
Let's see here.
Should I put your screen on the live?
No.
Okay.
What are we?
Any kind of act stuff. It could be a FISBO, could be a realtor, could be a wholesaler. You could just cold call somebody on a motivated sellers list off of PropWire.
So I'm trying to think. I wonder if there's any. I haven't hit a for sale by owner in so long. I don't think it's really worth hitting for sale by owners.
Bro, if they are too cheap to pay a realtor, you think they're gonna sell you their home at a good deal?
I mean, dude, I had someone. I literally just had someone do a deal the other day off of a for sale by owner, which blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, probably not. I mean, what we could also do is see. How do you feel about calling on Sundays? I call every days of the week.
Yep. Don't let Sundays hold you back.
Nope.
Worst case scenario, you just get a lower answer rate.
So is there like a Jacksonville group over here somewhere? Groups that I'm in. Jacksonville real estate investors. see if anyone's posting deals in here. So here's a recent media. What is this? That was posted 4 days ago. Wait, didn't we just try to reach out to him earlier? Okay, so this was 4 days ago. We got Ernie McKinney. He said,
I don't think I was able to reach out to him though.
No, there was another one, but yeah, I don't think you were either. So this says, wholesale deal, Edgewood Estates area. Goes over all the details. So literally all I would do is buyer failed to close. This deal is available. That was 6 hours ago. So then let's message. Well, I always like to friend too. So we'll add friend. What did that say? Next door property. Cool. So then we can go, hey, Ernie, just saw your post in the Jack's REI group about the Edgewood Estates area. Is that still available? He said it is, but I just like to ask, did he give the address on here? I don't think he did. If so, what's the address? That's all I'm sending. Oh, well, right there. I should have just called or texted him. I'm not even going to. I'm just going to send him that DM. But, we could call or text him. I'm just going to show you how I would do it off of Facebook. But, yeah, we could call this guy, text him, and just be like, hey, bro, I saw this property. Oh, well, there we go. We didn't even have to wait more than 15 minutes. Dude, is this the one? Did we have this one before? All right. So then, yes, still available at the moment. Perfect. Let me run my numbers now and get back to you. Thanks. Okay. So then what we would really do is we just want to kind of comp the property. That's cool that he got back to us so quickly. So then we're going to comp the property. So we pull it up. It looks like it's a 2/1/1950. Let's just check his information that he posted right here. So he posted 1,000 3/1. So okay, so it's showing it's a 3/1. House is currently a 3/1. However, has a converted carport that would easily convert to master bedroom, making it a 4/2. So I wonder why it's not showing up as a 3/1 if it's a 3/1. We'll go off of what he's saying, but I don't know. I can also ask him why the buyer backed out here in a little bit too. So we'll do 6 months. We can also do 90 days at first. And what did he say? How do you know Nick? All right, so now we kind of got some rapport going. He's talking about, dude, I had a deal on Columbus Ave. That's so funny. Might have been this one actually, 5054. Dude, if it was this one, that's going to be hilarious. I got to send it to my cousin. So we had this.
That, you can get the buyer from that deal now.
Yeah, so this was so funny. So yeah, right. I'll grab that. But this dude, or the agent, she called me and she's like, when I pulled up to the property, there was a bunch of crackheads in there cooking some shit. She's like, you know me, I'm not about to not walk in the property. So she's like, I pulled out my pistol and walked around back and I pushed open the back door and I said, I don't know who's in here, but you got 5 seconds to get out before I start shooting. And she goes, I started counting down. And by the time I got to 3, they were running out of the front door. And then I walked outside and I was like, what the hell are y'all doing here? And they were telling me that they were squatting there. And she's like, I don't give a shit. Y'all can't come back here or you're going to get shot. And she's like, then they just walked off and they never messed with me again. I was like, bro, this lady is crazy. Like,
Dude, bro, I was on a live stream. Dude, I was live streaming my calls with an agent once, and you know what she said to me?
What?
She said that she went to go walk this property, and there was a squatter living there, like tall ass dude. And he sucker punched her straight in the face.
Oh
and
my
then
gosh.
bro, and then he ran away, and she ran and got into her car while she was like bleeding a whole bunch and tried to run him down with her car. And I'm like, my God, you just told me that on the live?
You're like, I don't think you should have done that.
No, like sorry, that's what I was thinking in my brain. Like, my God, you just told me that on the live. I
Yeah,
didn't tell
right?
her that she was live, bro. I did not tell her that she
Oh,
was
no,
live.
no, of course. Trying to see, what did I say the ARV was? 54 Columbus. Bro, I had the ARV at 150.
Ooh, wow.
They boosted that one because, like, look, 145, 145. Like, there was this one sold after we had it, but there was like a lot of 145s going over there. So that's crazy. So he's saying basically ARV 220 to 240. It's on this street, so it's on Columbus. We see that there was one that just went for 220. It's a 3-2. He's basically saying it's a 3-1, so they can probably add another bedroom and make it comparable. So I would say 220 is realistically, the ARV that we want to use. Hold on, I'm texting my cousin. I'm like, bro, we had it at 145K ARV. They're like, what? Damn, we could have made that happen. That was almost my cousin's first deal. That's why it's so funny. But anyways, so I would say 220 is probably a good number. I don't think, again, we're at 950. This one's 1144. I think there was a garage right here that they converted. And just like he's saying right here, you can convert the, carport. If you were to do that, I think you're looking at 220. If you don't do that, I think you're probably looking at like 200, 210. So, then what we want to do is figure out if his asking price makes sense. So what is he asking? Where's his numbers? Net ARV. Did he not put his asking price on here? Am I tripping right now? Is this what he's asking? 70K?
Huh? Yeah, what is his asking price?
I just asked him. But again, kind of going back to Nathan's point, I mean, the power of, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So he said 70K. All right, so he's asking 70K for it. And what were we asking for this one? Let me see if I can find our ask again. 5054 Columbus. I think I had some offers around that price. So we were also asking 87. And I think I had, okay, so I got a proof of funds. I think I had buyers around like 75 or 80. So I might be able to move this one. So then pretty much I'm just going to, let's see. Where did Facebook go? Um, oh, hell yeah. This is the dude who flipped it.
Wow.
I'll probably have to pass at 70K come up, but I do have. So basically, I'm just saying, hell yeah, we looked at it, but we released it. We had locked it up too high. I'm talking about the other deal. I'll probably have to pass that 70K, but I do have some buyers that may jump on this at that price. You want me to send it out for you? See what he says. So that kind of brings me to one thing I did want to point out to you on that call with that one buyer, or that one wholesaler, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Two things. Well, one thing, I guess. I wouldn't have focused, like I wouldn't have worried about that 50-50 thing. So this is where I tell a lot of wholesalers, if you've never done direct to seller, it's hard to understand. But one, pocket watching kills deals. So when you're so focused on making a certain amount, like, dude, I would have been like, okay, cool, bro, I'll add on top, send me over your deals. You carried on about the 50-50, 40-35, and he hadn't even sent a deal. And in his head, he's going, I'm not working with this dude. He's so pressed on what I'm going to get out of this. So, and you heard him. He said it. He said, bro, the amount of marketing that I do 50-50 is crazy. So two things. One, don't worry about what other people are making. That's going to kill the deal very quickly. Mm-hmm. Two, don't be afraid to add on top. Who cares if buyers see it for the same price? Who cares, dude? I've sold deals 100 or probably 50K over where they've been sent out and everyone else has seen it. Who cares, right? But the point is if they're offering 30% and you can take 30%, that's better than none. If they're saying add on top and you can add 20K on top, it's better than none. So don't worry so much about everyone else's deals, but what you can, or what everyone else is making, and just focus on if it works for you. Because at the end of the day, the direct to seller is, and people will argue with me that haven't done direct to seller. Direct to seller is way more intensive and way more costly than dispo. So when you're doing, I know people on the direct to seller side who are spending 30 to 40 grand a month in marketing expenses just to go find deals. And then a dispo person comes in and says, well, I found buyers on the tax records for free, just like you did. I mean, dude, give me 50% of your 20 grand, bro. I texted to my buyers. They're going, bro, I just spent 50 grand. What are you talking about? How much did you spend? You're going, my time. They're like, dog, no, get out of here with that. So you got to understand where your place is as a disposition wholesaler. I hate to say it. We all want 50%. People who bless you with 50%, it's a, we shouldn't take that for granted. Do you deserve 50%? Absolutely not. Because you're not spending the time going on appointments. You're not talking to sellers all day long getting rejected. You're not spending the money. You're not having cold callers. You're not doing all of that. And so it's tough. Now, when you start building up a team, it's a little bit different because you're like, hey, bro, I got people to pay as well. But again, it's the end of the day, that's the dispo side of things, right? If you're going to go to a wholesaler, you don't dictate the deal. He does.
You're right. The act guy dictates the terms.
You know what I'm saying? If you're a direct, if you have a listing, if you go through an agent and you get the listing and you go send it to a dispo wholesaler and you're like, hey, bro, I'm trying to net 10K on this one. So I need at minimum of 220. and that dispo wholesaler turns around and says, well, I need 50% and I don't want to send this out above 220. So I need you to give me 50% or I'm not sending it out. Your response is going to be, cool, bro, don't send it out. I got other dispo people. Feel free to add on top though, if you want to, and then you're just going to move on. So we got to know our place as the dispo wholesaler. We can ask for 50%. We cannot demand it. It's not even expected. If they give it to us, awesome. We'll do deals together. You know, you'll put priority over their deal because it's more money on the table, but it's not something that we can, like, we don't deserve it. I hope that makes sense. And I'm not trying to say that in like a demeaning way, but I've been on both sides.
Bro, that makes total sense. And you're right. Like, pocket watching there did kind of kill that. And it kind of like damaged the rapport there, because making something is better than making nothing at the end of the day. And you're right. Like, me personally, I try to work the act side as much as possible. I started working the act side with the intention of controlling the deal, of being able to dictate the terms. But now, as I move on to the dispo side, I need to be conscientious of that the act people control the deal. The act people dictate the terms. And you're right. A lot more goes into acquisitions than dispositions. Dispositions is pretty straightforward, pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
Find buyers, send it to the buyers. Acquisitions, you're sifting through a lot of crap. You're comping a lot of properties, right? So they do deserve more. I'm pretty stern on the 50-50 split just because, like, I don't know. I don't even know exactly where I got that from. But you're right. You know, somebody
So
like
I'll tell
that.
you how I became a good dispo wholesaler in my market. So when I got into astro flipping, I hated JV wholesalers. I freaking hated them for this exact reason. They came to me and they were like, I need 50. Dude, it took me a year and a half to get my first deal. When I finally got my first deal and I wanted to sell it, I remember I sent it out to a bunch of people. I had one wholesaler. He said he was a buyer. He said he was the direct buyer. And then we meet at this property. And then he's like, oh, I'm actually not the buyer. I have buyers interested. And I'm like, bro, I just drove an hour and a half in traffic for you to tell me you're not the buyer in person. Like, what, are you being serious right now? And then I had other people going, well, if we sell this, you know, I get 50-50. And I'm like, bro, I just spent a year and a half trying to get this deal. And you're asking for 50% to just send it to someone who will buy it. Like, come on, dude. So that was my main thing. So when I shifted to the disposition side of things, I was like, I wanted to do something very different. And this has allowed me to really stand out. And you can ask anyone who works with me. I guarantee you like 80% have started working with me because I positioned myself this way. So I say, the other thing too, you got to know about wholesalers. They'll act as the buyer and they will get your deal assigned to them and say they're the buyer and then try to control your deal and not actually be the buyer. So I've seen this happen. So when I started doing the dispo, I said, I wanted to, one, always try to add on top if I can, and if I can get them a little bit extra, I'm going to try to get them a little bit extra. You can't do this all the time, but if I can get them a little bit extra, I'll try to get them. The other thing is I'm always going to do a non-exclusive. So I will never tie you up like other wholesalers do. So for example, when that guy said, what is your split? My response would have been, oh, I'm not looking for any of your assignment fee, bro. You deserve, you know, all of it. You've put the marketing effort into it. You know, you've spent the time and resources to get that deal. I have buyers that will actually pay a little bit more a lot of times. So what I'll do is I'll actually, you know, add a little bit of a fee on top of your price. I'll send it to my buyers. Typically what I do is I get a non-exclusive agreement that just lets me send this out. So that way, you know, if you find a buyer, no hard feelings, but then I send it out to my buyers. If I find one, for example, at 225 and you sent it to me at 220, I'll reach out to you, let you know, I'll make that $5,000. You make whatever your assignment fee is at that 220. Best case scenario, let's say I send it out at 250. You send it to me at 220. You're making $5,000. I'm making $30,000 or $20,000. You know, I'll turn around and I'll give you an extra, you know, $5,000-$10,000, or I'll make it to where we're both making the same amount so we can walk away and both eat together. Does that sound like a good idea? So, dude, you're telling me that you're like, these are non-exclusive and you're just going to send it out and you're not asking for any of my fee. Yeah, exactly, bro. I'm not going to tie you up. I don't want anything exclusive, and I don't need a 50-50 split, 70-30 split. I don't need none of that. I'll add on top. I mean, dude, and in worst case scenario, if I find someone at 220, yeah, I'll ask for maybe a 50-50 split, but we can, figure that out when the time comes and we have a buyer. But right now, dude, I'm just going to add on top and see if I can get someone.
I like it. I like
Or like,
that.
who's going to say no to you?
And they'll send it to you first, because
who's going to say no? There's nothing to lose. They're like, hold on, dude. You can literally see it on the phone. You're not even in front of them. You can see them thinking about it. They're going, hold on. So you'll actually add your fee on top. You'll give me a little bit more if you can. And you're not trying to get it exclusive? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, so like, what if I find a buyer? And you're like, then you assign it. And then I say, congratulations. And you send me another deal. And they're like, oh, okay. So like, and you can literally, dude, it's so confusing to wholesalers because no other wholesaler operates that way. So if you can position yourself as that person, dude, it's a game changer. All you got to do is just say, hey, bro, I'll add on top. I do it non-exclusive. If I find a buyer at your asking price, dude, we'll figure it out down the road. But let me just get this out there. And, let's see how we can work together. Boom.
I like that. So it's add on top, non-exclusive, and tip them if you're able to.
If you can. Yeah. So I'll give you an example. One time I had a wholesaler who was making 10 grand and I was making, I think 25 no, I was making 20 and he was making 10. I was like, hey, bro, I'll give you an extra 5 so we can both make 15 together. He was like, dude, are you being serious? And I was like, hell yeah, bro, let's get it. You want to know what he did after that? Sent me every single one of his deals. Still to this day, I get all of his deals. Because who doesn't want to break bread with someone who treats them that way? You looked out for their best interest. Now they want to do the same for you. It's how life works.
It's interesting that HUD that we showed at the beginning of the live with John Mayo, like originally we were both going to split a $1,700 assignment fee each. So $1,700 each. And then we, being the acquisitions wholesalers on that, went and got a retrade and we brought the assignment fee to like a total of $19,000. What did we do? We called up John. Like, hey, bro, we got a retrade. Let's split it 50-50.
Exactly.
Bro, like
John wouldn't have been mad if you didn't do that. But the fact that you did do that, that you stand out. So like you're now an ethical, credible person in his eyes. And he knows that you will stand toe to toe to make sure that he's looked out for on deals as well. And that's a beautiful thing. It's hard to break that relationship. And so that's how you want to kind of move. So,
and it's good because then, afterwards we sold one of his deals afterwards. The deal went south and now it's time to claim EMD and potentially we could walk away without making anything. And he's like, hey, dude, we're claiming the EMD. We'll split the EMD. Right. So it's like we started the relationship on a really good note by even though like somebody with a business mind could say that costed you $9,000. No, it didn't cost us $9,000 because it opened up the opportunity to do so many more deals. Because now, like, what?
I was gonna say, and bro, people will be so much more like they're willing to work with you, I think, more than people realize. So, for example, that 50-50 thing, that's a conversation for once you have a buyer. Like, you can just hey, bro, we'll add on top, send me your deals, right? But I had a deal that Jamil actually sent me. It was a person that he connected with in Arizona. It was like someone he knew and he was doing deals with. Well, they had a PPC lead that popped up in my area. They reached out to me. They said, hey, can you find a buyer? Can you add on top of this? I said, yep. So I sent it out. I couldn't add on top. We couldn't find it. The buyer came in to where it was actually under their wholesale fee, like what they asked me for. So I went back to them and I was like, and it was still a nice spread. I think it was like a 50K spread or something like that, or 60K spread together. But I basically went back to them and I was like, hey, I know you guys were looking to make a lot more. You know, unfortunately, you know, we can't, here's where our buyer's at. Can we make this work? And she basically turned around and was like, yeah, of course, you know, like, what do you think is fair for your assignment fee? She's like, I know you've put a lot of work into this. You've been, you know, calling buyers. You've been helping us do this for months, dealing with issues as well. Like, what do you think is a fair assignment fee? And I think we came out to like, I was making like 15K or 20K and they walked away with like 35 or 40K or something like that. But, you know, if I was, they had another buyer actually. So if I would have said 50-50, they would have just been like, hey, we'll go elsewhere. But they were like, dude, the buyer that we have is at the same price as you, but Jamil connected us to you. You've done a lot of work for us in this transaction. We want you to get paid for what you've been doing. So we're happy to give you 15 to 20 grand. And guess what? I was happy to make 15 to 20 grand. So they made their 40 grand. They got their PPC money back. They made some profit and I got my deal and I closed my deal. But point where I'm going is they wanted me to get paid as well. And so they were willing to take less on their fee to make sure that I still got taken care of. So if you were to come to this guy and you had a good relationship and you're like, hey, bro, you know, here's a buyer. They don't have anyone. And maybe you're only making 10 grand. He might be like, yo, Nathan, dude, you know, I know I said no 50-50, bro, but you know, I want you to make at least 5 grand on this one, dude. I do 10 deals a month. I'm happy to take a little bit less on this one. Let's go ahead and do 50-50. Oh yeah, dude. But you know, that might never happen now because we were too focused on it in the beginning. So point being is people will take care of you. I've made the mistake. I've seen people make the mistake. And where I really learned this, bro, and I'll kind of end it here. I saw someone, it was an 100K deal. I felt so bad for this person. It was a $100,000 deal. He had a buyer. The wholesaler said, hey, can you find the buyer? Or, hey, let's go with your buyer or whatever. And he said, I want 50% of this transaction. This was like right when I got started. And the dude goes, no, I'll give you 30%. So you're going to get 30 grand. And he goes, no, I need 50% or I'm not going to move forward with my buyer. The dude turns around and says, fine, we won't send you. We don't need to assign it to your buyer then. My buddy starts panicking now that 30K is off the table. And he goes, okay. Like I'll do it for 40% or I'll do it for 30%. And then the wholesaler who had the deal turns around and goes, no, I already have a buyer at my asking price. I appreciate your time. Basically go kick rocks. So my buddy lost $30,000 because he felt entitled to 50 that was never his.
Pocket watching.
Dog, that's where I really figured this out because I was like, bro, when he told me this story, I was like, dog, so you just lost $30,000 because you felt like you had 50 that was never yours. And he goes, he was mind blown too. He's like, bro, I didn't think of it that way. And I'm like, dude, you just let 30 off the table because you wanted 50 that bad? You could have just taken the 30, dude. All you did was send a text to someone. So it can kill deals, dude.
Yeah, I'm glad that you caught that like, cause like me, like being such a stickler about a 50-50, like that's an example of pocket watching. Pocket watching is not good. Like that kind of shot me in the foot there. Cause I could have made money off of that relationship just by marking up his deals. I don't know why I had it in my head as like I have to 50-50 every deal. Not every deal has to be a 50-50. It's just you make money, you don't make money, whatever. And a little bit of money is better than no money, right? 30K is better than 50K. 30K guaranteed is better than like a slight chance at 50K. Like exactly. I'd rather be like 30K, great, walk, right? Than like try to like get greedy and lose it all.
Yeah. And look, he might, look, Ben seems like a chill ass dude. You could probably easily connect with Ben and that, like that's probably not even in a thought in his head anymore. But yeah, dude. So like, and to your point, after you do some deals, maybe you're like, hey, Ben, I've been getting a lot of feedback from my buyers. Every single one of them has seen the deal higher I know you said no 50-50. I'm happy to do 30 or 70-30, but is there any way that I can just send it out for what you're sending it out for as well? So that way our prices match. If he says, yeah, cool. If he says no, like, bet, let's keep sending it out then. Who cares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, dude.
And then on that note, actually too, buyers don't care either. I've had a buyer pay me 10 grand more than my buddy because my buyer knew that I was going to walk him through the title issues if anything happened. I was going to make sure that everything was good with title. And he didn't know the other wholesaler. He told me, he was like, bro, so-and-so sent me this deal for less than what you sent it to me for, but I don't know them. So I don't know if getting involved in this transaction with them is going to turn messy, where I know you're going to take care of me and I want you to make money as well. So don't be afraid to send it out higher than what people are sending it out at. Now, don't send it out for like 100 grand higher or 60K higher. Be reasonable. If they're at 200, 210 is fine. If someone points it out, hey, bro, I saw this for cheaper. Hell yeah, dude. If it works, hit them up. They're my partner and they got deals. But anyways, kind of we deviated there. Let's see what this guy says. He said, absolutely, thanks. Wants me to send it out to his buyers.
Let me put it up on the screen.
Absolutely, thanks. So then what I'm going to do is basically reach out to him and I'm going to say, perfect. He gave me, he said I could right now. So what we could do is say like, hey, I'm going to send you, an agreement that lets me market this out. Or you could just kind of run from here and say, awesome. I'll keep you posted if I get any bites. So, he said we can market it. So technically, if you want to just send it out, you can. Again, I love to have equitable interest. So I would probably have pivoted. I'm not doing it right now because we're jumping off here soon. But I would basically text him and just be like, perfect, I'll send you an agreement that lets me market this out. I would send him that non-exclusive option agreement. Again, short and sweet is the key. So I wouldn't over explain it. I would literally say just that. Hey, I'm going to send you over an agreement that lets me market this out. Send him the option. Say, just sent it over. Let me know if you have any questions. They would sign it. If they have questions, you answer it. Then from there, we take his deal and we just send it to the buyers that we've built throughout building our buyers list and see if we get any feedback. If we get some feedback, we take it back to them. If we get some offers, we take it back to them. No matter what we hear back from the buyers, we take it back to them. And at the end of the day, if we have a number that can work, we let them know. And you guys figure out how to get the deal closed together. And that's literally from start to finish, I think, how to find a deal to how to close a deal for free. I don't think we missed any steps.
Bro, that is like the greatest live stream ever. Literally everything for completely free.
Yeah, I don't think we missed a step. We went over how to find a hard money lender, how to get a POF. Look at that. Steven saying congrats.
Put 2 thumbs up in the air, bro. Look at what happens.
I'm frozen. Okay, I'm back.
Boom, fireworks. Here, let me turn my fireworks on.
We've got buyers, or we went over how to find buyers on tax records, how to find buyers on Facebook. We didn't go over some other methods. There are plenty of other methods that you can find though. We went over how to get free contracts with Jamil. We went over how to comp, how to learn how to comp from Jamil. We went over title companies, hard money lenders, acquisitions on Facebook, acquisitions, cold calling, agents, dispo. I think we covered it all.
Yeah,
and then
but
again,
not like that.
Go ahead.
Dude, we didn't just cover it all, but we literally put all of this in a cheat sheet. So
that's
if you
what I
guys
was going to say.
Cheat sheet, yeah, bro, text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. Text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We're literally going to give you everything we spoke about today. Everything. All the links, everything.
Let's show them what the actual cheat sheet looks like. And we're going to add to it like we'll add some stuff to it that we went over on here that we didn't. I think we've been adding to it as we talked on here as well. So this is where it's going to take you. You know, you can click right here. It's going to watch the replay. And then if you click right here, it will take you to this sheet. You know, again, it goes over power of positive thinking, goal setting, you know, kind of just goes over some of the stuff we talked about. There's the 6-phase meditation, some of the books that we talked about, you know, fundamentals. We have the strategies. So we have the data research link that we went over. We have the Zillow data spreadsheet that I pulled, how to find a title company to work with, questions to ask your title company, comping, tools to comp with, you know, videos that you can use to learn how to comp, astro comping rules that you can get, and so on. So each section is going to have kind of the same breakdown of what you're getting. So if you want a copy of this sheet so you can get all of this, you want the links, etc., you know, again, text that number. We're not trying to be spammy with the text this thing, but there is a lot of good information here. So if you want this, text the number. No matter what time you're, you know, reading this or watching this video, you can text that number. But again, you'll get all this information, including the replay, and you know, you'll be good to go.
Damn, bro. My phone's blown up now. Now that we explained what's really inside the cheat sheet. Guys, there's contracts. There's all the contracts you need, how to find title companies, how to find hard money lenders, how to get proof of funds, how to connect with dispo wholesalers, how to connect with ag wholesalers, how to do agent outreach, how to pull lists, like literally everything, the data for all the housing trends, literally everything is in that cheat sheet. Like, if you want to save yourself the time of watching an entire 8-hour live stream over again to try to find little aspects of it, just get the cheat sheet. Just text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. We're going to send you the cheat sheet. It has everything in there, the most condensed version of it. And we're going to continually update and add more things to it as we think of them.
Yep. And then I'll send you some feet pictures as well. No, I'm just joking.
Bro, the way that we started this live stream was so funny. We started the live stream by saying, hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to show you how you can wholesale.
No. Hold on. Now, for real, after watching this video, y'all don't have to sell your feet pics or your OnlyFans account anymore. You know, I know, look, you're asking $15 a month for your OnlyFans. You maybe got like 2 subscribers, bro. You're making $30 a month.
It's not enough to cover your marketing budget either way. You don't need it. You don't need to sell pictures of your feet to be able to pay for marketing, to pay for PPC leads. You can wholesale for completely free. And all you have to do is text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. Text cheat sheet to 813-437-1709. And you no longer have to sell pics of your feet.
No more feet pics. Stop spreading your cheeks and just wholesale so you can make fat checks. Please. Close your cheeks, hide your feet, and let's get these deals.
I love it, dude. I love it. I think we should end it on that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, hell yeah. That was a dope call though. Hopefully all of y'all got game. Again, we'll try to put some like timestamps in the cheat sheet as well, so you don't have to click here and go through 8 hours to try to find things, but hopefully y'all like that. I know my throat is roasted right now.
Same. And I gotta go take a nap before I do a 12-hour overnight shift at the Cold Cafe.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right, everyone.
Appreciate you guys. Hope you got value. Like, comment, share. Take care.